Chapter 1. In a Parallel World. The competition venue at this moment is magnificent, like a huge arena that accommodates audiences and players from all over the world. This is the scene of the dungeon production competition, which is also an international competition. I saw colorful flags flying all around, and the national flags of various countries intertwined in the air to form a magnificent picture. The audience was enthusiastic, and cheers and applause came one after another. The second dungeon making competition has finally begun. I believe that with the experience from the last time, this dungeon competition will be even more exciting. I heard that the best copy in the last copy contest was made by a girl from Dragon Country. I wonder who will make the best copy this time. Ha ha ha. I don't know, I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, the lively discussions around him kept entering Su Heng's ears. At this moment, he finally believed that he had traveled through time. He came to a parallel world. A few months ago, an alien object descended on this world, and countries rushed to snatch it, and the situation became more and more serious. Even a war was about to start, and in order to avoid this situation, countries finally decided to study this alien object together. So they discovered the true function of the alien object. Unexpectedly, this thing was a thing called a copy production system. Just enter the system's space, you can collect people's ideas and materialize them into copies. Of course, you must pass the system's judgment before you can really make it into a copy. The made copy allows people to enter it to pass the level, and the first person to pass the copy. Not only can you get control of the copy, but more importantly, you can materialize anything in the copy. As soon as this happened, all countries felt crazy. After all, being able to materialize something imaginary is a huge temptation for both countries and individuals. But in order to protect order and for world peace, various countries jointly formulated this competition called the Copy Production Competition. Each country will select the best talents as representatives to participate in the competition to create copies. The copies created in the competition will be owned by the first person to pass the level and become his private property. This is the consensus reached after discussions among all countries. This is also the value of the participants in the copy creation competition. Just as Su Heng was thinking, he saw a young and beautiful figure holding a microphone and walked to the stage to introduce himself. Hello everyone. I am the host Lena. Now the second dungeon making competition is about to begin. Let's welcome the other contestants with warm applause. After the voice fell, the remaining contestants walked into the venue one after another. At this moment, the bright spotlights on the field were shown down, and the surrounding cameras were instantly aimed at everyone. Su Heng also began to observe these future opponents. These people were different in height, shortness, fatness, or thinness, but the only thing in common was that everyone's eyes were full of strong confidence. At the same time, they were also full of desire for victory, and several of them caught Su Heng's attention. One was a girl with a cold temperament and beautiful appearance. This girl, like Su Heng, was also a contestant from Longguo and the champion of the previous dungeon making competition, named Li Yi. The other was a smiling, handsome blonde man. He was the second place in the previous dungeon making competition, named Right. Seeing these powerful opponents at this moment, Su Heng's heart became more and more uncertain, because he had just crossed here and didn't know how to make a dungeon at all. Li Yi, my goddess! Is this the first place winner of the previous competition? She is so beautiful. Right, my husband. So handsome. Is that Su Heng next to him? He seemed to have lost the last competition, so why is he here again this time? At this moment, in the players' live broadcast room, the comments were scrolling wildly, and it was obvious that everyone was very excited about the scene in front of them. Okay, now the contestants are here. Next, please invite the judges to take their seats again. Seeing that the contestants have arrived, Lena picked up the microphone again and said, "There are 10 judges in total. They are also the top 10 countries in the last dungeon production competition. As Lena's voice fell, the judges also took their seats one after another. Haha. The last championship was won by your dragon country, so this time our Sakura country has made special preparations. Li Yi will probably only be the second this time. As soon as he sat on the chair, a short fat man with a big belly said with a smile that he was a judge from the Sakura country. After Li Yi won last time, they were jealous for a long time. Humph, it's too early to brag, be careful of your tongue. This time, Li Yi came to make a copy with a new idea. Seeing the ridicule of the Sakura country judges, an old man sitting in the middle snorted and retorted. In my opinion, the champion should be right from our Eagle country. The representative of the Eagle country on the other side also interrupted. After a while, the judges on the field were unwilling to be outdone and started to compete. Seeing that the contestants and judges had arrived, Lena also picked up the microphone and introduced them again. The process of this dungeon-making competition is as follows. First, the contestants make their own dungeons, and the completed dungeons will be evaluated by the judges. If the judges cannot pass, then the contestants will test their own copies. If even the contestants cannot pass. At this point, Lena paused deliberately, and then spoke again. Now it will be the turn of our dear audience friends here to enter the dungeon and experience the dungeon that has just been created by the players. Of course, we do not impose any restrictions on the content of the copy. We hope that all players can perform at their best and bring wonderful performances to the audience. At the same time, I also made the copy that I was most satisfied with. Okay, now I declare that this copy-making competition is officially started. Ha 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 ha, it's finally starting. It was worth the effort to get a ticket to the event. Just to experience this moment. Don't dream about it, the chance of this happening is very low, unless a player deliberately creates a high difficulty copy so that no one can pass it before it's your turn. At this moment, the audience in the audience immediately started to discuss excitedly. On the other side, as the game started, the players also entered the field one after another, and then many cameras were in place, starting to film the player's status, while Soo-hung. What a handsome little brother, I love you. Was he also in the last game? I wonder what kind of copy he can make this time. It seems that people from other countries are already prepared. At this moment, facing the constantly refreshing barrage, Soo-hung did not pay attention, because he was thinking about what kind of copy he should make. At this moment, in his memory, he knew that before he crossed over, his original body had also participated in a copy production competition, which was a copy about martial arts masters. However, because there were too many settings added to the copy, they conflicted with each other, and ultimately failed to pass the system and was unfortunately eliminated. Copy? As an avid anime fan in his previous life, he was not very familiar with things like copies. Therefore, it was really difficult for Soo-hung to do these things. You asked him to guess the plot of the anime, and he guessed it right. However, at this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. At this moment, Soo-hung couldn't help laughing. He thought of what he should do. As an anime fan, the most familiar thing in his head was the various anime plots he was familiar with. In this case, as long as the plots and settings of various anime in his mind were input into the system, it should be possible to use it to make a copy. And most importantly, the entertainment in this parallel world is extremely scarce, which means that the anime plots in Soo-hung's head will be super copies one after another. At this moment, Soo-hung had a smile on his face, and then, with confidence in his eyes, he walked into the space created by the copy production system for the first time under the gaze of everyone. Seeing this, the other players showed surprise. After all, once you enter the system space, all your ideas and settings cannot be changed. Of course, some powerful players followed closely and followed in when they saw Soo-hung go in. For example, Li Yi, the girl from Dragon Country, and Right from Eagle Country. Even faster than the last champion Li Yi? Was he really confident? Or was he just? Looking at Soo-heng's confident look in front of her, Lena couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Dear readers, if you like reading, please support the author. Please give more urges for updates. Give more small gifts. Give the author more motivation to write. Chapter 2. At this moment, Soo-heng has entered the dungeon system space, and of course, Li Yi and Wright followed closely behind. At this moment, the screen also cuts to the inside of the dungeon that the three of them are preparing to make, but now it is all hazy. It is obvious that the three of them are still thinking about the specific details. You've already come in, but you're still not moving. Copy production is a very important thing and cannot be taken lightly. This just shows the rigor of all the players. Soo-heng from your Dragon Nation was the first to come in, but he hasn't started to act yet? He's really pretending. What the hell? Did Wright from your country do anything? Right, that's brewing. My wife Li Yi looks very beautiful even when she is standing there motionless. Then Soo-heng is my husband. At this moment, the barrage was noisy, but Soo-heng ignored it. Although he knew a lot of anime plots, which one should he make first? The champion of the first dungeon competition was made by Li Yi, a girl from Dragon Country like him. It was a martial arts type, and it was a reward for clearing the dungeon. It seemed to be a very powerful weapon. That's right. Dragon Country. Dragon. Since you are from this, let's make a world with dragon-killing magic, fairy tale. At this moment, Soo-heng had a flash of inspiration. Fairy tale is a world with magic and dragons. There are all kinds of powerful magics in it, plus there are dragons. There are even gods. Soo-heng has already anticipated how huge a sensation this dungeon will cause once it is made. After all, this world is extremely scarce in entertainment. Even the champion Li Yi made a martial arts dungeon, and it was a very low-powered one. Therefore, the idea in Soo-heng's mind at this moment is something that other players dare not even think about. Then the first instance will be the first major war of fairy tale, the ruler of the ghost. At this moment, Soo-heng became more and more excited. Then he started to act, and he said softly. The system starts the copy creation module. The next second, a cold mechanical female voice sounded. Please wait. Connecting to player. Player information confirmed successfully. Ding. Connection successful. The copy creation module has been activated. As soon as the voice fell, the sky, the earth, and the ocean suddenly appeared in the originally hazy space. A world has taken shape. Has contestant Soo-heng started to take action? I'm really looking forward to what kind of copy he can make. Anyway, there is no way he can compare to Wright from our Eagle Sauce country. Why are you everywhere? Why don't you go and see Wright? We, the Sakura country, will definitely win the championship this time. Well, the champion must be our Dragon country. At this moment, some people in the barrage were full of expectations. Some people were planning to add insult to injury. On the other side, as Soo-heng's thoughts moved, he saw houses rising from the originally flat ground, and marble slabs began to be laid on the ground. The decorations in the town also began to be embellished by him one by one. Then in the center of the town, a sign was hung on a 2- or 3-story shabby building with 5 eye-catching characters written on it. Fairy tale. On the other side, seeing Soo-heng take action, Lena also picked up the microphone. Okay, now we see that player Soo-heng has officially started making the copy. Li Yi and Wright, who entered with him, seemed to be still thinking. The rest of the contestants also had to act quickly. So now, what do the judges think of the copy presented by contestant Soo-heng? Lena took the microphone and turned the conversation to ask the judges. I think Soo-heng is an amateur. After all, real dungeon makers usually create characters and settings first, and buildings are dispensable. The fat judge from Sakura country said with disdain. I am looking forward to Soo-heng. because the style of the buildings he built is something we have never seen before. As for the character setting, maybe he already had it in mind. And who says the map is not important? According to the terrain, more combat strategies can be formulated. The old man from Longwo, who was sitting on the chair, stroked his beard and said, "Humph. Let's wait and see." At this moment, the judges from Sakura country were so embarrassed by the criticism that they could only turn their heads and sneer. The other judges just laughed and didn't make any reply. When the two judges spoke, the barrage of comments started to roll like crazy. With that said, it seems to be true that the buildings built by Suhung are of a style we have never seen before. I have to say, this style seems pretty good. I just don't know why Fairy Tale is made so shabby. Could it be that he actually has another identity? A powerful architectural designer. What's the point of looking good? The important character settings and worldview settings of a dungeon have not been seen yet. At this moment, Suhung was immersed in making a copy, so he didn't have time to pay much attention to the bullet screen. The next second, as he moved his mind, a huge castle suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance, and there were 6 steel tentacles supporting the castle, hanging it above the water. The bullet screen on the other side also became more active. What? What is this? It looks like a huge castle? Why does it have 6 legs underneath? Could it be that it uses these 6 legs to walk? What a terrifying imagination! And if you look at the center, there seems to be a black hole in the muzzle. If you say so, then this castle is an important weapon for conquering cities. I didn't expect that contestant Suhung was so amazing. He created such a powerful weapon. The power of such a weapon must be extremely strong. Good. Once such weapons are brought into reality, it will surely be another bloody storm. This kid Suhung is really powerful. He even thought of such weapons. The old man sitting on the judges' panel stroked his beard and thought with a smile. Damn, this kid from Dragon Country actually thought of such a horrible weapon. On the other side, the judges from Sakura Country wiped the cold sweat from their heads. At this moment, there were only judges from Eagle Country on the field. Although they were surprised for a moment when they saw Suhung's work, they returned to their normal expressions. Humph, if that's all, then our Eagle Country will definitely win this time. Chapter 3. At this moment, the map of Suhung's copy has been roughly completed. It is not too big, with only this small town and the castle standing on the water in the distance. Because all the focus of Suhung's copy is on Fairy Tale and Phantom Ruler, there is no rush to make the map outside this place. Of course, the more important point is that what he has to do next is the more important setting of the fairy tale world. This aspect is the top priority, and it is time to give those who are a little unexpected shock. At this moment, various details about the fairy tale world flashed through Suhung's mind, and he gradually laughed. In his previous life, he liked to study the plot in the anime, so he kept the world setting and the magic used by the guild in mind, which came in handy at this moment. Then the first setting in his mind was added to it. Aslant. A world full of magic. In this world, people with magic power and who can use magic are called magicians. However, generally speaking, you need to join a guild to be officially recognized as a magician. Because of this, many magician guilds were established. The guilds are maintained by magicians accepting and solving tasks entrusted by clients. There are 2 types of magic in this magic world. Magic that can only be used with magic items and one's own magic power is called holding system. Magic that uses one's own trained magic power to manifest is called ability system. Are you sure you want to submit the current world background? Whether? Yes. Suhung said softly, and at this moment, with the addition of the first setting, the world built by Suhung was suddenly filled with various energy bodies of different colors, which were the magic power of Fairy Tale. The barrage also exploded in an instant. Magic? Wizards? These settings are too novel, I have never heard of them before. It seems very powerful. Su Heng's imagination is too big. Can magic be cultivated by oneself? Isn't that the same as martial arts? And there are different types, and the possession system seems very mysterious. You also need to join a guild. A guild that gathers all kinds of wizards should be a very powerful force. And there seem to be a lot of guilds. The world view is designed to be so huge, will it really not collapse? Even though the barrage was swiping quickly at this moment, Su Heng didn't care about it. At this moment, he moved his mind and another piece of information was added. The Kingdom of Fiori is a country located in a magical world called Asland. It is a permanent neutral country with a population of 17 million. Magic has become a part of people's lives here. There are not only magic shops that can buy and sell magic, but some people even make a living by using magic. Fairy Tale is a guild in this country. Wow, this is awesome. Such a huge world view, I am completely convinced. You read that right. Magic can be traded and bought. The guild, the country, and the wizard, the relationship between them is so well designed. Magic and human life are in harmony with each other. What a beautiful world. At this moment, the various settings added by Su Heng have shocked everyone, and after seeing this scene, the host Lena quickly picked up the microphone. It's amazing. I didn't expect that the first contestant Su Heng who entered would come up with such a huge worldview in a very short time. Now the other contestants on the field don't seem to have made any moves yet, so come on. So what do the judges think now? As Lena finished speaking, the camera immediately focused on the judges' seats. Cough cough, I have to say that Su Heng has a very creative mind. Although the setting is very novel, how powerful are the magic and magic? Su Heng never planned this out, and I think it may become a huge loophole. Seeing this, the judges from Sakura country quickly began to comment, but their words showed contempt for Su Heng. Haha, that's because you can only see the surface. He created such a huge world view in a short period of time. Do you think he didn't think about the setting of magic? Seeing this, the old man of Longguo immediately supported Su Heng and said, and at the same time, he looked at Su Heng with more and more satisfaction in his eyes. I am also quite optimistic about Su Heng. However, from the current perspective, the difficulty of this dungeon may be quite high. I can't wait to experience it. Seeing this, the judges from the Eagle Sauce country smiled and then said expectantly. Damn it, when did Su Heng become so powerful? This means I don't dare use the copy I originally thought of. No, I have to rethink it. Well, now that I have seen Su Heng's copy, I think the copy must be shocking. Li Yi and Wright seem to have started making copies as well. Well, I must learn from their ideas. Seeing Su Heng's performance at this moment, it immediately created a huge pressure on the other players who had not yet entered the stage, so they couldn't help but speak up. After hearing the players' speeches, everyone immediately rushed into Li Yi's live broadcast room. As expected, when they came in, they found that Li Yi also started to take action. What she did was the same as Su Heng's, which was about setting the world view. But what was unexpected was that the second copy she was going to build actually continued the world view of the first time, which meant that she was going to make a martial arts copy again. Didn't I expect that the champion of the first competition has run out of tricks? Boring, boring. If she wasn't so pretty, I would have gone to see Su Heng a long time ago. This can't be considered wrong. I guess Li Yi wanted to take away another weapon from this world the second time. Although this is the case, most players will not create a copy with the same world view. With experience, it is easy for others to target them. I am quite optimistic about Li Yi. After all, he is the champion of the first dungeon competition. There must be something we don't know about him. But after looking at the background of Su Heng's world, I feel that what Li Yi did is a bit bland. Li Yi knew everything about what was described in the comments, but she wanted to take a gamble. She was betting that no one could pass this dungeon. In the end, Just like the first time, she would pass this dungeon and get the weapons in it. But she didn't know what the final result would be. Chapter 4. At this moment, Wright on the other side also started to make a copy with a confident smile, and the first thing he did was to design the surrounding environment. In terms of the choice of this matter, he was the same as Soo-hung, but then he started to make creatures directly. The terrain he chose was actually a vast grassland, and the lush grass in some places was even several people tall. Then 2 golden lions suddenly appeared on the grassland. At the same time, Wright added the design of the lion without thinking. Golden lion, all data are several times that of an ordinary lion, and it can spit flames. As this setting appeared in front of everyone, the barrage suddenly went crazy. Golden lion? Not bad. My opinion is that it is not as good as Soo-hung. Wright's golden lion is good. The setting is also very good, but after seeing the background of Soo-hung's world, my evaluation is not as good as Soo-hung. It seems that the difficulty of Wright's copy will be quite high. But my evaluation is not as good as Soo-hung. I declare that the champion this time is Wright. What declaration of independence? Who gave you the confidence? Don't worry, the magic power set by Soo-hung has not yet been shown. Wright's copy is really creative. And Li Yi seems to be planning to use the world setting of the first competition. So what do the judges think of the 2 contestants' performances? At this moment, Lena held the microphone and asked the judges. I didn't expect Wright to hide so deeply. The Golden Lion's idea is too terrible. At this moment, the judges of the Bear Country couldn't help but sighed. Wright is really talented. By the way, Li Yi is quoting the previous worldview again, so be careful. The judge from Sakura Country said with a smile. Wright has been thinking about this for a long time. In the words of Dragon Country, it is a gradual process of accumulation and then a gradual release. The judge of Eagle Country smiled and said. Player Wright may be good, but some people haven't shown their strength yet. The old man of Longwo chuckled and looked at Soo-hung in the field with expectation. At this moment, Soo-hung in the system space thought again and decided to add more world background of fairy tale to his copy. He wanted to make all the large-scale wars that would happen around the guild in the entire world of fairy tale into copies. So the next second. The Albaraz Empire is located in a continent different from Ishgare Big Country in the western continent of Alakadacia. It is composed of more than 700 guilds. It is a super military magic empire with very powerful wizards and military forces. It is currently the most powerful country in the world. Are you sure you want to submit the current world background? Yes/no. As this setting was made by Soo-hung, Soo-hung clicked yes without hesitation. The next second, the barrage began to scroll. No way, are we starting to add world background settings again? More than 700 guilds. A super magic empire. With so many settings added, can the system really recognize this instance? I bet this background will definitely not pass. If it continues like this world view is too huge. +1 above. +1. +1. At this moment, facing Soo-hung's bold move, the barrage was full of doubts, and many people thought it would not succeed. However, the next second, a huge area on the copy map created by Soo-hung suddenly lit up, and a country with many buildings was born. It was obvious that Soo-hung's world background was recognized by the system. Not only that, it also automatically generated the scene based on the impression in Soo-hung's mind, without even letting him do it himself. Damn, this is not it. It actually got past. This is unbelievable, this is unbelievable. If this continues, Soo-hung's copy will be too scary. According to the settings given by Soo-hung, I feel that it is difficult to defeat a guild. An empire of more than 700 guilds? I dare not even think about it. It's not just fighting a guild, it's even difficult to fight a wizard. I want to see how he can clear this extremely difficult dungeon if he continues like this. At this moment, the barrage quickly flashed by, and Su-hung smiled lightly. It was not their fault. After all, who would dare to do the same as him? Adding so many world backgrounds and making such a huge copy. Then Su-hung began to think again. The judges sitting there couldn't help but become more curious. This guy. It seems like he wants to add something. Is this not enough? At this moment, the judge from the Eagle Sauce country couldn't help but guess. If it was an ordinary contestant, he wouldn't have such an idea, but now it was Su-hung. Haha, this kid. He has so many ideas. He really gave us a big surprise. At this moment, the judges of Longwo felt more and more satisfied with Su-hung, and couldn't help but stroked their beards. Seeing the copy made by Su-hung, I can't help but get excited. At this moment, the judge from the Bear country couldn't help but slapped his hand on the table and said loudly. At this moment, seeing that all the judges had great expectations for Su-hung, the other contestants who had not yet started making copies couldn't help but sigh. Reiner, Li Yi, Su-hung, each one is more perverted than the other. How can I play with them? Damn it, with them around, I don't dare to go on stage at all. Su-hung has a really big imagination. But I bet he wouldn't dare to add any more settings. Li Yi, Su-hung, Longwo has two top players at once. Is this cheating? Yes, I also feel that there is something wrong with them. Sooner or later, they will be exposed. Humph. Su-hung's copy will collapse sooner or later. Just wait and see. However, Su-hung's next move severely slapped some players in the face. He filled a piece of information into the system. Dragon Clan. The existence that is almost legendary is the most mysterious and powerful magical species in the world. In the process of fighting each other, they even changed the topography of the continent. The original continent was intact, but now it has become fragmented. It is obviously just a few short sentences, but the information contained in it is extremely huge. Even the system, after receiving this information, was stuck for a long time and did not respond. The barrage on the other side was even more explosive. Chapter 5. Let me tell you, Su-hung has too many settings. The system won't let me pass it now. The Dragon Clan setting looks really good. What a pity. This world background will definitely not pass. Serves you right, ha ha ha. Victory belongs to right. Even the system is stuck. How powerful must the setting of this Dragon Clan be? It's a pity that I can't pass it. At this moment, the comments were full of ridicule for Su-hung's suicidal behavior, and the judges on the side were also arguing endlessly. Ha ha ha. You people from Dragon Country are so arrogant. The first time Su-hung was eliminated because of the setting conflict, I didn't expect it to happen again the second time. He deserves it. At this moment, the judges of Sakura Country saw this scene and couldn't help laughing crazily. In their hearts, they felt extremely fortunate for Su-hung's failure. Alas, what a pity. Su-hung was indeed too arrogant. Now that the system has crashed, he has lost his qualification to compete. He can only try again next time. The judge from the Bear Country shook his head. After all, he was still looking forward to Su-hung's copy. It seems that the champion this time should be right from our Eagle Sauce Country. The Eagle Sauce Country judges had a smile on their faces, and seemed very confident that they would win this time. Su-hung, what on earth are you thinking about? At this moment, the old man of Longwo looked at Su-hung with a worried look in his eyes. However, in the next second, the originally silent system suddenly issued a rare prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Su-hung. Successfully added world background. Dragon Clan. However, even though the Dragon Clan background was successfully added to the copy, the world built by Su-hung did not change at all. It was added successfully again. What a pervert. And the system even made a prompt sound. It seems that there is no change in this copy. What's going on? That seems to be the case. Why didn't it change after adding it? Did it fail? No. You see, the dragon setting added by Suhung seems to have changed. Sure enough, when the people in the barrage were questioning, they turned around and looked at the newly added dragon settings. They didn't know when they had changed. Dragons. A legendary existence, they are the most mysterious and powerful magical species in the world. In the process of fighting each other, they even changed the terrain of the continent. However, in the battle hundreds of years ago, a dragon slayer named Aknologia destroyed all the dragons, and now there are only a few dragons left. Aknologia, in the end, was completely transformed into a dragon because he was soaked in too much dragon blood. As the one who destroyed all the dragons, he was honored as the Dragon King by people in later generations. The powerful black wizard Ziref also called him the origin of evil, saying that he was a giant dragon that destroyed everything and brought despair and pain. And his appearance also represents the end of the era is coming, and he is also called the Black Feather of the End. At this moment, as the settings were added, a huge black shadow began to soar in the sky of the continent. The crowd could not clearly observe his appearance, but just the blurry back could make people feel his power. As if sensing something, the next second, the black dragon raised its head and roared loudly. Roar! This dragon roar that pierced through the sky even passed through the system's copy manufacturing space and reached the scene of the competition. Feeling the domineering aura mixed in the dragon roar, the audience at the scene all had shocked and incredible eyes. Holy shit, this is too outrageous! The sound was heard at the competition venue. I was so scared. How powerful is this dragon? It must be capable of destroying the world. So terrifying. What kind of monster did Suhung create? The black dragon Aknologia. The dragon of the end? This is really awesome. One person destroyed the entire dragon clan. And then transformed into a dragon? This idea is too amazing. At this moment, Lena, the host, stood there blankly holding the microphone after hearing the huge dragon roar. Good, good, good. Dragons. Dragon Slayer. Black Dragon King. This tight setting one after another is really satisfying. By the way, why don't you all say anything? At this moment, the old man of Dragon Country saw Suhung showing his prowess, and he couldn't help but stand up excitedly, clapping his hands, and then asked the other judges with a red face. Hearing the sarcasm mixed in the old man's words, the face of the Sakura Country judge turned blue and purple. Although he was very aggrieved, he didn't speak at this moment. They. Eagle Sauce Country on the side had the same attitude. After all, he just boasted that their right would win. As a result, looking at this situation now, he wished he could dig a 3-bedroom and 1 living room first. Suheng's copy is really good. Damn it, I really can't help it. Let me in. Open the copy for me quickly. The judge from the Bear Country did not hesitate to praise him. This carefree man just wanted to go to Suheng's copy and experience it. The contestants on the other side were stunned by the scene in front of them, and some were even scared to the ground. It was obvious that the pressure brought to them by Suhung had made them sweat profusely. At the same time, in Wright's live broadcast room. At this moment, Wright is doing his best to continuously improve the settings of his golden lion, such as asexual reproduction of a single lion. It is obvious that Wright wants to bring the golden lion as a copy reward into the real world, and now he is working hard to strengthen the golden lion, the setting of the sun. At this moment, the barrage in his live broadcast room was constantly refreshed. Golden lion? What is Go-Ba? Can it compare to a hair of my Black Dragon King? Why are there so many settings? What kind of stitched monster is this? It can't even touch the solace of my Black Dragon King's feet. Before I saw Suhung, I thought it was the ceiling. After seeing Suhung, I just thought it was my grandma's foot scrubber. Right, you are very good, but I'm sorry, I have to go to Suheng's place. From now on, just tell others that we don't know each other. I'm afraid Soo-hung will misunderstand. It's not that you're not good enough, right? It's just that Soo-hung's place is more cost-effective. Goodbye, right? Chapter 6. At this moment, after the soul-stirring dragon roar on the field, suddenly, a large number of people poured into Soo-hung's live broadcast room. Soo-hung, my husband is so talented. The dragon's roar is so shocking. Soo-hung is still handsome. By the way, what are you doing now? I don't know. Should we start making the dungeon officially? +1. Such a huge world background should be enough. The next step should be to reveal the magic to us. At this moment, the discussion in the barrage was extremely heated. It was obvious that everyone was looking forward to how powerful this legendary magic power was, and how mysterious it was. However, Soo-hung was destined to disappoint everyone. Only because the background of the fairy tale world was not yet complete. He had to continue adding. This was not the limit for him, Soo-hung. He knew what everyone was expecting, but he had to save the magic power until the end to reveal it, and then give everyone a little shock. And since the setting of Asland was almost done, let him add another world. So the next second, Soo-hung immediately gave an idea. Edras. This is another world different from Asland. The people in this world have no magic power and cannot use magic. They must rely on props containing magic to cast magic. Damn, here comes another one. Is there another world in Edras? 2 worlds in one instance? Can this system work? Ha 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 ha, this is courting death. The settings of both worlds conflict, let me see how you can resolve it. I'm very curious about the 2 world views in one copy. What should Soo-hung think? What a freak looking for death. He was looking for death in the last competition, and he is doing it again this time. He deserves to lose. At this moment, the comments were rolling like crazy, and it was obvious that they were extremely distrustful of Soo-hung. Even Lena, the host, couldn't help but tighten the microphone in her hand when she saw this scene, with worry on her pretty face. It was just because Soo-hung was too charming, and the endless new settings made Lena curious, and at the same time she also admired Soo-hung's strength. And the dragon roar on the last field made Lena's soul tremble, and made her fascinated by Soo-hung from the bottom of her heart. He. This guy Soo-hung is courting death again. Just wait for him to be disqualified from the competition. This guy deserved to lose. Coming up with so many ideas isn't enough, you need to add more. It's definitely over. With 2 conflicting worlds, how could the system still pass? If he can pass it, I can do it soon. Wait until Soo-hung is done, then I can use his world settings. Ha ha ha. It's time for us to show our Korean country's microscopy. At this moment, the contestants who had not yet taken action could not help but start to add insult to injury after seeing this scene. Some even started to plagiarize Soo-hung's ideas. Lena, who had been standing aside from the beginning, could not help but tremble all over when she heard the shameless remarks of these contestants. However, due to her position as the host, she could not vent her emotions wantonly, as this was now at the venue of Dragon Country. It affected the international image, so she could only swallow her anger, but not being able to curse did not mean that she could not deal with these people, so Lena picked up the microphone. Please pay attention to whether your speech is inappropriate, and each contestant's ideas are precious treasures. According to the rules of the competition, even if he lost the game, outsiders were not allowed to use it without permission. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the competition and will be forced to leave the venue immediately. Also, this is a live broadcast, and some of your words may be witnessed by everyone. At this moment, Lena finished her domineering speech, and the contestants on the side lowered their heads and dared not say a word. And some people have begun to regret it. Damn, it seems that I spoke too early. What if Soo-hung really has an idea and does it well, then wouldn't I be embarrassed now? On the other hand, At this moment, Soo-hung knew nothing about the slander of other contestants against him. Even if he knew, he would probably be dismissive. After all, his copy would cause conflicts? What a joke! You don't know how to make it up, but how can I not know? The next second, Soo-hung added the setting of Edlas again. This is a world parallel to Asland. This world, most of the people in the world have the same appearance and name as someone in Asland, but they are from different worlds. There are many kinds of opposites, which may be personality, body shape, age, identity, or even position, situation and experience. Extania is an island floating in the sky above the continent of Edoras. The residents here are the Transcendents, and it is also the location of Shagat, who rules the two worlds of Edoras and Extania. Under the rule of Queen Shagat, the Transcendents generally believe that they are superior to humans, that they are angels, and that humans are inferior species. Humans should obey the orders of the Transcendents, even at the cost of their lives. Ding! Congratulations to player Soo-hung for successfully adding the world background. Adres. The system's prompt sound seemed to become more and more common here at Soo-hung. After this sound, Soo-hung's map tiles increased wildly again, and the grey-black area was lit up. At this moment, the map showed a large area with scattered patterns. It was obviously Adres. Seeing this, Soo-hung showed a satisfied smile. And the barrage also exploded at this moment. I am convinced, I am really convinced. Soo-hungda is awesome. My good friend asked me why I didn't watch Lee Yi's live broadcast. I was so angry that I beat him up. You don't watch a man as cool as Soo-hung. You go to watch women. I was kneeling on the ground watching the live broadcast. My sister came over and asked me what was wrong with me. Now she is kneeling next to me. You guys are exaggerating, aren't you? Although Soo-hung is very attractive, he is already my man. I hope you can keep a little distance. Where did you come from, big man? Get away. Women will only slow down Soo-hung's speed in making copies. It's so exciting to see Soo-hung's straightforwardness. At this moment, the judge is on the other side. Good. Good. Edras and Asland are the same, but different worlds. This idea is really clever. Genius, a true genius. At this moment, the old man of Longwo stood up again excitedly. The dungeon competition is a live broadcast event facing the world. The old man may look a little out of control now. But he doesn't care about these at all. Everything is because of Soo-hung. As long as his dungeon is successfully produced and passed, then the overall strength level of Longwo will be leaps and bounds, and it will also have more say. Chapter 7. Seeing the excitement of the old man from Long Country, the other judges also had their own thoughts. Right, you must give some light to our Eagle Country. We can't count on the championship. But we must bring out the golden lion. A mosquito leg is also meat. After seeing Soo-hung's performance, the judges from Eagle Country kept muttering in their hearts. Damn Soo-hung! Damn Long Country people! I'll make you pay when the time comes. The judge from Sakura Country thought with resentment on his face. Seeing that Soo-hung's world background passed again, the host Lena on the field also seemed very happy. Then, as if remembering the arrogance of some of the previous contestants, he picked up the microphone and said, "It seems that contestant Soo-hung has successfully submitted his world background again. So let us congratulate him first." Some players seemed to have said before that if Soo-hung successfully submitted the copy, they would withdraw from the competition. I don't know if he dares to admit it now. At this moment, Lena's voice was so clear throughout the entire arena, and at the same time, the other player area was silent. Because they had ridiculed Soo-hung more or less before, and now they were brought up, how could they have the face to talk about it, so they chose to remain silent. After all, once they opened their mouths to admit it, it would not only be their own face that would be lost, but also the face of the country, so being scolded would be fine. What a group of cowards who dare to do but not to take responsibility, unable to make a copy, and jealous of others. It's really disgusting. As a host, she couldn't say a lot of things, so after expressing her contempt for these people in her heart, Lena continued to watch Soo-heng's live broadcast. Well, it's a waste of emotion to entangle with these people. Let's continue to see what new settings Soo-heng can make. What will be after Edras? I'm really curious. The audience on the other side booed when they saw the cowardly look of these players. I'm dying of laughter, a bunch of cowards. You are just a coward who dares to do things but not to take responsibility. Go home and drink milk. The villains who took advantage of others' misfortunes were all more enthusiastic than the others, but now, why are they silent? Hey! There's not even one person who's going to do a copy yet. What are you doing here? Are you here for a show? The audience above kept shouting and cursing, while the players below looked embarrassed. Among these players, there was one who stared at Soo-heng in the live broadcast room with a face full of resentment. His name was Yamada, a player from Sakura country, and he was also the one who mocked Soo-heng before. At this moment, Soo-heng lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about some new settings, and the barrage in the live broadcast room instantly began to refresh the screen crazily. Soo-heng, my husband is so handsome. After thinking about so many settings, can I still add more? I can only say that he is worthy of being called Soo-heng. The boss is the boss. Awesome. Curious what the next setting is. +1. Seeing the people in the live broadcast room praising Soo-heng, Yamada's face became even darker. A bunch of vulgar people, what is Soo-heng's reason? Isn't it just that the setting is good? In this case, then I will do it too. If he can do it, there is no reason why I can't. At this moment, Yamada comforted himself in his heart, and then walked out of the crowd, took a confident step, and strode into the space of the copy production system. When the other players who had not yet chosen to make copies saw this scene, they all looked at Yamada with surprise. Who is that contestant? Yamada from the land of Sakura. Is he ready? Standing shoulder to shoulder with Soo-heng and his group of big guys. What courage! Listening to the discussion behind him, Yamada became confident at this moment. Humph! Just making a copy. Thinking carefully about my previous self, I was really stupid. What is there to hesitate about? Just add some settings and it will pass. With this mood, Yamada began to make the copy under the expectant eyes of everyone. Oh, has Yamada from our country finally made a move? He is very powerful. Once he makes a move, he will definitely be the dark horse of this competition. At this moment, the judges of Sakura country noticed this scene and couldn't help laughing, and then began to speak shamelessly. Seeing this, the other judges did not comment. You can only know whether it is a mule or a horse after pulling it out for a walk. It is not enough to just talk. Everything depends on strength. At this moment, Yamada in the production space began to think. Well, Soo-heng's magic can be used as a reference. But now the rules of the competition field must be agreed upon by the person himself. In this case, I will change its name to Dark Energy. Well, Li Yi's setting can also be used as a reference. I remember that they seem to use something called martial arts to enhance their strength. In this case, mine is called Dark Cone. Well, there seems to be some weapons in Li Yi's world setting that can cut iron like mud. Copy some of them too. There seems to be a Black Dragon King in Soo-heng's world. By the way, there seems to be a Golden Lion in Wright's world. Are they all powerful creatures? In that case, I will create a Scorpion King. By the way, there seem to be some good settings for other contestants in the previous competition. At this moment, Yamada felt that he was a genius, and ideas kept emerging in his mind. He never thought that making a copy was such a simple matter. So he submitted all the settings borrowed from other contestants to the system. Soo-heng could pass it, so it made no sense that he couldn't. On the other side, as Yamada took action, some viewers also poured into his live broadcast room. However, when they saw the world settings submitted by Yamada, they couldn't help but start cursing. Oh my god! What did I see? Strange! What is this? I ask you what on earth this is? Good. 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 Today I've really opened my eyes. I've never seen such a shameless person. In Yamada's copy, I seem to see the shadows of many old friends. Asiba. Yamada, you are a Korean who came to visit the land of Sakura. At this moment, Yamada also noticed the rolling barrage, but he was dismissive and responded to everyone. What do you know? These are my ideas. The lyrics are all my original works. How can this be considered plagiarism? And if Soo-hung can pass, there is no reason why I can't. As soon as the voice fell, the next second the system prompt sound came over. Ding! At this moment, Yamada and everyone in the live broadcast room shut up instantly, and then looked at it curiously. Did it pass? Or did it fail? Sorry to inform you. Contestant Yamada, the world backgrounds you submitted in the dungeon space conflict with each other, and the dungeon has now crashed. You have lost your qualification to participate in the competition. As the prompt sounded, a flash of white light flashed across Yamada's body, and the next second he was kicked out by the dungeon system. At this moment, Yamada stood in the venue with a confused face. Ah! I lost. Chapter 8. As the defeated Yamada was teleported back to the arena, coupled with his confused expression, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Ha ha ha, I'll just laugh first. You really deserve it. Ask him to copy so many settings. Don't consider the conflict at all. If you don't die, who will die? Look at his confused expression. He will definitely make me laugh for the next few years. He thought he was Soo-hung. He had thought about it carefully. I'm afraid you didn't bring your brain with you. I seriously doubt whether this Yamada has a brain. +1. Not only the barrage, but also the judges' area on the other side is also very lively at this moment. Oh my! This Yamada is really a dark horse. He came out so quickly and won first place. At this moment, the old man of Longwo said with a smile. Humph, Yamada just didn't think it through this time. I believe he will be able to do it next time. Isn't Soo-hung from your dragon country the same? Only failure can give him motivation. He will definitely surprise you next time. Seeing this, the judge of Sakura country still said stubbornly. You compare Yamada and Soo-hung? They failed because their worldviews were too huge and conflicted. Yamada is just a thief. It's strange that the stolen things can pass. At this moment, the judges from the bear country glared at Yamada and looked down on him. Seeing this, the judges from the Sakura country were completely silent. After the little episode of Yamada, everyone's attention was soon put back on Soo-hung. Soo-hung, who had been thinking for a long time, raised his head and smiled slowly, then said, Okay, next I will start making characters. When they heard that Soo-hung wanted to make characters instead of revealing the secrets of magic, everyone began to express their dissatisfaction. Dog Soo-hung, I want to see the magic. Please reveal the magic settings to me. I don't want to see the characters. I want the magic. If I don't see the magic, I'm going to explode. The magic will be revealed sooner or later. Since Soo-hung wants to be a character, let's look forward to it. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. The person above is watching the competition for the first time. The character Soo-hung made in the first competition was horrible. Brother Soo-hung, please inject your magic power into my body. Unbelievable. However, no matter how noisy the barrage was, Soo-hung, who had calmed down at the moment, could no longer pay attention to it. Indeed, if it were his original body, he might not be very good at making characters. After all, the character's personality, characteristics, and abilities are extremely challenging for the producer. But Soo-hung is different. In his previous life, he was a second-rate newt. He remembered the character's personalities, abilities, and appearances in the anime clearly in his mind, and it was useful at this moment. Then he moved his mind. At the door of Fairy Tale, a beautiful woman with long golden hair and a curvy figure gradually appeared. It was Lucy in Fairy Tale. Lucy, who had just been made, looked extremely dull, but the next second Soo-hung added the character setting of Lucy in his mind. Lucy is a lively, cheerful, and kind girl. She also has a strong curiosity in her own opinions and has a heart that is very considerate of others, so although her qualifications are still shallow, she attaches great importance to partners and friends. Sure enough, as various settings were added, Lucy's eyes gradually became more lively. Seeing that Soo-hung had created such a beautiful girl with just a flick of his hand, the comments instantly exploded. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. She is exactly my dream girl. The character is so well developed. No, I have hypersexuality. I can't help it. The one above is too amazing. But Lucy is so beautiful. Love it. Soo-hung came prepared this time. Who can resist the temptation of a blonde beauty? No, I can't help it. Soo-hung advises you to make more characters for me to appreciate. Looking at the explosion in the live broadcast room, Soo-hung chuckled and then continued to make it. Natsu, who has short cherry-colored hair, drooping eyes, and cherishes his companions. Gray, who has short black hair, drooping eyes, and likes to take off his clothes. Urza, the fairy queen with beautiful long crimson hair, a strong and brave personality. Myra Jane, the demon with long white hair, beautiful appearance, and gentle personality. Elfman, who has extremely developed muscles and likes to use manliness as a slogan. Makarov, a short and kind person, is also the president of Fairy Tale. In just a very short period of time, Soo-hung presented one flesh and blood, vivid character after another to the public. Oh my god, Soo-hung is too amazing. He created so many characters in such a short time. This is not the most important thing. The key is the character, characteristics, and appearance of these characters. Soo-hung did a great job. They are completely like real people. When you actually enter this copy, you will definitely feel a strong sense of immersion. Powerful Urza. Gentle Myra Jane. Kind Lucy. So many pretty girls. Kneel down to Master Soo-hung. Suddenly I feel that magic power is not that important. Girls are still more beautiful. Handsome men and beautiful women, this live broadcast room has them all. I'm sure you all know who to watch. Seeing Soo-hung create such a lively character in the blink of an eye, Lena was also a little surprised. Now facing Soo-hung's operation, she must introduce it, so she picked up the microphone the next second. We saw in Soo-hung's copy that the characters have been made, and these characters are extremely exquisite. So what do the judges think about this? Seeing this, the screen immediately cuts to the judges' area. Haha. The characters made by Soo-hung are perfect, but there is one more thing, did you all notice it? You have to know that this is in a magical world. This means that the first batch of people created by Soo-hung must be important characters in the copy, so they must all be able to use magic. To be honest, I'm already looking forward to these people's magic. As the voice of the old man Longuo fell, the audience gasped. The old man is right. And it makes sense. What kind of magic will these characters use? It's so curious. Chapter 9. Humph. We've added so much world background. The final setting of magic must make all of this come together. I don't believe Soo-hung can do it. Let's see if your copy collapses. At this moment, the judges of the Sakura country looked at the proud face of the old man of the dragon country and couldn't help but say sourly. It's okay that the dragon country produced one Li Yi, but now there is a big pervert like Soo-hung. On the other hand, the Sakura country, finally had someone willing to make a copy, but he was kicked out of the competition. God is so unfair. Su Heng's copy must not succeed. At this moment, the judges of other countries heard the speech of the Sakura country and cast contemptuous eyes. On the other hand, on Su Heng's side, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to increase wildly, and even the loading screen during the live broadcast became a little stuck. And all this is because, after adding one background after another, it is time to reveal the magic setting. Can't wait to see the magic setting. I hope Su Heng won't mess up this important setting. The previous setting is so wonderful. I feel that the follow-up will be very difficult. Su Heng may not be able to do it. I am more curious about how powerful the magic set by Su Heng is. In such a huge world background, it feels like it might be disappointing. A word of advice awakens the dreamer. After all, the power of magic is directly related to the difficulty of the dungeon. I just hope that Su Heng's design is not too bad. At this moment, the focus of the whole audience is on Su Heng. Everyone is very curious about what decision Su Heng will make in this last crucial step. And the next second, Su Heng, who was thinking, gave everyone the answer. This is a world of magic. And humans who can use magic are called wizards. A wizard needs magic power to cast spells, and magic itself is the materialization of the magic power in the wizard's body and then releasing it. For human wizards, magic power is life, and this magic power is contained in the atmosphere and then absorbed into the body by the wizard. Of course, the magic power that can be stored in each wizard's body is limited, so when the magic power in the body is used up, the body will automatically absorb the magic power in the atmosphere to recover, but the speed will be very slow. Of course, in order to use magic successfully. More importantly, it requires the magician's own power of thought, and magic can only be used successfully with thoughts as the medium. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Su Heng for successfully submitting the world background. After the system prompt sounded, outsiders might not be able to feel it. But Su Heng, who was standing in the dungeon space, could clearly feel that some different changes had taken place in Lucy and the others' bodies. Of course, only Su Heng could feel these changes, and the audience who did not feel them, after seeing Su Heng add the settings, the expected scene in their minds did not come, and they could not help but complain. To be honest, Su Heng's setting is really good. It's also perfect. If it were any other contestant, I might applaud. But for Su Heng, I can only say it's average. What is this? It's too bland. It's like drinking a glass of ordinary boiled water. Is Su Heng running out of energy? Sigh, although it's a pity, it's understandable. To be honest, I am a little disappointed. But the previous part is already very exciting. Su Heng, please play normally. This will still be a good copy. The idea is really big. But in such an amazing copy, it feels like something is missing. Su Heng, what are you thinking about? Is it true that you have no inspiration as everyone says? After seeing this scene, the host Lena, who had been watching Su Heng's live broadcast room, couldn't help but think worriedly, and sighed softly. Lena could only barely cheer herself up, then picked up the microphone and began to introduce. It can be seen that under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Heng finally revealed his final setting, which is the magic that runs through the entire instance. However, judging from the on-site response, everyone seems dissatisfied. So let us ask the judges for their opinions. Ha ha ha. Oh, the copy created by player Su Heng is really wonderful. It's a pity that it still lacks a little bit of heat. But it doesn't matter. There will be another competition. I believe that contestant Su Heng will be able to perform better by then. Bring us more exciting content. At this moment, the judge of Sakura country squinted his eyes and smiled happily. For some reason, he felt extremely comfortable when he saw Su Heng being defeated. His mood now was like when he was struggling to survive in the hot desert, and suddenly someone handed him a bottle of iced fat house water and then drank it into his stomach. That kind of refreshing feeling. Suheng's setting is really good. The setting between the wizard, magic power, and magic is really perfect. But in such a copy, it seems a bit poor. It can even be said to be the biggest failure of this copy. After hearing the comments of the judges of Sakura Country, the judges of Eagle Sauce Country also nodded, and then commented. On the other side, the old man of Dragon Country rarely spoke at this moment, because even he didn't know what Suheng's intention was at this moment. Suheng, are you really powerless? Is this the limit of your ability? Even if he didn't watch the scene, Suheng knew very clearly in his heart that everyone must be very disappointed. But this is the effect he wants. He just wants to let everyone give them a blow to their souls at the moment they are disappointed in him. Now is the time, so the next second as Suheng's mind moved, all kinds of magic settings were added to the copy space by him. Dragon killing magic. One of the lost ancient magics, the legendary power used to fight against dragons, the dragon slaying magic that can freely manipulate fire can turn the body into flames. The Dragon Slayer can manipulate destructive super high temperature flames to attack, which is a super magic with overwhelming destructive power. The Dragon Slayer can transform his body into the physique of a dragon. Possessing fighting ability and physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people, he can use or eat specific elements to launch powerful magic attacks. You can also quickly restore magic power and physical strength by eating this element. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Suheng for successfully submitting the Dragon Slayer magic. As the system's prompt sounded, a screen slowly appeared in the space the next second and began to play the scene. Chapter 10. At this moment, a boy with cherry-colored short hair and a white scarf around his neck appeared in the screen. It was Natsu from Fairy Tail. However, the next second, many enemies suddenly appeared in front of Natsu, and one of them raised his hand and released a fire attack, rushing towards Natsu. Natsu was not in a hurry, and then he opened his mouth and swallowed all the fire into his stomach. Then, in the surprised eyes of the enemy, he took a deep breath, and then put his hands close to his mouth. The roar of the fire dragon. With a shout, a blazing flame shot out from Natsu's mouth, instantly covering the enemy in front of him. But that was not the end. The flame swept the entire town with the power of destroying the world. In just a moment, the houses turned into ashes and the entire street turned into scorched earth. Seeing this, Natsu smiled and scratched his head. It seems like I have gone too far again. I will be scolded by the old man again when I go back. The scene ended here, and the barrage was completely crazy. What the hell did I see? He actually swallowed the fire into his stomach. Destroying half a town with one move, I think this power is too outrageous. Forgive me for speaking a little loudly before. Seeing this, I can only say one thing, Suheng is awesome. I kneel to you. According to this setting. How to play this copy? What the hell? Natsu's strength is too strong. Terrible. What about the other members of Fairy Tail? Looking at the surprised expressions of the people in the barrage, Suheng chuckled and then put all his mind into the copy space again. Then the next moment. Ice modeling magic. It is a magic that uses magic power to give shape, and it is also a magic that takes away shape. Among the many types of magic, shape magic is a free magic. The shapes created by each magician are different. It is the magic that can best show the personality of the magician. Practitioners must find their own type during practice. The shape of ice is not limited, and it is a free magic that completely relies on the magician's own ability. Seeing this magic setting, the barrage began to roll again. Ice shape magic? What the hell? It's not as cool as the dragon slaying magic just now. That's it. What can ice magic make? Make me a popsicle. I'm dying of laughter. There are so many powerful magics above. It would be great if Master Suheng could create one or two of these magics. But I still don't feel good enough. What's the point of ice magic? Just use it as an air conditioner? It's getting more and more perfunctory. At this moment, everyone in the barrage expressed dissatisfaction, and even began to doubt whether Soo-hung was no longer able to do it. However, in the next second, ding! Congratulations to contestant Soo-hung for successfully submitting the ice shape magic. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly came. I saw a picture appear again. The black short hair and the exposed upper body were grey from fairy tale. At this moment, he was standing by the lake, and then he put his two hands together. Then a lot of visible cold air began to emerge. Ice shaping magic. Floor. As the words fell, Gray clapped his hands on the lake. Then the magic power of ice released from his hands quickly spread to the surroundings with Gray as the center. Any object that came into contact with this magic power instantly turned into ice. After a while, the huge lake was instantly frozen by Gray. Then he clapped his hands and slowly stood up. This is not enough. I can't lose to that guy Natsu. Damn, he just raised his hand and built an ice rink. This ability can provide me with 10 years of popsicles. Freeze an entire lake with one move. What a powerful move. I admit I spoke a little loudly before. Ice magic is awesome. Just this instance. This setting. The difficulty is simply nightmare level. I kneel down to you. My poor imagination limits me. I can't imagine that you can be so awesome. At this moment, the scene in the field gradually began to disappear, but this was not the end, because Soo-hung added another magic. Receive the magic. Able to receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for oneself, which can be divided into partial reception where only part of the target's body is received, and full body reception where the target is completely received. Ding! Congratulations to player Soo-hung for successfully adding receiving magic. Then a beautiful girl with long white hair, fair skin, and a bright smile appeared on the sea. Her sunny smile healed everyone. But the next second, the girl's eyes fixed and her red lips opened slightly. Whole body reception Satan's soul mirage joy. Boom boom. After the loud noise, the girl has changed. An evil and powerful magic power is wrapped around the girl's whole body. Under this powerful force, the surrounding sea water gradually began to evaporate, and Myra Jane stretched out an index finger. Then a huge magic power suddenly shot out, and instantly blasted a huge hole in the sea surface. For a while, the waves were surging, and the sea water was pouring back. The picture gradually began to blur, and Soo-hung began to add magic frantically again. The star magic used by Lucy can summon star spirits, the night magic used by Urza can be constantly changed, and the giant magic used by Makarov can make his body huge. God-destroying magic, demon-destroying magic, additional magic, soul magic, text magic, sky magic, crushing magic. Ding! 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 One by one, magic was added by Soo-hung for a while, the system prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. At this moment, Soo-hung suddenly became the focus of the whole audience, because every time a magic was added, a picture would be presented in front of everyone. The shock brought by this picture was even greater than that of the Black Dragon King. After all, people are always visual animals. No matter how strong the Black Dragon King is, they have not seen it. And this scene is happening right in front of them. Even the host Lena on the side could only hold the microphone and stand there blankly, with the performance of various magics constantly emerging in her mind. What are you standing there for? Lena! Hurry up and report the situation. It was not until the voice from the headset that brought her back to reality, so she hurriedly picked up the microphone and introduced. We can see that Soo-hung is adding magic like crazy. Yes, it can be described as crazy. He is simply a true genius. Now let's see what the judges think. Lena's mind was a mess at the moment, so she quickly cut the screen to the judges' area, and the judges' area was also dead silent at the moment. After a long time. Good. Ha ha ha. Su-hung. This kid is the pride of our dragon country. This copy will be the most valuable copy ever. At this moment, the old man stood up excitedly, not sparing his praise, and directly gave the title of the most valuable copy ever. Although it is well done. But the difficulty of this copy will be the highest ever. But if it is not difficult, it will be meaningless. Looking at this scene in front of him, the judges of the Eagle Sauce country stared at him, and then said with a smile, "This copy may be difficult. But we in Sakura country will never admit defeat. We will be the first to pass it." Looking at Su-hung making such a perverted copy, the judges of Sakura country said, "What's the point of doing it so well? As long as he can be the first to pass the copy, then, everything Su-hung did will be for me." Chapter 11. Not surprisingly. When the judge from Sakura country finished speaking, the other judges cast contemptuous glances at him. They could tell how difficult this instance was. He was the first to pass? How could he be so shameless? Feeling the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, the judge from Sakura country didn't care at all. Even if what he said was a little exaggerated, he came prepared this time and would definitely pass a instance. As you can see, Li Yi, who is from the same dragon country as Su-hung, has already entered the final stage of her copy. Let's all look forward to the dungeon made by Li Yi, the previous dungeon-making competition champion. At this moment, when everyone's eyes were focused on Su-hung, who was constantly thinking about and perfecting the magic settings, Lena quickly picked up the microphone to introduce the situation of another dark horse. Hearing that the previous dungeon competition champion was about to enter the final stage, most people couldn't help but flock to Li Yi's live broadcast room. After all, this talented woman from Longwo not only has an outstanding appearance, but also has a cold personality, which has attracted many fans. Here it comes. Li Yi, my wife is so beautiful. Li Yi was the champion of the last competition. Her copy kept all the judges out. Needless to say, she was amazing. The value of my Yi is beyond your imagination. Su-hung and the like, all get out of the way. Looking forward to Li Yi's copy. What kind of surprise will it bring us? I can't help it. At this moment, the barrage was rolling crazily, but Li Yi didn't care about it at the moment. It was just because she put all her mind on the final copy. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Li Yi, all world backgrounds have been submitted successfully, and the dungeon world is being created. As the system came through, Li Yi showed an expected look at this moment. This time she deliberately increased the difficulty of the dungeon, so she added a lot of settings, but she was confident that she could pass the system's detection, and now the dungeon has been successfully generated. The next second, the system began to give information. Copy name, Yishin Fenjiun. Event summary: after the last divine weapon was born, a bloody storm was set off in the martial arts world. Now, 7 years later, a sword named Yishin appeared in the martial arts world. This sword is made of meteorite iron from outer space. The sword holder can be blessed by the sword and enhance his own strength. Mission: after grabbing the Yishin sword, escape from the encirclement of many masters, and you will be considered to have cleared the dungeon. You can choose any character below the 3rd rank to clear the dungeon, or you can choose to enter by yourself. Rewards for passing the level: the first time you pass the level, you can take out any item in the level. You will also get ownership of the level. Others who pass the level will also get a random year of hard work. The task is very simple. You will pass the level 1 hour after you grab the Yishin sword. The strength of the characters in the level varies, from level 1 to level 9. Level 1 is for top masters, so naturally they cannot be chosen. Therefore, only players with level 3 or below are provided. Of course, if the player is confident in his own strength, he can also choose to enter in person. As the level information was displayed in front of everyone, the audience began to discuss it. Sure enough, it's the same world background as last time. But the difficulty is higher this time. You can only choose characters below level 3. Is this another magical weapon that has been unearthed? It looks pretty good. My wife is indeed the most talented woman in Dragon Country. In such a short period of time, she has come up with another magical weapon. Holding the heavenly sword for an hour in front of so many powerful people is really a bit difficult. At this moment, the competition has been over for a long time. Li Yi is the first contestant who successfully made a copy. In addition, everyone seems a little excited as the champion of the last competition. With the completion of the copy, it also means that it is time for the judges to come on stage. I've waited so long. I can finally stretch my old bones. Li Yi gave me a hard time in the last instance. I didn't expect that the difficulty would be increased this time. It's not easy. At this moment, the old man of Longwo slowly straightened up, then chuckled and said, although he sounded very weak, everyone knew that the fact was not so. The old man was born in the military camp when he was young. As the top soldier at that time, his strength and skills are naturally needless to say, although now he is old and his physical functions have declined. But as long as you enter the copy, just pick a young and strong guy. At that time, his strong body, coupled with his many years of combat experience, will be the most difficult opponent. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can have a good fight. I can't wait. The judge from the Bear Country slammed the table and said excitedly. If you are not feeling well, you can take a rest. Your Dragon Country has obtained a magic weapon. This time, the Sword of Heavenly Sword will definitely belong to our Sakura Country. The judge of the Sakura Country said confidently, and of course his confidence was well founded. All copies are made by humans. And things made by humans will eventually have loopholes. So after inquiring from many parties, they learned that Li Yi will use the previous world background this time. So the Sakura Country mobilized the whole country and studied all night, and finally found the loopholes in this copy, and this is the source of his confidence. Of course, the other judges also had their own ulterior motives. Ding! The system has detected multiple players, applying to enter the dungeon. Do you agree, yes/no? Open the dungeon permissions and allow players to enter. As the system prompt sounded, Li Yi spoke slowly in a cold tone. The audience around him also began to discuss. Damn, I can finally see the real contents of the copy. Can't wait. Has any of the judges approved it? Or will it be the same as last time? If you ask me, if it really passes, it will have to be the old man from our Dragon Country. Stop talking and just watch patiently. No one will know the answer until it is revealed. Ding! Welcome to the dungeon world, Yishan Fenjiun. At this moment, all the judges who entered the dungeon heard the system prompts sound. Then everyone chose their favorite characters in the play, scattered in various places, and prepared to start the challenge mission. The only one who chose to enter the dungeon by himself was the judge from Sakura Country who had a beer belly like a pregnant woman. Damn, I am dying of laughter. Are the judges from the country of cherry blossoms so confident? Could he also be a fat and flexible man? Someone with strong physical abilities. No matter how agile you are, can you match the third-ranked master in the dungeon? I have a feeling. This judge will definitely be the first to be sacrificed. Seeing the appearance of the Sakura Country judges, the barrage of comments started to discuss fiercely. Chapter 12. At this moment, in the copy of Yishan Fenjiun, the judge of the Bear Country who had just entered this place, after choosing a third-grade master, followed the instructions of the system and went to seize the Yishan sword. However, he never expected to meet love around the corner. He ran into a native first-grade master in the copy, and an extremely fierce battle broke out between the two sides. You know, who can be a judge is not good at all. However, in front of the powerful strength of the first-grade master, the judge of the Bear Country was defeated in the end, and then was teleported outside the copy space. Damn it, I didn't expect to lose so quickly. This master is too strong. After the appearance, the judge from Maoxiong held his head with both hands and said with regret. Seeing this scene, the barrage of comments also began to brush up. The judges from Bear Country are so unlucky. I thought the first one to fail would be the fat guy from Sakura Country. Damn, this dungeon level is too abnormal. The judge from the Bear Country was defeated in an instant. Of course. After all, it uses the same background as the previous dungeon, so it must be harder. But this time it's really fierce. Personally, I think no one should be able to clear the dungeon this time. The difficulty is already sky high. It's impossible to play. Looking at the size of everyone in the barrage at this moment, even Li Yi, who usually has a cold personality, couldn't help but smile. This is the effect she has been working hard to achieve. As long as the old man from Longguo performs stably according to the method she taught, he is likely to be the first person to clear the dungeon. Of course, if the old man can't do it, then she will go into battle herself, just like the first competition, and win the championship again. The victory of this dungeon must belong to Longguo. She will do her best for this. However, in the next second, the judges who were in the dungeon space were suddenly teleported out, and at the same time the system sound of the dungeon sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Nbian for successfully passing the dungeon Yishan Fengyun. Ding! Control of the copy of Yitian Fengyun has been issued. Ding! The copy of Yishan Fengyun. The selected item is Yishan Sword, already distributed. As the three prompts sounded, everyone seemed a little confused. However, the next second, with a flash of light, the last judge also left the copy. The judge who appeared in front of everyone was the judge of Sakura Country, and he was holding a sword shining with cold light in his hand. It was the Yishan sword, the copy reward. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene suddenly exploded. Holy shit, what the hell? I didn't even notice him, how did he get through? I don't know. The judges from the Bear Country were just teleported out, and someone passed the level. Such a difficult dungeon. I actually ran through it quickly. In the first competition, it seemed like no one passed after a whole day. After increasing the difficulty, people passed it so quickly. This is outrageous. I suspect this guy is cheating. At this moment, everyone on the field was talking about it, and looking at the scene in front of them. For a moment, Lena, as the host, was also a little dumbfounded, but with a high level of professionalism, she still picked up the microphone and started broadcasting. We can see that the high difficulty copy of Yishan Fengyun brought to us by the last competition champion Li Yi. In a very short time, it was approved by the judges of Sakura Country. One has to sigh that the judges are so powerful. Lena's voice sounded at the side, and only then did Li Yi come back to his senses. Impossible. This is impossible. How could anyone clear my copy in such a short time? Grandpa must have cheated. We must investigate it thoroughly. At this moment, Li Yi's eyes were full of disbelief, and then she seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly spoke to the old man of Longguo beside her. Yes. Grandpa. The old man of Longguo and she are grandfather and grandson, and that's why she told him the way to increase the pass rate. Because their goals are the same. And this is also the reason why she is full of confidence to make such a high difficulty copy. Because in her heart, except for the two of them, no one else has the possibility of passing, but the reality slapped her hard. Don't mess around. If you lose, you lose. How can you not afford to lose? Seeing this, the old man of Longguo shook his head and then spoke seriously. This is not his one-man show, and the other party passed the judgment of the copy system. In other words, it was recognized. This was an agreement signed by all countries at the beginning. How could it be easily broken? Ha ha ha. Your grandpa is right. Losing is losing. And I am the real winner. I have to say that the Yishan sword designed by a genius is amazing. Swish. The next second, the Sakura national judge holding the Yishan sword gently chopped down the table in front of him. The hard tabletop made of marble was directly split in half. He raised the sword above his head, played with it in the sun, and laughed even more wantonly. The sword designed by the champion of the previous competition is extraordinary. If you hadn't used the previous world background, I might not have passed it. Looking at the previous champion of Dragon Country, who looked lost, the judges of Sakura Country felt more relaxed at this moment, so they couldn't help but tell him the way to pass the level. Could it be like this? Is it really my fault? After hearing the truth from the judges of Sakura Country, Li Yi felt extremely regretful. She was so proud of winning the championship just once. Now, because of her pride, she handed over the powerful weapons to other countries, and at the same time, Dragon Country lost an opportunity to become stronger. At this moment, she became more and more sad and self-blaming. It's okay. If we lose, we lose. What's more, we still have the dark horse Su-hung. Once his copy is successfully passed, then the Dragon Kingdom will usher in an unprecedented leap-forward enhancement. Looking at his granddaughter's appearance, how could the old man not know what she was thinking, so he stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder, saying comfortingly, Su-hung. He failed in the last competition? What else can he bring to us? Hearing Grandpa's comfort, Li Yi was a little confused at the moment. However, when she turned her eyes to Su-hang's live broadcast room and saw the copy he made, when she looked at the world background and magic settings added by the other party, she immediately understood Grandpa's idea. Su-hung is their only hope. Chapter 13. At this moment, as the copy of the previous champion Li Yi was speed cleared, a huge wave of excitement suddenly rose on the field. This was an unimaginable result for everyone. Unexpectedly, citing the previous copy background would have such a big impact, which also sounded the alarm for other players. At this moment, everyone's eyes on the field were immediately focused on Su-hung, because his copy was the one that really attracted everyone's attention. And with the addition of the final magic setting, it also meant that Su-hang's copy production was about to come to an end. Can such a huge copy system really be created? It should be possible to make it. So far, there is no copy that cannot be made. The key is whether such a copy system can pass. It feels a bit difficult. After all, there are so many world backgrounds added. Although the individual backgrounds passed, but it is not certain that they can be integrated together. If I really can't pass it, it will be a joke. I feel bad for my Li Yi. Su-hung, work harder. At this moment, the comments kept coming one after another. It was obvious that everyone was very curious about Su-hang's copy. After seeing the comments, Su-hung also understood what happened. I didn't expect that Li Yi's copy was actually approved. If so, what about my copy? Since you are so curious, let me show you. What is the real hell level difficulty? Looking at the information in the barrage, Su-hung chuckled and said, and then submitted his perfected copy. Ding! Congratulations to player Su-hung for submitting the world background successfully. The dungeon world is being made. Su-hang's dungeon making seemed to take an unusually long time, and everyone held their breath and began to wait anxiously. At this moment, the audience at the scene began to discuss. Are you kidding me? Why did it take so long this time? Is there something wrong with the system? Could it be that Su-hang's copy background was too large and the system crashed? Damn, isn't this a huge loss? After working on the dungeon for so long, is this just a waste of time? This is the longest time I have waited. But for Su-hang's copy, I didn't even blink an eye. Just when everyone was getting impatient after the long wait, the next second, the system sounded a prompt. Copy name, Fairy Tale, Phantom Ruler. Brief introduction, the Phantom Ruler of the Wizard Guild. It represents one of the two most famous wizard guilds in this country, the other is Fairy Tale, and is a guild where powerful wizards gather. For a long time, the Phantom Ruler Guild has had a bad relationship with the Fairy Tale Guild. Because President Joseph was commissioned by Lucy's father to forcibly take Lucy away, he took the opportunity to attack members of the Fairy Tale Guild and destroy its headquarters, thus provoking a fight between guilds. Mission: choose any faction to join and survive to the end. Defeat at least one wizard of the other side who is as powerful as the character you choose. And lead your own guild to victory. Note: the presidents of both parties cannot be selected. Rewards for clearing the level: the first time you clear the level, you can take out any item in the level. You will also get the ownership of the level. Others who clear the level will also get a random number of years of hard training magic. The maximum limit is 5 years. At this moment, along with Su Heng's level information, it was displayed in front of everyone. Oh my god! I passed after waiting so long. I almost thought I would fail. After looking at the settings of various magics, this battle must be a fight that will cause the heavens to fall and the earth to split. I can only say that Su Heng is awesome. I didn't expect that after adding so many backgrounds, this copy was actually successfully made. The boss is really awesome. I kneel down. The broken system took so long to wait. I almost misunderstood Master Su Heng. Listening to the discussion of the audience around her, the host Lena also picked up the microphone and began to introduce. You can see that at this moment player Su Heng's copy mission is officially presented to us. This time, the battle was a fierce battle between two wizard guilds. So what do the judges think of this dungeon? As the voice fell, the camera also moved to the judge's seat. Su Heng's copy may be difficult. But now that I have been blessed with the power of the heavenly sword, clearing this copy must be easy. You guys will see. The first one to clear the dungeon must be our Sakura country. Of course, it will also open your eyes. Let me show you how powerful the artifact made by the last dungeon contest champion is. The Sakura country judge who had just received the heavenly sword was completely inflated. Then he spoke with disdain on his face. For him, after receiving the heavenly sword, he was already invincible in the world. After all, the power in his body was not fake. Su Heng's magic setting is indeed very powerful. But this is his failure. Because the magic design is too powerful. So when we go in and choose a role, we can get the powerful strength of the corresponding role. In this case, it is easy to complete the task. At this moment, the judge from the Eagle Sauce country also smiled disdainfully. When he saw the task, his heart was finally at ease. This time he will take the initiative. He must win this victory in advance. All the others are just stepping stones for him. Don't worry, Su Heng. I feel your kindness, old man. Even if it costs my life, I will fight my way out of this battle. At this moment, even the old man of Longguo thought that Su Heng was paving the way for him. He did it on purpose. This kid is trying to please me so much, could it be that he has ulterior motives? Moved, the old man suddenly shuddered all over, and then looked at his beautiful granddaughter beside him, and other thoughts came to his mind. Following his grandfather's eyes, Li Yi also looked at Su Heng in the copy space, and murmured to himself in his heart. Paving the way for Grandpa? This man is really courageous. Maybe I should learn from him after this time. At this moment, the judges who are preparing to participate in the competition have their own thoughts, but they all believe that Su Heng's copy is very simple. Ding! The system has detected that there are multiple players applying to enter the dungeon. Each player will enter an independent dungeon and will not interfere with each other. Do you agree? Yes/no? Looking at the application information in front of him, Su Heng chuckled and then said, "Open the copy permissions and allow players to enter." The next second, barrages of comments began to appear. The system rules have changed? Each judge enters an independent space. Then it depends on who clears the level faster. According to the judges, Su Heng's copy seems to be very simple. Who will win? I don't know, but as long as it's not that fat guy from Sakura country, it's fine. He looks too arrogant. I can't stand it. Baka. You are not allowed to say that about the judges of our Sakura country. Damn it, damn it. You took advantage of our dragon country's loopholes, and you still have the nerve to say that. At this moment, the barrage of comments kept coming one after another, but now everyone believed that Su Heng's copy, no matter how amazing it was, would end up being quickly cleared. Chapter 14. At this moment, in the space of the copy system, all the judges stood there waiting for Su Heng to open the permissions. The next second, they received a notification from the system. They could already enter. So they couldn't help but show joy on their faces. Su Heng built such a powerful copy. Now he has to prepare wedding clothes for them. Su Heng made the task so simple, but in the end it was still a bargain for me. I must win. At this moment, a judge laughed and said, "Humph. Strike first and gain the upper hand. I am destined to win this copy." At this moment, a voice came, and before everyone could see clearly, they saw a black shadow quickly enter Su Heng's copy. "It's broken. We can't let him succeed. Come on, come on. This damn guy is so despicable and shameless. He actually wants to monopolize Su Heng's copy. I won't let you guys succeed. This is a copy of the Dragon Kingdom." Seeing the judge just now entering the copy so quickly, the other judges were afraid of being beaten to the punch, so they also entered. At this moment, the screen on the system was playing the judge who had just entered the copy, and the barrage of comments surged for a while. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. This is the speed runner in the previous contest. I didn't expect him to be so fast this time. Su Heng's dungeon is in danger. Speedrunner. The one who can quickly pass multiple players' dungeons in less than half an hour. That's right. But he only takes action on the copies he is confident in. If he finds it difficult, he usually won't take action. Does that mean Su Heng's copy is too easy? Then the other judges may not be able to beat him at all. Danger. At this moment, the barrage kept flashing, and it was obvious that everyone had a deep impression of this judge who was known as the Speed King. On the other side, as the judges officially entered Su Heng's copy, the system also sent a prompt. Ding! Congratulations on entering the Fairy Tale 1 Phantom Ruler chapter. Players can choose to join any faction, Fairy Tale/Phantom Ruler. Ding! After selecting the corresponding faction to join, you can select the characters of the corresponding faction to conduct a copy strategy. Fairy Tale, Natsu, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, current status, good. Grey, Ice Shape Magic, current status, good. Myra Jane, Receive Magic, Demon Soul, current status, normal. Because she hasn't used magic for many years, she is unfamiliar with magic and her magic power has decreased. Urza, Clothes Change Magic, Knight, current status, good. President Makarov, cannot be selected, excels in light magic, and can also use many other magics. Current status, seriously injured. He was seriously injured by the airspace annihilation sneak attack of Arya, the leader of the 4 elements of the Phantom. Phantom Ruler, Gajil, Iron Dragon Slayer Magic, current status, good. Aaliyah, Wind Magic, current status, good. Juvia, Water Flow Magic, current status, good. Thor, Earth Magic, current status, good. Usagi Maru, Fire Magic, current status, good. President Joseph, not selectable, best at dark magic. And also knows many other kinds of magic, current status, good. Looking at the information given by the system, the barrage of comments began to scroll frantically. Oh my god, Fairy Tale's President Makarov is seriously injured. How can we play this? Anyone who is smart will definitely choose the Spectre Overlord. The opposing boss is seriously injured, so choosing the Spectre Overlord instantly reduces the difficulty. This is not necessarily the case. In terms of the excellence of wizards, from the introduction given by the system, it can be seen that Fairy Tail has more. What's the use of having strong subordinates? If someone gives you a big move to kill them all, it still depends on the boss's hard power. At this moment, the barrage of people was discussing frantically. It is obvious that everyone is not optimistic about the victory of Fairy Tail and thinks that there is little hope. At this moment, Su-hung, as the creator of the copy, is observing everyone's every move in the system space. Of course, he is also taking care of the barrage. Seeing the topic discussed by everyone at this moment, Su-hung smiled slightly. He did all this on purpose. Phantom Ruler, this battle was extremely fierce. As a copy, Su-hung directly adjusted the timeline to the end. That is, Makarov's magic power was deprived, and at this juncture, the Phantom Ruler invaded again. On the other side, many judges who entered the copy space at this moment smiled slightly when they saw the news given by the system. The president of Fairy Tail was seriously injured. And the president of the Phantom Ruler was in his prime. Even a fool knows which one to choose. This must be a special treatment for his own countrymen, but as everyone knows, no one is a fool. So they all decisively joined the Phantom at the beginning. On the other side, the judge who was known as the Speed King had already chosen Gajeel, who possessed the dragon-slaying magic. The next second he was teleported to the town of Magnolia. This was where the original Gajeel was, and now he was preparing to kidnap Lucy, but the Speed King who traveled through time and space obviously didn't know about these things. At this moment he opened his eyes and looked at the houses around him. This was an architectural style that was completely different from his world. Not far away from him, there seemed to be two Fairy Tail wizards, who were talking about certain topics with their arms around each other. Did you see that woman yesterday? Her legs and plump breasts were incredible. Yes, yes. Young girls nowadays are really amazing. And they are wearing such thin clothes, I really want to go up and warm her up. The two of them talked more and more, and soon it became more and more indescribable. Su-hung is a real capable guy. I didn't expect the copy here to be so real. It's totally different from the previous dungeon. Looking at the surrounding environment and the conversation between the two at this moment, Speed Pass King couldn't help but sighed. Compared with Su-hung's dungeon environment, the dungeons he had cleared before were nothing. The audience in the live broadcast room on the other side also went crazy after hearing Speed Pass King's sigh and combining it with the live broadcast room screen. The conversation was so exciting right away. This copy of Su-hung is too real. I love it. This can be considered a real world. Don't be too surprised, the better the copy, the more real it is. Holy shit, this guy is awesome. Compared to this, the other players' dungeons are nothing compared to this. It's just a bunch of shit. The key is that he also got the personal recognition from the speedrunner. He has completed so many copies, and he felt that the copies of Boss Su-hung were real. He can only say that boss is awesome. I just want to ask, can you come closer? I don't mean anything else, I just want to see how realistic the dialogues of the dungeon characters designed by Su-hung are. Damn it, you kid. The abacus beads fell on my face. Chapter 15. At this moment in the Fairy Tail dungeon, the Speed King took a deep breath and felt that his body was full of power. He knew that this was something called magic. Hey, who are you? Just then a puzzled voice came, and when he looked over, he saw a man holding a long knife, staring at him vigilantly. A wizard from Fairy Tail? I am Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer from Phantom. The Speed King didn't seem to be in a hurry to fight at this moment. Instead, he spoke slowly to the person in front of him. The Phantom Dragon Slayer? He actually came to my door. Prepare to die. I am a powerful magic swordsman. As the voice fell, the man holding the long sword suddenly chopped down when he was still some distance away from the Speed Pass King. Then, an invisible sword energy rushed towards him. What? Not good. Looking at the attack coming towards him, the speedrunner at this moment, although he didn't understand what this move was. But after clearing the dungeon many times, experience told him that if he didn't dodge, he would surely die, so he dodged to the side. The next second. Boom boom. After a loud bang, the attack exploded like thunder, with unparalleled power. It turned the wooden house behind him into ruins in an instant, with broken walls scattered everywhere, smoke and dust filled the air, and only debris and broken tiles were left on the ground. What? A casual attack can be so powerful. Is this magic? Luckily I dodged it. Otherwise, I might be the one who died in the next second. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Speed Passer King said with lingering fear. He almost died. Seeing this scene, the barrage began to swipe frantically. Holy shit, what did I see? A sword actually chopped down the house. Is this magic? This is really awesome, holy shit. It's just a wooden house, no big deal. Although it has some power, you guys are exaggerating. What's wrong with the wooden house? I'm an architectural expert. I've studied building structures for decades. Now I can tell you responsibly that the structure of this wooden house is extremely solid. Even if you are given a sword to kill you, it can't be destroyed. Holy shit, the experts are starting to speak, it must be true. Who is this character? So awesome. I just saw the supporting role. His ability is in the lower middle level of fairy tale, and no one will choose him. Damn, even the supporting characters are so awesome. This dungeon of Suhung is too powerful. At this moment, the audience was discussing the scene ahead. But the speedrunner was obviously not in such a mood. He looked at the person coming from the front with a gloomy look, thinking about how to deal with him. Are you scared, brat? You dare to call yourself a dragon slayer with this little strength? You are far inferior to our guild's fire dragon Natsu. Prepare to die. Seeing the uncertain look of the Speed Pass King at this moment, the magic swordsman thought that the other party must be scared, so he rushed up again with his sword. Damn it, you really think I'm made of mud? Come and die. Facing the charging magic swordsman, the Speed Pass King no longer hesitated, and the next moment his eyes became fierce. Facing the attack coming towards him, he actually threw a punch directly. Crack! Boom! As the sound came, I saw that the Speed Pass King actually smashed the opponent's knife into pieces with one punch, and then hit the opponent's face with the remaining force, knocking him away. Ha ha ha! As expected, Dragon Slayers all have extremely powerful strength. I really didn't choose the wrong person. As long as I have this power, clearing this dungeon will be a piece of cake. At this moment, feeling the powerful force surging in his body, the Speed Pass King couldn't help but look a little crazy. Then he glanced at the magic swordsman who fainted not far away, and then said sarcastically. Thanks to you. It was you who told me how powerful the Dragon Slayer is, otherwise I would have been so unsure. Ha ha ha. Fire Dragon Natsu? A wizard as powerful as me. In that case, I'll take your sword. As soon as the voice fell, the Speed Pass King rushed out quickly, and it was obvious that he was going to find his opponent Natsu. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but exclaimed and began to send barrages in turn. Damn, the speedrunner is awesome. He broke the knife with one punch. I feel like the magic swordsman is too stupid, otherwise he might have won. I can only say that the powerful one is always Suhung. I feel that the power of that knife is comparable to the Yishan sword in Li Yi's copy. That's right, look at the power of the Sakura country judge holding the heavenly sword, and then look at the magic swordsman just now. I can only say that the verdict is high. Damn, isn't this copy of Boss Suhung really amazing? Anything he brings out is a treasure. The most valuable thing is probably magic. As long as there is magic, can't these magic weapons be easily made after in-depth research? Master Su Heng is awesome. I'm in awe. At this moment, everyone has slowly begun to realize that the copy made by Su Heng seems to be more difficult than they imagined. Similarly, the value contained in it is also beyond their imagination. On the other hand, Gajil, the Speed King's choice, has finally found an opponent that satisfies him, and it is Natsu from Fairy Tale. Humph! Natsu! I know you are using Fire Dragon Slayer magic. But I am not afraid. Because I am using the same Iron Dragon Slayer magic as you. Prepare to die. At this moment, feeling the huge power in his body, the Speed King said with disdain on his face. He had just won a victory, and at this moment he was extremely inflated. In his opinion, Natsu was just a puppet with great power. Unlike him, he had been tempered in battle. Plus this powerful power. The two are simply incomparable. Iron Dragon Slayer magic? Ah, I'm on fire. You piece of scrap metal. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Hearing the ridicule from the Speed King, Natsu said excitedly, then wrapped a large amount of flames in his hands and swung his fist. Dragon Slayer magic? I can do that too. Wait. What's going on? Why can't I use magic? At this moment, the Speed King was surprised to find that he had powerful magic power in his body, but he couldn't use it. At this moment, he just realized that he seemed to have never tried to use magic from the beginning to the end. Even when he just defeated the magic swordsman, he used Gajil's pure physical strength. And just as he was thinking, Natsu's Iron Fist had already killed him. No. At this moment, the Speed Pass King shouted in despair. Bang, however. It was too late. After being hit by this powerful blow, the Speed Pass King flew backwards and fainted. Ding! Because of the strong impact on your body, you have lost your ability to fight. Ding! System prompt: this, Fairy Tale, Phantom Ruler, Dungeon Strategy failed. You have lost the challenge opportunity. The next second, a flash of white light suddenly appeared outside the field, and then a muscular man was seen lying there, covering his head with his hands, with a look of fear on his face. He didn't want to endure the feeling of being burned by the dragon's flames again. It seems that the first eliminated person who entered the Su Heng dungeon has appeared. Unexpectedly, he is actually the famous speedrunner in the previous dungeon. This is his first failure. In the past, he had always chosen the dungeons that he was confident of passing. Unexpectedly, he made a mistake this time. Let's look forward to the performance of other judges. At this moment, seeing the first loser, the host Lena on the side quickly picked up the microphone and started to announce it. Seeing this moment, the barrage was also rolling wildly. Can anyone see what happened? Is the speedrunner scared? This is too bad. Can you show some strength? To be precise, it was Su Heng who added the setting. Don't you remember? The use of magic. There are conditions. Damn, now that you mention it. It seems to be true now. In other words, there is a foreshadowing behind Boss Su Heng's issuing of such a task. Boss is awesome. I just checked it out. It is indeed like this. Damn, I was instantly convinced. The thought is terrifying. The boss is so scary. Chapter 16. At this moment, in the Fairy Tale dungeon, after the Speed Pass King failed, the other judges who entered the dungeon also began to realize that they really couldn't use magic. They couldn't help but curse Su Heng in their hearts. Damn Su Heng! How despicable! He actually restricted us from using magic. Do you want me to fail with this trick? Humph, I will definitely win. The magic power in my body cannot be used. Damn it! This Su Heng's purpose is not to let us win. For a moment, all the judges in the dungeons couldn't help cursing, but no matter how much they cursed, the dungeon strategy had to continue. So next, all the judges became more cautious, fearing that they would be eliminated accidentally. On the other hand, the Sakura country judge who chose to enter on his own was holding the heavenly sword. After choosing to join the Phantom Ruler, he was then sent to lurk in Fairy Tale. At this moment, he was strolling in the city of Magnolia where Fairy Tale was located. Bakelu. Joseph, the ruler of the ghosts. He doesn't even realize how powerful I am. He has no vision at all. They actually sent me here to lurk. I want to stay in the guild. It's too dangerous to come to the enemy's base camp. At this moment, the judge of Sakura country couldn't help but complain. You know, he chose to enter by himself. What if he met a powerful person, wouldn't he be finished? His original plan was to mix in the Phantom Ruler's guild alone. His own strength is very weak, so he only needs to defeat a very weak person. With the blessing of the Sword of the Heavenly Sword, he can easily solve the first task, and in the Phantom Ruler, he will definitely usher in victory in the end. This is also the reason why he chose to enter by himself, but he didn't expect that the damn Joseph didn't know how valuable his gold was. Just as he was walking and complaining, he heard some movement coming from a small wooden house in front. Driven by curiosity, he hurried over and began to listen to the corner. It seemed that a man and a woman were having a conversation. The woman's voice was very nice. It should be a beautiful woman. Can I just sit there and it will be over soon? Yes, just stand there and don't move. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. It will be over soon. Really? All right then. Hearing this exciting scene, it was like a depth charge, exploding a barrage of comments launched by a group of old perverts. What is going on inside? Could this judge go in and take a look? I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious. Judging from the sound, this woman must be a great beauty. I can't help it. Calm down, you upstairs. What if there's a tank behind the door? It's okay, I'm done. Nothing to worry about. Everyone in the live broadcast room is really talented. I can learn new knowledge every day by watching you speak. No matter how noisy the comments were, the fat man from Sakura country began to stir. It was as if some kind of nature in his body began to awaken. He held the Yishin sword in his hand, kicked open the door of the wooden house, and then shouted loudly. Beauty, you don't want this to be known to other people in the guild, do you? However, when he saw the scene inside, he was dumbfounded. He saw a blonde girl sitting there. In front of him, he saw a man with a big belly, who seemed to be drawing for him. What? She was just drawing. Wait, this woman is Lucy. My target this time. So lucky, ha ha ha. Looking at Lucy sitting there, the judge of Sakura country couldn't help but laugh wildly. When choosing the character, he noticed that Lucy was a holder and her own strength was very weak. He had never seen the fat man next to her, so he was probably the supporting role. With this in mind, he was about to successfully conquer this dungeon. Who are you? What are you doing here? Looking at the short fat man with a wretched appearance and a lewd laugh, Lucy asked cautiously. I am the wizard of the Phantom Ruler, and my mission this time is to capture you. Get ready. As soon as the words fell, the judges of Sakura country rushed over with swords in hand. Lucy also quickly understood the situation. Then she took out a golden key from her waist, put it in her hand and shouted. Open! Gate of Taurus! Talos! Boom! Moo! Miss Lucy! You look so nice today. As the words fell, a bull-headed man with muscular body and about 5 or 6 meters tall suddenly appeared in the field. In his hand, he was holding a long-handled axe about 2 people tall, which looked murderous. When the judges of Sakura country saw this scene, they suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Damn, it doesn't look like this in the picture. When I got closer, I found that this bull looked so scary. I feel like I can be killed with one axe. At this moment, the judges of Sakura Country have gradually begun to realize that something is wrong. The difficulty seems to be different from what he imagined. The next second. Talos. Kill this wretched fat uncle for me. As Lucy gave orders. Talos raised the long-handled axe in his hand, and then took a big step and rushed towards the judges of Sakura Country. Moo. No one is allowed to hurt the beautiful Miss Lucy. Looking at Talos rushing towards him like a tank, the judges of Sakura Country were completely shocked. But Talos would never show mercy, and raised the long axe in his hand high. The next second. Scream, the judge from Sakura Country was cut in half, and the huge force even cracked the floor. Blood splattered on Talos' face, like a demon from hell. Seeing this horrible scene, the barrage exploded instantly. Holy shit, the astral magic of the possession system is so strong. I thought that judge was going to win for sure. I was so scared. This dungeon created by Master Suhung is too powerful. I thought it was very simple. Is this the real magic world? We thought it was too simple before. The copy of Suhung was terrifying from beginning to end. Suhung is awesome. The level of detail in this scene, as well as the dialogue between the characters. It couldn't be more real. At this moment, the comments were rolling like crazy. Chapter 17. Ding. Because your body was attacked by Talos. You died and lost your ability to fight. Ding. System prompt, this time, Fairy Tale, Phantom Overlord, Dungeon Strategy failed. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in the ears of the judge from Sakura Country. A white light flashed, and at this moment, there was another fat man crying with his head in his hands. Horrible, too terrible. The feeling of being split in half by an axe was too real. He couldn't stand it anymore. Even his pants smelled faintly of urine at this moment. Lena, who had just picked up the microphone and was about to introduce herself, couldn't help but wrinkled her straight nose when she saw this. After looking at the two people on the ground with disdain, she still held back the discomfort and continued to introduce them with strong professional ethics. It can be seen that after the speedrunner, our judges began to be eliminated one after another. The Sakura Country judge who cleared the Li Yi copy entered with the heavenly sword. I didn't expect to return home disappointed. Is there really no one who can pass Suheng's copy? Let's wait and see. Looking at the judges on the field, they were so embarrassed 1 second, and turned into this in the next second. The audience around couldn't help but discuss. Damn, is Suheng's copy really that difficult? Weren't we all quite confident at the beginning? I can't even use magic, what's the point of this? I wonder if Suhung did this on purpose. In fact, he didn't even want to let others pass. That's for sure. If it's easy to pass, what's the point of working so hard to make such an excellent copy? However, the judges from the Sakura Country and that speedrunner king really bring shame to the people of their own country. Baka. You bastard, what qualifications do you have to be a judge? I was scared to death. You are such a disgrace to our country of cherry blossoms. AXI. Speedrunner. Fortunately, this guy didn't wet his pants. Otherwise, we would be so embarrassed. At this moment, the audience in the field kept shouting and cursing. As the judges were eliminated one by one, the remaining judges also understood the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, a man covered by a wide black robe appeared in the live broadcast room. He was a judge from the United States, named Kevin. Unlike other judges, he did not choose those powerful wizards at the beginning. Instead, he chose a soldier from the Phantom Overlord, and before making this choice, he also made a lot of considerations. One is because the soldier can fish in troubled waters on the battlefield. As long as he defeats an enemy, he doesn't have to continue to work hard, as long as he completes the task. The second is because the soldier is the easiest to be ignored, and the one with the least sense of existence. As long as he follows the Phantom's lead and slacks off from beginning to end, he can win. With these two considerations, he resolutely chose to be a cannon fodder. At this moment, through the information conveyed by the barrage, he knew that most of the judges were eliminated because they could not use magic power. But he is different. Maybe it is because the magic power in the soldier's body is weaker, so after some hard work, he can barely control the magic power. At this moment, he is standing outside the field, ready like other cannon fodder, waiting for the president's order, and they will rush out. In the process of waiting, he kept listening to the content of the chats of these cannon fodders. Have you heard? This mission seems to be to kidnap a girl from fairy tale. I just saw her, she's pretty. It's not that simple. Let me tell you that this girl is the daughter of a wealthy man and she gave the president a lot of money. No wonder. This time the president even pulled out the magic cluster cannon. It costs a lot of money to fire one shot of this thing. The president usually doesn't want to spend money on it. It's different with the support of the rich. Fairy tale is in trouble now. That thing can blow up the entire guild with one shot. Listening to everyone's chat at this moment, Kevin couldn't help but feel a burst of joy, the right time, the right place, and the right people. It's hard not to win. Although I don't know what the magic cluster cannon is, from the description, it must be awesome. Sure enough, the next second. Magic cluster cannon Jupiter fire. With Joseph above, the president gave the order. A black cannon barrel suddenly stretched out from above the guild, and then a huge amount of magic power began to gather. The dazzling light almost blinded everyone's eyes, and the next moment this huge force blasted towards Fairy Tale. Rumble. At this moment, with a loud noise, Kevin, who had finally recovered, couldn't help but look forward. He believed that the Fairy Tale Guild had been destroyed at this moment. After all, even at such a distance, he could clearly feel the power of this force, as if it could destroy everything. In his memory, even the latest missile developed by their Eagle Sauce country was not even 1/10 of this power. However, just as he was thinking this, a scene that made him widen his eyes in surprise happened. The Fairy Tale Guild was safe and sound, and in front of the guild, there was only this female knight with broken armor lying there. How is this possible? Such a powerful blow was actually withstood by a human body. And that person has not been reduced to ashes. Looking at this scene in front of him, Kevin was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that there was such a powerful human. Can the ruler who chooses the ghost really win? At this moment, Kevin has already regretted it. And this shocking scene in front of him was also broadcast to all other viewers through the live broadcast room. Holy shit, this power! It's too powerful. The most important thing is that it was actually blocked. That should be Urza, the fairy queen. The queen is awesome. From today on, I am a fan of the queen. Sacrifice yourself to protect your companions. Damn, tears are streaming down my face. Can Boss Soo-hung please stop playing like this? The copy designed by Master Soo-hung is so good. But it is too good. Seeing this scene in front of me, I am already in tears. Please, this judge, surrender quickly. Don't be ungrateful. At this moment, the comments kept coming one after another. It was obvious that Urza's action had completely conquered everyone's hearts. The next second, Joseph's order came from above. The magic cluster cannon is refilled again. Everyone, come on. Delay the time for charging the magic cluster cannon. As the president spoke, although Kevin had already started to back out, he had to shoot the arrow. The next moment, all the black-robed men rushed out at the same time, including Kevin, whose expression was uglier than crying. Chapter 18. At this moment, on the battlefield between Fairy Tale and Spectre Ruler, the shouts of killing from both sides reached the sky. The guild members of Fairy Tale raised their hands and released various different magic attacks. The powerful magic power collided with each other, causing huge explosions one after another, knocking the Spectre Ruler's side to the ground. The spectre ruler was not to be outdone. All of them were wearing black robes, holding a machete in their hands, and rushed towards the fairy tale people like ghosts. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into chaos, but everyone was fighting with all their might, because they all had a common goal, which was to defend their own guild. Of course, at this moment, our Eagle Sauce country judge, Kevin, was the exception. Even if the battle on the battlefield was fierce at this moment, it had nothing to do with him. His only purpose was to find a relatively weak one and kill the other party. Complete the task, although from the current situation, I don't know if Spectre can win. But the first task must be completed. And his actions were also displayed to the audience without reservation. So they couldn't help but complain. Are you kidding me? Others are shouting for war and killing, but you are just slacking off here. This is the most cowardly judge I have ever seen, bar none. Even that wretched fat guy from Sakura country. At least he mustered up the courage. You know what, hiding is the best way. As long as you are steady enough, there will definitely be a chance of winning. Just stand there and let me punch you 100 times and see if you can hold on until the opportunity arises. The judges from the United States are too conservative. The barrage is expressing dissatisfaction with Kevin's behavior. But at this moment, he is also miserable. After searching for a long time, he found that the opponents seemed to be more powerful than him. He finally found one who seemed a little weaker, but he ran away very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the companions around him who could help him cover also fell under the hands of the crowd one after another, and became fewer and fewer. Looking at this scene in front of him, Kevin gritted his teeth. No, let's fight. I have magic power, unlike those ordinary people without magic power before. Just as he racked his brains to think, suddenly a target in front of him made his eyes light up. He saw a beautiful female magician in a bikini, with a curvy figure and a beautiful face, appeared in front of him. And at this moment, the other party's mind seemed to be focused on other things, and did not look at him. Ha ha ha, my chance has come. Kill that woman. The first mission is accomplished. Seeing that the target of Kevin's attack was such a beautiful woman, the comments on the forums began to show sympathy for her. Oh my God, you beast! You are so cruel. No. Such a beautiful girl. Kevin, you bastard, how could you do this? We don't have people like you in the United States. You're a piece of shit. You've been hiding all this time, so I won't say anything. Now you want to do this to our fairy tale goddess. You want to kill such a wealthy and generous female wizard? What are you going to see if you kill me? Are you going to see your mother? At this moment, everyone expressed their resistance and dissatisfaction with Kevin's ruthless behavior. But Kevin didn't care about these at the moment. He used magic to secretly hide his figure. Then he quietly touched the woman's side, and at this moment, the long knife in his hand was also raised high. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling light. Seeing that Kevin was about to succeed, some viewers were still cursing Kevin, and some viewers couldn't bear to see the scene and covered their eyes. The next moment, bang! With a loud gunshot, a bullet instantly pierced Kevin's head, bringing out a large amount of blood. Kevin's body instantly collapsed, and before he died, he hadn't figured out how he died. With Kevin's death, the barrage rhythm instantly exploded. Holy shit, what the hell? Kevin was shot to death? There is science in the magic world? This is too wild. I laughed so hard, I just watched it. This guy is using gun bullet magic. He uses magic to make bullets, puts them into guns and shoots them out. It's super powerful. Damn, Master Suhung is awesome. Combining magic and technology. I bow down to him. If this were brought to the real world, everything would depend on him. Well done. This scumbag deserves to die. I'll lead the applause. Fortunately, my wife survived. After watching for so long, I was the happiest when this judge died. By the way, the one just now was my wife, so please be more conscious of others. As for Kevin's death, not only did everyone not feel sorry, but they all applauded and cheered. Ding! Because your body is pierced by a gun, you have lost your ability to fight. Ding! System prompt: this fairy tale, Phantom Overlord, copy strategy failed. At this moment, the system sounded, and Kevin fell to the ground in the middle of the field with a face that wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, the gun pierced his brain, making him die very thoroughly, without any pain, so he recovered soon. After Kevin, the few remaining judges were eliminated and teleported back one after another. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lena was a little dumbfounded. Since the copy-making competition started, no one has ever made the judges look so embarrassed. Those who should go crazy went crazy, those who should go stupid went stupid, and those who should peed. Although this sudden situation surprised her for a while, Lena soon came back to her senses. Then she picked up the microphone and began to perform her duties. Unexpectedly, this shocking moment happened. After all the judges entered Seo-hang's copy, they were all eliminated one after another. And everyone seemed to have some problems, which had never happened since the dungeon competition started. I didn't expect Seo-hang's dungeon to be so difficult. Now let's hand the microphone to the judges on the scene and let them tell us about the situation in the dungeon. Then, as the camera moved, Lena frowned and stepped over several embarrassed judges. She barely found a few normal ones and then handed the microphone to them. At this moment, the judges were all very excited. When they saw Lena coming, they quickly snatched the microphone and then roared loudly at the camera. Chapter 19. At this moment, at the venue, seeing the microphone handed over by Lena, all the judges were extremely emotional. The first to bear the brunt was the judge Kevin from the United States. After taking the microphone, he began to complain with tears and snot. Seo-hang did it on purpose. He deliberately released those rules to confuse us. He made us think that his copy was simple. But all this is wrong. His copy is extremely difficult. No one can pass it. Seo-hang is too despicable. Kevin almost roared out the last sentence. Then the microphone was handed to the strong man from the Bear Country, this burly and rough judge who was usually careless. After entering Seo-hang's copy, he came out as if he had suffered a great injustice. He looked at Seo-hang in the copy space with resentment on his face, and then said in a deep voice, "I agree with Kevin. I suspect that Seo-hang's original intention in designing the dungeon was not to allow people to pass it. He just wanted everyone to see his skills. In other words, Seo-hang's design it's a dungeon that no one can clear. He didn't even consider letting you clear it. This guy is such a bastard." The last sentence was said by the judge from the Bear Country with gritted teeth. Seeing that two judges in a row were accusing Seo-hang of evil deeds, the barrage began to discuss. Is this copy really so abnormal? Two judges in a row said so. From the beginning to the end, I can only say that it is really difficult. The probability of passing is too low, close to zero. Look for yourself, among all the judges, which one has passed. The difficulty of this dungeon designed by Seo-hang is very high. Isn't that unplayable? How can we play this? And some people who enter are crazy. I'm a little scared. If it's really the audience's turn, I guess few people would dare to go up. Fear, +1. At this moment, the barrage was rolling frantically, and the microphone on the other side was handed to the old man of Longguo. Looking at the microphone in his hand, the old man also sighed lightly. He did not suffer too much pain in Seo-hang's copy. The enemies he encountered were too powerful, and he was killed instantly with just one encounter. In addition, the old man had been a soldier when he was young, and his willpower was relatively strong, so he was not as unbearable as others. However, the feeling of the body being torn into pieces by magic in an instant. He never wants to experience it again in his life. Therefore, he actually agreed in his heart that Seo-heng's copy could not be passed, but it was rare that his own copy was designed so well. Even if it is really difficult and really can't be passed, he has to say something good in front of the screen, so after brewing for a while, the old man picked up the microphone. Seo-heng's copy may be really difficult, but I believe there must be a way to pass it. What's more, the magic in that copy, as well as various magical knowledge props, even if you take any one of them out, are priceless treasures to the country and even the world. Therefore, contestant Seo-heng, who provided the copy, deserves credit. Don't misunderstand him. Contestant Seo-heng is a kind-hearted handsome guy. After saying this, the old man handed the microphone back to Lena, and then stood aside, watching the nose and heart, and stopped talking. Lena, who had just taken the microphone, seemed a little confused. She didn't expect the judges' reactions to be so intense. But after adjusting for a while, she still picked up the microphone and began to introduce. It is just as the old man said. This dungeon may be difficult, but it is not impossible to pass. Maybe Seo-heng had left some clues in there, but we just didn't find them. The most important thing is that this entire dungeon world is a huge treasure. So for the player Seo-heng who provided this copy, we should give him a round of applause. At this moment, Lena's words were like a stone falling into the water, instantly arousing the emotions of some of the audience around. Baekelu. Are you kidding me? Our Sakura country judges were scared to death in Seo-heng's copy. Will ordinary copies have this effect? That's right. Seo-heng made the dungeon so realistic. Isn't it just to torture us? If he can pass it, let him go and see it all by himself. Yes, if he can pass the level, ask him to pass it and show it to us. As long as he can pass the level, I won't say a word. AXI. Our kimchi country's judges are also injured. Seo-heng must go in once himself. Seo-heng, don't play dead. Do you dare to break into your own copy and say something? I get it. Your goal is to fool the judges of various countries, right? Oh my god. What you said is really scary when you think about it. That copy of Seo-heng is too scary. At this moment, the audience was furious, and everyone was wondering if Seo-heng had made a copy that no one could pass. There were even some extremists, looking at the judges who were emotionally broken, wondering if Seo-heng did it on purpose. At this moment, the condemnation in the field was getting louder and louder, and the judges on the side were watching coldly. They wanted to see how Seo-heng would explain this matter after he came out. If the explanation was not satisfactory, then this matter would be broadcast live to the whole world, and then Seo-heng's reputation would be in a mess. Then he might not be in the next competition. And it might also indirectly affect to the international reputation of Longguo. If he didn't explain and was really stubborn and went to the copy he created, then they would be happy even if he went crazy. As for passing the level, don't be kidding. You will know only if you experience it yourself. The horror of Seo-heng's copy. Looking at the huge scene around her, Lena began to feel a little helpless at the moment. Even if her professional quality is high, she is now facing condemnation from audiences from all over the country. The little girl is a little anxious at the moment. Seeing this, the old man of Longguo sighed and prepared to take it down alone. The next second, a voice came over. That's enough. What's the fuss? You can't pass my copy because your skills are not good enough. What does it have to do with my copy? Didn't they think of this when designing the dungeon contest? What's the point of embarrassing a little girl? At this moment, a white light flashed, and Seo-heng came out of the dungeon space and came to Lena. He said domineeringly to the tens of thousands of spectators and the judges in front of him. Humph. The competition certainly considered this situation. But your copy is different. Seo-heng, look at the judges who entered your copy, they are either crazy or stupid. And we really have to follow the rules of the competition. If the judges can't pass, the next one should be the contestant. What do you think? Do you dare? Seeing Su-hung appear, the judges of the Eagle Sauce country quickly seized the opportunity and attacked Su-hung. Yes, Su-hung. As long as you dare to go in and try the copy you created yourself. Experience it like us. Don't say anything more. The judge from the Bear country quickly echoed and said. Chapter 20. At this moment, facing Su-hung's appearance, all the judges present did not intend to let him go, so they started to make things difficult. Looking at the situation in front of him, Su-hung also smiled coldly. He couldn't pass the dungeon by himself, and he made a fuss here for a long time, and he made a fuss just to make him pass the dungeon. Want to see if you can drive him crazy? Okay, I'll satisfy you. But this matter will never be easily abandoned. Thinking of this, Su-hung said. Of course I can enter the dungeon. Not only do I want to enter the dungeon, I also dare to clear the dungeon in front of everyone. Since you guys want me to go in so much, let's make a bet. Seeing that Su-hung agreed to enter the dungeon, several judges couldn't help but show joy on their faces, thinking that they had finally dragged this guy into the water. So they said, okay. What do you want to bet on? Seeing that everyone took the bait, Su-hung spoke again. It's very simple. I just bet on whether I can pass the dungeon. If I successfully clear the dungeon, I win. Then as a reward for winning, I want you to return the Sword of Heavenly Sword and the control of the copy that belonged to my Dragon Kingdom. Of course, if I fail to clear the copy, I lose. At that time, I will transfer the existing control of this copy to you. Do you dare? Hearing Su-hung's words at this moment, the judges couldn't help but take a breath. This kid is playing such a big game. You know, although Fairy Tale is currently in a state where it cannot be cleared, the situation will obviously not always be like this. If this control belongs to an independent country, then that country can use the power of the whole country to pass the copy. Sooner or later, it will be conquered. In comparison, the value of this Yishan copy is too low. It's simply not worth the loss. At this moment, several judges present couldn't help but think about it. After all, the judges of Sakura country have gone crazy. So now theoretically, the control of Yishan's copy has now belonged to Sakura country. If they want to get this copy, several countries must unite and cut their meat to buy it as a bet, but the price is too high, and everyone is a little hesitant for a while. Haha. Okay, I made a bet with you. If you win, I will return the Heavenly Sword and the copy control to you. But if you lose, the control of the Fairy Tale copy will be transferred to our Sakura country. At this moment, the voice came, and everyone looked over. They didn't know when the judges of Sakura country had recovered. He also took the time to change his clothes and take a shower. He walked to their side with a fresh and odorless body, and spoke coldly. Seeing him coming, the judges of various countries subconsciously looked at his crotch. Hey, it was washed quite clean. Baekelu. What are you looking at? Feeling the gazes of the judges around him, the Sakura country judge couldn't help but feel angry, then looked at Su-hung and continued. How about it? Do you dare? As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes were focused on Su-hung, and they were all looking forward to his answer. Lena, who was blocked behind Su-hung, looked at Su-hung with admiration in her eyes. At the critical moment, this man stood in front of him, and then domineeringly retorted to the judges of various countries. Now, relying on his indomitable momentum in a bet, he has made everyone hesitant. This courage is so handsome. At this moment, Lena's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Looking at Su-hung in front of her, Lena couldn't help but carefully pulled the other's sleeve. Seeing this, Su-hung turned his head with a puzzled face, and Lena blushed and couldn't help saying, "Come on, Su-hung. You can do it." Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Su-hung couldn't help but smile, then turned his head and looked at the people in front of him and said, "Okay. But I've changed my mind now. My copy is obviously more valuable than Yishan. And I'm betting with all of you. Don't other countries have 1 or 2 copies in hand? Bring that to me. Only in this way can the value be equal, right? Hearing Su Heng's words, the judges present began to hesitate. After all, a copy is the property of a country. It is far from being decided by one person. The judges of Sakura country are so excited. And the control of the copy is in his hands. He can do it. But they can't. But after a while, all the judges received an order. That is to participate in Su Heng's bet. Su Heng. We, the Kimchi nation, have made a bet. We in the United States are not afraid either. We bet with you. We in the Bear country won't be afraid either. At this moment, several judges present participated in the bet. Even those who fainted, the country also sent new judges to participate. The moment they learned the news, the top leaders of various countries seemed extremely excited. The copy-making competition is a world-class event. They have always been paying attention to the events on the field, and the copy made by Su Heng is of extremely high value in their eyes. Now there is such an opportunity to cross the rules of the game and get this copy directly. The price is just a few useless copies that have been rated countless times. Most of the value has been squeezed out. This bet is very cost-effective for them. At this moment, everyone is overjoyed. They want to make this arrogant Su Heng pay the price. At the same time, they can't help but start to imagine the future. On the other hand, the top leaders of Longguo who knew the news were dumbfounded the moment they got the news. I didn't expect Su Heng to be so irrational. He made such an agreement. It's a pity to lose the copy of Yishan. But now everyone knows. In comparison, Su Heng's copy is more valuable. Once it is obtained by other countries, they will exclude Longguo and unite the forces of several countries to conduct their own research. Then after this competition, Longguo's status will plummet. But now it's too late. This is a live broadcast facing the whole world. Su Heng is the creator of the copy. Even he has spoken, this incident is irreversible. At this moment, the senior officials of Longguo shook their heads and sighed with worry on their faces. In their opinion, after this incident, Longguo will never recover. Su Heng didn't know what the other countries thought at this time. Even if he knew, he would still say these words. Because he had confidence in himself, seeing that everyone agreed to the bet, Su Heng also smiled and said, "In that case, the bet is established." After the words fell, the next second, Su Heng entered the system's copy space in front of everyone. But this time he was no longer going to make a copy, but to challenge his own copy, carrying everyone's expectations. And also the rise and fall of the country. Chapter 21. At this moment, in the center of the arena, as Su Heng officially entered the dungeon, everyone on the field began to watch with different attitudes. At this moment, Lena looked at the screen in the live broadcast room, and her palms holding the microphone were already soaked with sweat. But she could only pray silently in her heart. "I believe in you, Su Heng. If it were you, you would definitely be able to successfully clear this dungeon." On the other side, Li Yi, who was standing next to the old man, looked at Su Heng's departing back and said softly, "Come on, Su Heng. If you can successfully pass the level, what Grandpa said may not be impossible." As for the judges of Sakura country at this moment, they were looking forward to the screen in the live broadcast room. He was looking forward to Su Heng's failure. He was looking forward to Su Heng's misfortune in the copy. He was looking forward to Su Heng being embarrassed in public like him. "Su Heng, you must not win." On the other hand, at this moment, Su Heng has entered the system's production space. System. Enter the dungeon, fairy tale, phantom ruler. Ding. It is detected that the player has creator privileges. No consent is required, the dungeon door will be opened for you immediately. Please select the entry method, enter by yourself/select a character. Please select a faction, fairy tale/phantom ruler. Please select a character, Natsu, Gray, Urza/Gajeel, Juvia, and Usagi. I choose fairy tale. Natsu. Ding. Selection successful. Entering the dungeon. As the system prompt sounded, Soo-hung saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes. The next second, he came to the dungeon he created, the world of fairy tale. However, as soon as he entered the world, he heard a noisy sound in his ears. It's a magic cluster cannon that can blow up the guild. Everybody get down. I won't let you destroy the guild. It's the diamond armor. Is Urza going to take it? She'll die. After hearing the situation around him, he opened his eyes. He saw a female wizard whose beautiful figure couldn't even be covered by a bath towel, standing in front of everyone. In front of them, there was a huge beam of magic power rushing towards them, and at this moment, Urza's bath towel turned into a heavy armor. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded. Urza flew backwards from Soo-hung's front, her armor shattered and her body covered with wounds. This happened right after entering the dungeon, and the barrage of comments started to roll like crazy. You're missing a general at the start? It's even harder. It's over, there's no way to win. How can we win? I don't understand why Soo-hung chose fairy tale. It's obvious that Phantom has the advantage. Now it's over. This situation is bound to lose. No hope. The copy is excellent. But Soo-hung is finished. Although Natsu is very strong, he can't use magic, so everything is in vain. Woohoo, my fairy queen Urza. She was killed right after she appeared, and I didn't even have time to take a few glances at her. Sacrificing oneself for a companion is so touching. Damn the spectre on the opposite side. At this moment, the barrage of comments have been made about the loss of a general on their side, and they are not optimistic about Soo-hung this time. But Soo-hung at this moment can't care about these. He looked at the scene in front of him, and looked at Urza who fainted there. He only felt a nameless fire rising from Soo-hung's heart. It was this body, it was Natsu's body that called him from the depths. The body doesn't matter anymore. Go and help me get revenge. Go and burn those who dare to invade fairy tale to ashes. The next moment, Soo-hung walked over slowly, helped Urza up, and checked her breath. After noticing that there was still a trace of rhythm, Soo-hung breathed a sigh of relief. Then he slowly put the other party down, and with a heart full of anger, he turned his head and looked at the ruler of the spectre. How dare you do something to hurt my companions? Don't even think about going back safe and sound today. Everyone will pay the price today. At this moment, what Soo-hung said was also heard by other members of the guild. Although they were a little confused as to why Natsu would say such a thing, they all responded in unison. You guys are prepared to pay the price. You just want Lucy. No way. No guild will hand over its companions. Go back. This is not the place for you. Joseph, the leader of the ghost ruler, turned grim after hearing these words. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he roared loudly. You ungrateful fellow! Today you only have two choices. The first is to die under my magic cluster cannon Jupiter, and the second is to die under my army. After hearing this, everyone in fairy tale began to look worried. What? Another Jupiter launch? Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. Urza blocked it the first time, what about the second time? At this moment, looking at everyone's worries, Soo-hung took a step forward, and then a large amount of flames began to wrap around his body. At this moment, he was like a monarch who controlled the flames. Only 15 minutes. That's enough time. I'm going to destroy it. As soon as the voice fell, before everyone could react, Soo-hung stepped on the ground, and the originally hard ground instantly cracked and collapsed. Su-hung flew out like a rocket, with a long tail of flame behind him, and rushed straight to the base of the Phantom Overlord. At this moment, on the field, everyone who had been watching the live broadcast room saw Su-hung's domineering. The mentality has undergone subtle changes. I didn't expect that player Su-hung could use magic so skillfully as soon as he entered the dungeon. Is this why he dared to challenge his copy and bet on it? This power is really shocking. Lena, who saw this scene at this moment, instantly picked up the microphone in her hand, and then excitedly began to broadcast. He must be cheating. How can he use magic right after entering? None of us can use it. How can he use it? He must be cheating. No wonder this brat dared to bet with us, he is a cheater. Quickly punish him. Seeing this scene in front of him, the judges of the Bear Country shouted. My friend, are you questioning the authenticity of the copy system? Although we still don't fully understand the copy system. But one thing is certain, that is, there is absolutely no possibility of cheating in the copy system. Being able to use magic is Su-hung's ability. At this moment, the old man from the Dragon Country stroked his beard and then stood up to speak. The judge from the Bear Country on the side also completely lost his temper when he saw this. How could he not understand these situations? He just wanted to deliberately make trouble. Chapter 22. At this moment, Kevin, the judge from the Eagle Country, who saw this scene, was full of disbelief. You know, he died tragically on this battlefield. Not only that, but he was also cursed by everyone after he came back. It's okay to lose, but his character is gone. Now everyone looks down on him. In the next competition, he may not be the judge of the Eagle Country. But now Su-hung, who just entered the copy, can use magic so skillfully to take off. Show off in front of everyone. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Su-hung, you deserve to die. Hurry up and lose. On the other side, Su-hung also used the power of fire to pass through the mouth of Jupiter's cannon and successfully entered the interior of the Phantom Overlord. What came into view at this moment was a crystal ball that looked like a glass bead, but it was dozens of times larger. There were also countless catheters on the side, closely attached to the crystal ball, which were obviously responsible for transporting magic power. The magic crystal that gathers magic power? All we have to do next is destroy it. The mission is almost halfway done. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su-hung said softly, and after mobilizing the magic power in his body little by little, he began to walk towards the magic crystal in front. As he got closer and closer to the magic crystal, the magic power in Su-hung's body became more active, and then all the magic power gathered at one point. Su-hung swung out his fist wrapped in high-temperature flames. However, the next moment, just when his fist was about to touch the magic crystal, it suddenly stopped. You are such a nuisance. If I really let you succeed, I will be in trouble. After the words fell, a man with long black and white hair and Japanese samurai braids appeared in front of Su-hung with his hands folded across his chest. Rabbit Pill, one of the four elements? Well, then let you be my first opponent. Turning his head and looking at Rabbit Pill in front of him, Su-hung sneered and said. Oh, do you know my identity? Ha ha ha. Then you should also know my magic. Fire Mage. You are unlucky to meet me. At this moment, Tuchuan, who had his hands behind his back, was obviously surprised when Su-hung called out his identity. But after being surprised, he began to laugh and then rushed towards Su-hung. Seeing Su-hung's first opponent appear, the atmosphere in the arena became more and more lively. It's over, Su-hung is doomed to lose. His first opponent is Tuchuan, so unlucky. Why do you say that? Is Tuchuan really that powerful? Look at the introduction given by Su-hung. Tuchuan is a magician who controls fire. Whether it is the magician's fire or the spontaneously ignited fire, he can control it. Damn, this is hilarious. Su-hung is courting death. He actually created an enemy that can control fire. And then he chose Natsu, who uses fire magic. I guess they thought Natsu was very strong, but they didn't expect to meet Rabbit Maru first. I can only say that I had bad luck. It's a destined ending. It's obvious that everyone at the scene was not optimistic about the outcome of the battle between Suhung and Rabbit King. Not only were they not optimistic, but several judges at the scene also showed mocking expressions. It was obvious that they were ready to add insult to injury. As long as Suhung failed, they would immediately step forward to exert pressure. They would make the other party immediately hand over the ownership of the copy and hand it over to them. Victory is in sight. Suhung, can you really survive this crisis? At this moment, Li Yi, who was standing aside, looked at the screen in the live broadcast room with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, Tuchuan also attacked Suhung. Take it. Blue flame. As soon as the words fell, a blue flame rushed towards Suhung. Looking at this scene, Suhung grinned, and then opened his mouth like a vacuum cleaner, swallowing up the surrounding flames. What a strange taste. It's actually a little cool. It's really novel. Looking at this scene, Tuchuan showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I see, you are the legendary fire dragon slayer from Fairy Tale. We two really don't get along. After all, fire has no effect on us. It's really frustrating. Looking at the arrogant Tuchuan in front of him, Suhung chuckled and said, since fire has no effect, then let you taste the power of the fire dragon's body. The next second, Suhung's muscles tensed up, then he stepped forward and quickly rushed towards Tuchuan. Not good. At this moment, Tuchuan exclaimed, just realizing that something was wrong, and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Suhung's attack. However, Suhung's speed was much faster than he imagined, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in front of Tuchuan. Seeing this, Tuchuan quickly drew out the samurai sword beside him and began to resist the attack. Bang! After a loud bang, Suhung's fist hit Tuchuan's samurai sword hard. At this moment, a huge force was transmitted to Tuchuan through the samurai sword. The powerful force instantly shocked Tuchuan back several steps, and the samurai sword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. At this moment, Tuchuan was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent's physical strength to be so strong. But soon, he adjusted his momentum, and then took the initiative to swing the knife and started to attack Suhung. The two soon fought fiercely together, and Suhung flexibly dodged Tuchuan's knife light. At the same time, he kept punching Tuchuan's vital points. Each of Suhung's punches was powerful and heavy, and it was continuous like raindrops. This made Tuchuan miserable. Suhung's fist power was too huge. Often when a punch came, he had to raise the knife to resist. And every time he resisted, he was hit by the tiger's mouth. The hands holding the knife were trembling. Now his hands were covered in blood, and the blade was cracked. The next second, while he was in a daze, Suhung seized the opportunity, flashed to the side of Tuchuan again, and punched him. Crack! Tuchuan raised his sword to block, but the sword was hit by something it shouldn't have been hit by and shattered instantly. Suhung's fist, with the remaining force, hit Tuchuan's chest. With a loud bang, Tuchuan felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, after seeing this wonderful fight scene in front of them, the audience at the scene suddenly burst into cheers that resounded through the sky. Wow, this is so cool! Boss Suhung also knows Kung Fu. I can only say it's awesome. Bare hands against a blade. Awesome! Kneel before the boss. Take my knee. Suhung thought he would be at a disadvantage when encountering Tutumaru, who could manipulate fire, but he didn't expect that it was the opponent who was at a disadvantage. I thought Lu Buletin was invincible, but I didn't expect there was someone braver than him. Whose general is this? The boss is awesome. He turned the disadvantage into a favorable situation. Chapter 23. At this moment, in the copy of Fairy Tale, after Suhung defeated Usagimaru, looking at the huge magic crystal in front of him, he calmed down and then took a stance. A large amount of flames began to wrap around his fist. The next second, the fire dragon's iron fist. Crack, crack. At this moment, as Suhung's fist hit the magic crystal firmly, spider-web-like cracks suddenly spread out. Boom! The next moment, the magic crystal shattered instantly and exploded into slag. This way, Jupiter won't be able to launch. The mission is halfway done. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suhung clapped his hands, and then said with a smile. At the moment when the magic crystal was destroyed, Joseph also received the news. Makarov's group of brats. They actually destroyed Jupiter from the inside. Damn it! Start that for me. Joseph looked at the scene in front of him and ordered his subordinates with anger. As the order was issued, the next moment, the inside of the phantom ruler began to vibrate instantly. From the perspective of the fairy tale people standing outside, the phantom ruler was constantly transforming and reorganizing. Then it turned into a robot body. On the other side, Suhung, who possessed the power of the Dragon Slayer, felt a dizzy feeling the moment he felt the vibration. It's broken. I forgot that the Dragon Slayer has this feature. At this moment, Suhung said this sadly, and suddenly felt that his body lost balance, and then collapsed to one side. Then a feeling of nausea came over him, and Suhung felt that he was about to vomit. Things that he had never experienced in his previous life, he experienced in this life. Fortunately, the shock disappeared not long after. At this moment, Tujuan, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but laugh wildly after seeing this scene. Ha ha ha! You're dead! This is Phantom's secret weapon. The super magic giant. He is equipped with forbidden magic, purgatory shattering. The powerful force is enough to destroy half of this town. Fairy Tale is doomed to be destroyed. But after hearing what Usagimaru said, Suhung did not seem too surprised, but said lightly. So what? As long as I completely defeat the four elements, then this magic will be completely destroyed. I defeated you. There should be 3 more. After saying that, Suhung turned and left, leaving only his back to Tujuan. Lena, who had been staring at the live broadcast room outside the venue, saw this scene and couldn't help but start to worry about Suhung's safety. The magic that was enough to destroy half a town. It was about to be launched, and a mistake might ruin all the previous efforts. Can Suhung really turn danger into safety? But at this moment, no matter what, Suhung had to move forward. Sure enough, he had just walked a short distance. He met another opponent again. How sad! The wings of fire are decaying. Are the remains of the dragon only? As the words fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the open space in front of Suhung, and then a tall man with his eyes covered by a cloth appeared out of thin air. At this moment, looking at Suhung in front of him, the man spoke again. My name is Arya. I am the strongest of the 4 elements. Come and hunt dragons now. As his voice fell, although they were indoors, the wind around them became stronger and stronger, as if responding to what Arya said. Seeing that Suhung had encountered such a high-level enemy again, the overwhelming barrage of comments instantly appeared. Damn it, Arya, the leader of the 4 elements. It's over, Suhung is in danger. There's no way to play anymore. I just checked. The president of Fairy Tale was seriously injured by Aaliyah. Suhung may not be his opponent at all. This character's appearance is too cool. After defeating 1, there are still 2 like this? How to play this? The difficulty of the dungeon designed by Suhung is too high. As of now, even he himself can't pass it. This can be regarded as a self-defeating trick. And don't forget, the forbidden magic is about to be activated. He must defeat 3 enemies within the time limit. Too difficult. Obviously, the barrage of comments expressed pessimism about the enemy who appeared again. No one thought that Soo-hung could win again. Miracles are not so easy to create. But obviously, Soo-hung did not have this awareness. Looking at the enemy who appeared again in front of him, he did not speak. He just took a stance for a moment, and then hooked his finger at Alia. Seeing this scene, Alia was instantly angry and veins popped up on his face. Little ghost, are you looking down on me? Prepare to die. As soon as the voice fell, Alia moved and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he had come in front of Soo-hung. He stretched out his palm and pushed it towards Soo-hung's door. Instantly, a large amount of wind magic power was released, compressed into gas bombs, and rushed towards him. Not good. Looking at the scene in front of him, Soo-hung's eyes condensed, and then he crossed his hands in front of him. The next second, boom, there was a loud bang, and Soo-hung was instantly knocked away by this huge force. Fire Dragon, you are too arrogant. I won't end it so easily. Prepare to die. Seeing that the attack was successful, Alia was unwilling to give up. She raised her hand again, frantically compressed the air bomb, and attacked Soo-hung. At this moment, Alia's attack was like a storm, and the compressed air bomb had no shape or color and could not be observed. Soo-hung was dodging frantically by relying on his own sense, and at the same time he was always observing the opportunity. He kept approaching Alia. Once he succeeded, seize that opportunity, and the outcome of this battle will be decided in an instant. The next moment, Soo-hung took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, a large amount of flames began to emerge from his body, and the temperature was extremely high. Soon the space in the room began to distort. And Alia's moves also began to become clearly visible. And Soo-hung also saw this opportunity and rushed up in an instant. I've been waiting for this moment. Die. You are just like this. You are no match for me. Fire Dragon's iron fist. A large amount of flames began to wrap around his hands, and then blasted towards Alia's abdomen. The powerful force knocked Alia's huge body away. Boom! After the loud noise, Alia fell to the ground and passed out. Whoosh! The second one. Looking at this scene, Soo-hung took a breath and then said softly. At this moment, watching Soo-hung use his wisdom again to defeat the strongest of the four elements, the barrage instantly went crazy. Wow, you are awesome! You can play like this. This is the correct way to attack a dungeon. Unfortunately, I am uneducated, and I can only say wow to everyone. After watching the battle of Master Soo-hung, I finally understood what a true master is. I kneel down to the boss. This is too awesome. It turns out that the previous judges lost for a reason. It's not unfair. The invisible air bomb was cracked. The master's strategy copy is to play. He countered the moves. Chapter 24. At this moment, just when Soo-hung defeated Alia, one of the four elements, two fierce battles also took place on the other two sides, namely Grey vs Juvia the Rain Girl, and Elfman vs Thor the Earth. Fortunately, both of them won at the same time. So far, all four elements have been defeated. And the next moment, the parts of the super magic titan began to shatter and fall off, and the purgatory shatter could no longer be activated. The fairy tale people outside cheered. At this moment, in the guild, Gajeel ran to somewhere and caught Lucy. Then he began to abuse her over and over again under his men. Seeing this scene, the barrage felt dissatisfied. Damn, what a joke! He actually killed a girl like this. He is simply a beast. I originally thought that Gajeel wasn't that bad, but now he is just a scumbag. The Phantom Ruler is not a good person at all. Where's Soo-hung? His teammates are in such a state? Why don't you come to rescue them? You're right. Hurry up and call Soo-hung over. My breasts can't stand it any longer. Who knows what these scumbags will do next? It's no use calling Soo-hung. Joseph and Gajeel can't even beat him. He must be scared to death. How could he come? Yes, that's right. There are other Phantom members here. Soo-hung has no way to win. This is too difficult. Faced with this situation, everyone was furious, and they all wanted to cut these people into pieces. So they began to remind Soo-hung through barrage, although they didn't know if they could beat them. However, Lucy couldn't be abused anymore. It was enough for Soo-hung to be injured. This idea became the consensus of everyone. At this moment, inside the Ghost Ruler, after seeing the news from everyone, Soo-hung also sped up his journey. Just as Gajeel said, the dragon's nose is extremely sensitive, so he can clearly judge the opponent's position at this moment. However, at this moment, in his perception, Joseph actually left the original place and walked in other directions. This made Soo-hung happy. Without a powerful opponent, his pressure would be much less. So now he just needs to concentrate on saving Lucy first, and then turn back to deal with Joseph. Not long after, a thick wall appeared in front of him, and Lucy's people were inside. Seeing this, Soo-hung didn't want to hurry on. He punched the wall in front of him. Boom boom. Under this huge force, the wall collapsed instantly. The scene inside was revealed. Lucy was nailed to the wall, and her body was full of darts. It was obvious that Lucy was being used as a target by Gajeel and others. Seeing this, Soo-hung quickly rescued her. Looking at the serious injuries on the other party, Soo-hung suppressed his anger and said coldly, "It seems that our guild members have been treated well by you." As soon as the voice fell, before Gajeel could react, Soo-hung smashed forward with his fist full of flames. Boom! A punch hit Gajeel's chin, and he was knocked out. Seeing that the punch was successful, everyone in the barrage cheered. Is this the dragon-killing magic? It's so cool! Awesome boss! That's how it should be. Such a thick wall was actually punched through with one punch. The power of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic is so terrifying. Seeing Gajeel being beaten, I suddenly felt much better. At this moment, the bullet screens passed by one after another. At this moment, Gajeel adjusted his posture in the air, turned over, and landed smoothly. Then he wiped the wound on his face and showed a hideous smile. This strength is not enough. Fire Dragon! Take my move too! Iron Dragon Stick! The next moment, Gajeel moved. One of his arms suddenly extended into an iron stick, and then rushed towards Soo-hung like a flash of lightning. Seeing this, Soo-hung smiled lightly, then dodged to the side, and his body immediately floated to the side, easily avoiding Gajeel's attack. Boom! The iron rod lost its target and hit the ground instantly, and gravel flew everywhere, which was enough to show how powerful this move was. Humph, you react quite quickly. Take another move. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel snorted coldly, and then his body moved again, changing his moves. His arm turned into an iron sword and swung it out again. This time, his strength was even stronger, as if he wanted to cut the air apart. But this time Soo-hung did not intend to dodge. Facing the iron sword approaching him, he stretched out his hand and squeezed it hard. He actually stopped it abruptly, and then the magic power in his body began to operate, actually heating Gajeel's arm. The extremely high temperature made Gajeel feel dangerous, but no matter how he struggled, Soo-hung's hands were like iron clamps, tightly holding his arms. Seeing this, Gajeel changed his arm back to its original state, and in this way he broke free from Soo-hung's restraints. Then he quickly retreated. The next moment, the roar of the Iron Dragon. Looking at this scene in front of him, Soo-hung was not willing to be outdone. The roar of the Fire Dragon. Boom! Then the two forces collided in the air, causing a deafening roar. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the two of them rushed up to fight again. Then the figures of the two kept intersecting and colliding in the erupting flames, and each contact burst out amazing energy. However, As time went on, Su-hung gradually felt a little tired, although he was always in the upper hand in the battle. After all, the Dragon Slayer can restore his strength by devouring things of the same attribute. Among the Phantom Rulers, there is iron everywhere that can replenish Gajil's strength, but fire is extremely rare. Therefore, at this moment, Su-hung gradually fell into a state of physical exhaustion. The judges who saw this scene showed joy on their faces. The judges from the Sakura country on the side stood up excitedly. Ha ha ha! Su-hung is doomed this time. After defeating so many enemies in a row, he is already exhausted this time. Plus, the opponent can recover his energy. He is doomed to lose. Kevin from Eagle Sauce Country also grinned. Let him also taste the pain of death in the dungeon. See if he dares to be so arrogant. Seeing that Su-hung was about to lose, the judges all showed joy on their faces. At this moment, Su-hung was constantly searching for ways to solve the current dilemma. What are the characteristics of the Dragon Slayer? Think about it. It has extremely high resistance to magic of the same element. It can devour things of the same element to restore physical strength. On the other side, Gajil, who had replenished his physical strength, attacked Su-hung again. The roar of the Iron Dragon. Looking at this scene, Su-hung did not dodge or evade. He looked at the roar rushing towards him, as if he had made up his mind. The next second, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Su-hung actually opened his mouth and began to swallow Gajil's roar. Seeing this scene, Gajil laughed even more crazily. Dragon slayers of different attributes cannot devour each other's magic. Don't you understand this, Fire Dragon? To be honest, this is very dangerous, but Su-hung is betting that he can succeed. Sure enough, the next moment, when Su-hung raised his head again, everyone saw that his face was covered with iron like Gajil. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body was full of strength. Take it! Gajil! Roar of the Flame Iron Dragon! Before everyone could react, Su-hung launched an attack. A beam of flame shot up into the sky and rushed towards Gajil, which was mixed with molten iron and had an extremely high temperature. If you want to imitate Su-hung, you must be prepared to get your mouth burned, so the smart Gajil turned around and tried to avoid it. But it was too late. Boom boom boom, as the loud noise came and the smoke cleared, Gajil, who was covered in wounds, was lying there motionless. Seeing Gajil being punished, the audience at the scene suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers. Su-hung is awesome. He actually devoured the opponent's magic power. He used it to replenish his own. He can still play like this, it's awesome. That was a good fight. We should teach Gajil a lesson. Let's see if he dares to treat a girl like this again. They are both dragon slayers. It is obvious that Su-hung is stronger. He suppressed the Iron Dragon the whole time, it was so cool to watch. Gajil is no match at all. If there were no iron everywhere to replenish his physical strength, Su-hung would have reaped the fruits of victory long ago. Seeing this scene, everyone on the judges' bench gritted their teeth in hatred. He actually won again. Damn it, if this continues, there will be fewer and fewer enemies. Could it be possible that he can really pass the level? Brothers, please urge me to update and give me gifts. With your support, the author will be more motivated to write. Chapter 25. At this moment, with Gajil being defeated, it also means that this dungeon is about to be officially conquered. And there is only one enemy left standing in front of Su-hung. It is the strongest. The President Joseph, who is also known as the Holy Ten Wizards. Call, Hui. Su-hung was panting heavily at this moment. After consuming Gajil's dragon power, his physical strength began to be consumed. Not long after, he completely collapsed to the ground. Damn it! I'm exhausted. I can't beat Joseph at this rate. Looking at Su-hung, who was in poor condition, the other contestants in the audience showed sarcasm. Great! If this continues, Su-hung will definitely lose. Ha ha ha, his strength has been exhausted. The next thing to deal with is the final boss, President Joseph. Now wait for him to be killed by Joseph. Then lose the game. That's right, when he obediently hands over the copy, I will ask the country for permission and go in to study it myself. Then I will be the next champion. You're right. So, even if you don't get a rank this time, you may not be able to win next time. At this moment, several contestants in the audience couldn't help but start imagining their bright future. Seeing this scene, Lena was worried about Soo-hung, but she could only pray in her heart. Soo-hung, I believe in you. You will definitely win. You won't let us down. On the other side, as Soo-hung fell, Lucy on the side also began to panic. After all, Soo-hung became like this in order to save him. And there was a Joseph behind him. Soo-hung must get up, he must not fall here. Thinking of this, Lucy racked her brains and finally summoned Sagittarius Sagittarius, ignited the flames through the blasting machinery. Finally, Soo-hung swallowed it and barely recovered his strength. After recovering his strength, Soo-hung first settled Lucy. After all, the battle in the next meeting would be extremely fierce. Then, in her worried eyes, one person set out on the journey again. The last one is here. Joseph of the Holy Ten. If it was before, I might not be sure. But now I have mastered the power of the Flame Iron Dragon. This move will consume a lot of magic power. You can only use it unexpectedly and save it for the last moment as a big move. At this moment, Soo-hung was on his way while thinking about the battle plan in his mind. After a while, he came to the hall of the Phantom Ruler. At this moment, Urza, Gray, Elfman, the three of them gathered here and fought fiercely with Joseph. However, the three of them were no match for Joseph at all, and could only be repeatedly ravaged by him. Looking at this violent and bloody scene in front of them, the barrage began to express their opinions. Urza is so strong but she is still being beaten. How can we play this? There is no way to win, right? There is no way to win, it is too difficult to win. The difficulty is too high. Joseph is too strong, not even on the same level. 1 vs 3 and still no win. There is absolutely no hope of victory. This final boss. There is no way to defeat it. Soo-hung's design is too buggy. Yes. We designed such a strong boss, but we can't choose characters of equal strength. Even a 4-player team battle is no match for him. I think Soo-hung has shot himself in the foot this time. He can't win at all. Alas, it's a pity that such a good copy was handed over to someone else. At this moment, the barrage of comments all disapproved of Soo-hung's move, thinking that Soo-hung was impulsive. Now it's time to reap what he has sown. And the next moment, Urza and others on the side also noticed Soo-hung who came over. Seeing that he was covered in injuries, they couldn't help but say, "Natsu? What are you doing here? Where's Lucy? You're covered in wounds, get out of here." Seeing this scene, Soo-hung smiled and said, "Lucy has been placed in a safe place by me. Don't worry. And stop joking, your injuries seem to be more serious than mine. Worry more about yourself." However, just as Urza turned her head back to her senses, Joseph raised his hand and launched a magic attack. It seemed that he had no intention of following the rules of martial arts, and his attack was a sneak attack. Not good. At this moment, Gray and others seemed to realize that something was wrong. Boom! The next second, Soo-hung had rushed over without knowing when, and stretched out his hand to block the attack. At this moment, his body was covered with a layer of silver-gray scales. Seeing this scene, everyone present shrank their eyes slightly, and Joseph on the side was even more surprised. The power of an iron dragon? How is this possible? You are a fire dragon. Did something unexpected happen to Gajeel? Looking at Joseph's surprised expression, Soo-hung smiled slightly. Ha! You don't need to know so much. You just need to know that you will be blown away by me in the next second. The next moment, as soon as the voice fell, Su-hung rushed in front of Joseph and smashed his fist wrapped with the power of the fire dragon. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Looking at Su-hung rushing in front of him, Joseph was a little surprised at the moment, but he raised his hand to block it. However, he underestimated Su-hung's strength. Under the fist wrapped in flames, there was also a layer of iron scales, which immediately raised the temperature to a terrifying level. Just a touch, Joseph's palm began to emit white smoke. And his old face also showed a painful expression, and then he quickly retreated. Then he looked at the bloody wound on his hand and became even more angry. You damned little devil! You really pissed me off. Get ready to be judged for death. Spiral. An evil dark energy formed a spiral beam of light and rushed towards Su-hung. There was no time to dodge. The next moment Su-hung was hit and then fell not far away. Cough cough cough. It's really a bit unexpected. I didn't expect it to hurt so much. But, you are still not my opponent. At this moment, Su-hung wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then stared at Joseph with a burning gaze. Don't try to be brave by yourself, Su-hung. He is not an opponent you can defeat alone. Let's go together. Man! We must fight together. The next moment, the four looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then rushed out at the same time to fight with him. For a moment, the magic power in the field collided with each other, generating a huge shock wave. The headquarters of the Phantom Ruler was even broken in this battle. However, everyone was no match for him. After a long time of fighting, everyone showed a disadvantage. After a while, Gray and Elfman were the first to leave the field. At this moment, only Urza and Su-hung were left in the field, resisting tenaciously. At this moment, Joseph looked relaxed. Humph! I will kill you all. When that old guy Makarov wakes up, he will see the shattered guild in front of him. And when all his beloved children died tragically in front of him, his expression must have been filled with grief. I want to let him see what despair and sadness feel like. Let him suffer and then kill him. Take that! Despair ray! The next moment, a huge dark red beam of light directly hit the two of them. Boom! Unable to resist, they fell to the ground one after another. At this moment, Su-hung was fully aware of Joseph's strength, but it was not over yet. He had one last method. Urza! We can't defeat him like this. But I have one last method. The dragon's physique is extremely special. So next, I want you to transfer all the remaining magic power in your body into me. At that time, I will use this magic power to stimulate the hidden energy in my body and defeat Joseph in one fell swoop. At this moment, as Su-hung's voice fell, Urza and others also nodded. This is the last resort. The next moment, everyone put their hands on Su-hung's back, and then the magic power began to be input. You little brats! Still want to struggle? Prepare to die! At this moment, Joseph seemed to have sensed something was wrong and rushed forward to stop him. But it was too late. At this moment, Su-hung had already absorbed all the magic power. And on his face and body, pieces of dragon scales began to gradually emerge. Unlike the previous iron scales, this time the dragon scales seemed to grow from his body, piling up layer by layer. And correspondingly, a strong magic pressure was released from him. Looking at this scene in front of him, Joseph couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. From his memory, this power was dragon power. Someone can actually use it. The next moment, nothing is impossible. Take that, Joseph. Dragon Slayer Secret. Unknown Fire Type. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. At this moment, all the magic power in Su-hung's body was released, and outside his body, a layer of golden magic power was wrapped around him. Then his body spun wildly, like a sharp sword, piercing through Joseph's body at an extremely fast speed, and brought out a large amount of blood. Plop! Joseph's body fell to the ground helplessly. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. After a long time, everyone who reacted began to cheer, and Joseph's men knelt down and begged for mercy. So far, Su Heng's copy was officially cleared successfully. And this historic moment made the barrage explode instantly. "Oh my god, you are awesome!" Scream. So cool. Especially the last move of the dragon-killing secret technique. It was so cool that I fainted. I witnessed a historic moment. The most difficult dungeon was cleared. There is nothing much to say. I kowtow to the big guy in front of the screen. From the beginning to the end, the boss's operation is getting more and more awesome. I can't describe it in words. It's so handsome. I didn't expect that I actually finished the game. You guys are incredible. I admire you so much. Awesome. Chapter 26. At this moment, as the instance was successfully cleared, a white light flashed in the next moment. Su Heng was teleported back to the instance system space. The surroundings were filled with noise, and everyone was extremely excited. They witnessed this historic moment. Damn, Boss Su Heng is here. Boss is awesome. Witness with your own eyes how the master escaped danger step by step and cleared the dungeon. This operation can only be, I give it full marks. I didn't expect Su Heng to actually succeed. Let me show you how impressive we dragons are. The boss really put a lot of effort into making the dungeon. We were the ones who didn't know what was good for us and thought that the boss deliberately made the dungeon difficult. The face was slapped with a loud slap. The boss is awesome. He used his actions to prove that people are not good enough. Don't blame the uneven road. After this incident, the Dragon Kingdom soared to the sky. Too ruthless. The one who created such an awesome copy was Su Heng. The one who cleared such a difficult copy was also Su Heng. Dragon Country has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At this moment, everyone at the scene was cheering non-stop. Because they witnessed the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. Especially the audience from Dragon Country. Dragon Country has produced a genius like Su Heng, which makes them feel extremely proud and proud. One by one, they straightened their chests. And the audience from other countries can only constantly express envy. Damn it, I didn't expect that he could actually pass such a difficult copy. This is impossible. Looking at the scene in front of him, the judges from Sakura Country said with shock. Unexpectedly, Su Heng could actually pass the difficult copy he made. When he thought about giving away the Yishan copy and Yishan sword that he had finally obtained and hadn't even warmed up yet, he felt regretful. The judges from Eagle Sauce Country were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Damn it, it's all my fault that I didn't read the introductions of the various magics carefully. If I had read the magic introduction clearly and knew the characteristics of magic, then I would have been the one to clear the dungeon. After witnessing Su Heng's way of clearing the dungeon with my own eyes, I felt admiration and regret at the same time. The judges from the Bear Country looked at Su Heng with solemn eyes. After this, the strength of Dragon Country will surely increase greatly. Su Heng must not be offended. It is better to please him in the future. Just because at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Su Heng. Successfully cleared the dungeon, Fairy Tale, Phantom Overlord. Ding! It is detected that the player has passed the high difficulty dungeon, and has been recognized by the system. The system clone has been obtained. You can check your character information and dungeon clearance status at any time. Ding! The system detects that the player is clearing the dungeon for the first time. You can materialize any item from the dungeon and gain control of the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant for successfully completing the hidden mission. All members survived. Note: no one in the selected faction died. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant for winning the hidden reward. The copy you own has been upgraded, and the authority has been upgraded. You can change your own copy more. At this moment, the system prompts sounded one after another, and Soo-hung slowly digested it. According to the information given by the system, the first system clone is actually equivalent to an information bar that can view its own situation. At the same time, you can also view the situation of the characters in the current cleared copy, which is very convenient for Soo-hung. When and who cleared his copy, under what circumstances and to what extent, these are all extremely useful information. As for the materialized rewards, you can only choose from the things that appear in this copy. Of course, the system has already prompted the copy to be upgraded. Soo-hung is not sure whether there will be any changes after this. Of course, the first reward he has to choose is naturally Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. As for the copy upgrade, Soo-hung has no clue about this for the time being, so he can only grope and see later. Of course, the top priority now is to collect the rewards first. The next moment, Soo-hung silently said in his heart, "System, manifest the Fire Dragon Slayer magic." Ding! The Fire Dragon Slayer magic has been successfully released. Fire Dragon Slayer magic information: transform your own physique into a dragon's body, which is used to kill dragons. You can eat substances corresponding to your magic to restore your physical strength. Note: the system has improved some defects, players can use it with confidence. At this moment, the reward that Soo-hung selected in the system space was also presented to everyone through the broadcast. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but become curious. Did you see it just now? It seems that Master Soo-hung chose the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. I see. I wonder how powerful the Fire Dragon Slayer magic would be if it were brought to the real world. Stop talking, I'm already curious. I just hope that when Boss Soo-hung comes out later, he can show off his skills. I'm looking forward to it. That's real dragon slaying magic. It's so powerful in the dungeon, I think it will be no worse in the real world. Starting today, Dragon Country will welcome a great magician. Soo-hung, I can only say that this is awesome. The next moment, as all the rewards were collected, Soo-hung was also teleported to the center of the venue. Seeing this, Lena hurried over to pick up the microphone and began to introduce him. Player Soo-hung. Everyone has seen the reward you selected in the dungeon just now. I wonder if you would mind showing us how powerful the magic you created in the dungeon is. As the microphone was passed to Soo-hung's mouth, Lena also looked at Soo-hung with curiosity. Not only the audience was curious, but everyone would be curious. And Soo-hung also smiled. No problem, everyone, stay away. Let me show you the power of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. As the voice fell, the staff on the scene hurriedly evacuated. Even the judges, who were a little closer, also moved away from the main venue. After everyone stood still, under the attention of the crowd, Soo-hung began to show the charm of magic. At the beginning, a small flame was released from his body, and then the flame grew bigger and bigger, and burned more and more vigorously. In an instant, it covered his whole body, but Soo-hung, who was wrapped in flames, did not feel any discomfort. Although he had experienced it once, when this power was truly possessed by him, even he was excited at this moment, and then he began to mobilize the magic power in his body. Then he tilted his head to the sky. Looking at this scene, everyone on the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes, for fear of missing this wonderful scene and regretting it for the rest of their lives. The next moment, the roar of the fire dragon. Boom! A huge flame burst out from Soo-hung's mouth. It rushed to the sky above. Under this force, even the white clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. At this moment, the sky with white clouds suddenly became spotless. The audience, who were curious in the last second, became miserable in the next second. The extremely high temperature, even if it was not directed at them, but just being close to them, made people feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the flame came quickly and went away quickly. Su-hung took it back into his body soon. After a brief silence, the cheers at the scene became even more deafening. Holy shit, is this dragon-killing magic? This is so awesome! Even from such a distance, I could feel the huge power. Damn, my clothes were melted. The temperature was too high. It's so cool. As a dragon countryman, there is nothing more exciting than seeing this scene. I can only say that Master Su-hung kneels down to you. After this, the national strength of Dragon Country will reach an unprecedented level. Su-hung is awesome. At this moment in this huge venue, the cheers from the audience can be said to be earth-shaking. As the host of Dragon Country, Lena looked at Su-hung at this moment. She couldn't help but feel proud. Tears flowed from her eyes. Then she quickly picked up the microphone and began to introduce him in front of the camera with a slightly trembling voice. Did you see this? This was a scene full of people. Everyone at the scene looked extremely excited. This is also a historic moment. The most difficult dungeon since the dungeon-making competition started has its clearer at this moment. That is contestant Su-hung from Dragon Country. Not only did he clear the dungeon, but he also brought powerful dragon-killing magic. At this moment, the situation on the scene and Lena's report were being displayed to everyone in the world through the camera. Everyone was stunned. A human was actually spewing flames from his mouth? How powerful is this dungeon to be able to do this? Turning humans into superhumans. He has already broken away from the boundaries of the secular world. Similarly, what kind of powerful person must be to be able to clear such a difficult dungeon? Looking at this scene, everyone had the same idea in their minds. Chapter 27. At this moment, the dungeon-making competition was bustling with people. As Su-hung displayed the Fire Dragon Slayer magic in front of everyone, everyone present was shocked. After watching Su-hung's performance with eyes full of surprise, everyone began to cheer. They cheered for the powerful Fire Dragon Slayer magic that Su-hung had just displayed. They also cheered for Su-hung's wonderful performance when he cleared the dungeon. At this moment, this scene was also broadcasted to all viewers around the world through the camera. After just a short while, the barrage began to swipe like crazy. Holy shit, I saw it right. Dragon-slaying magic is so powerful. It's a pity that I wasn't there, otherwise I would have witnessed this miracle with my own eyes. Just take a look. Look at what the scene has become. Just now, a big man who was looking for death got too close to Su-hung and his chest hair was blown away by the high temperature. It's so funny, I saw it too. Surrounded at a safe distance, but still trying to kill myself, take 2 steps forward. Now I've become a white tiger. The boss is really awesome. As a dragon countryman, I am extremely proud. I can say it loudly. We in China have a genius like Su-hung. A casual strike can actually have such power. What if it is fully unleashed? It will truly become a superhuman active in the world. At this moment, audiences from all over the world were enthusiastic and sent comments one after another. A person can breathe fire. And has such a powerful strength. In normal times, this is something they dare not even think about. And now it is actually displayed in front of them. How can everyone not be excited and crazy? As a contestant, Su-hung also conquered his own copy. These amazing moves were also seen by other contestants in the audience. Now they have been completely conquered by him. At this moment, when they looked at Su-hung again, they couldn't help but show admiration on their faces. After all, in front of Su-hung, their inner thoughts were completely different from Su-hung's. So they started to discuss. I have to say, Su-hung is really an extremely terrifying opponent. I am no match for him. But I learned a lot this time. I will definitely make a better copy next time. Not only did he create such a powerful copy, he even cleared this extremely difficult copy in front of everyone. I am not as good as Su-hung. This guy is so powerful. He was eliminated in the last dungeon making competition, but he is so powerful this time. Damn, what kind of magic medicine did this guy take? From the beginning of making the dungeon, it was so amazing. I didn't expect that when it came to the end, when attacking the dungeon, he would solve the problem by being familiar with the character's characteristics. What a charming man! At this moment, everyone was shocked by Su Heng's actions after successfully passing the dungeon. At this moment, after witnessing Su Heng's fire dragon killing magic, the judge's mood was also mixed. Damn it, what right did Su Heng have? After the fire dragon slayer magic was materialized and brought to reality, it turned out to be so powerful. Why would the copy system give such a judgment result? This is totally unreasonable. At this moment, the judge of Sakura country said with jealousy. Why? Su Heng's magic is so powerful in the real world. In this way, Su Heng's status will inevitably rise to a terrifying height. If the time comes to settle the accounts, then his act of handing the copy to others may not be supported by the country, then he will be finished. On the other hand, the judges of Bear Country, after seeing the power of Su Heng's magic with their own eyes, came up with the same idea as the judges of Sakura Country. With the power of this dragon-killing magic, the international situation will surely undergo major changes in the future. It seems that I must not offend Su Heng anymore. I have to think of a way to please him when I get back. By the way, the beauties he made are so beautiful, will you like them? Pick 2 and send them to him. Let's ignore other people's thoughts for now. As a judge of Longguo, the old man was shocked and excited at the same time. Great! I didn't expect this guy to bring us such a big surprise. He actually successfully cleared such a difficult dungeon. Fortunately, I went against the majority's opinion and pushed him to the competition this time. It turns out that I was right in choosing the right person. By the way, my dear granddaughter, you should spend more time with this boy. It will only benefit you, not harm you. As the voice fell, Li Yi, who was still immersed in the power of Su Heng's dragon-killing magic, slowly came back to her senses. Usually, when she heard her grandfather's teasing, she would go up and say a few words as a symbol. But today, she rarely spoke. At this moment, she looked at Su Heng with eyes full of shock and admiration. Obviously, there were still many loopholes in the first competition. But now I have such a wild idea. Coupled with the powerful execution of realizing the ideas in his mind immediately, Su Heng, this man, has changed so much. How is this possible? After the performance, Su Heng walked slowly to the stage. Under the attention of everyone, the host Lena trotted over. Thank you for your hard work, contestant Su Heng. Thank you for the magic you brought us. It was really wonderful. Even though I was so far away, I could still feel the powerful force of the magic. It was really amazing. Then, Lena quickly took a bottle of water from the staff next to her, and then handed it to Su Heng with a blushing face. Su Heng, drink some water and take a rest. You must be tired after going through so much. Su Heng didn't hesitate to drink the water in one breath. Lena, who was standing by, saw this scene and felt her heart pounding. Su Heng! Su Heng! Su Heng! The boss is simply a god active in modern times. The boss is too strong. I admire you. You are so handsome. I love you. At this moment, the audience below cheered with admiration as they watched Su Heng standing on the stage. Chapter 28. At this moment, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, the judges could not hold back. They all smiled and walked forward in a flattering manner. Su Heng. He is really young and capable. At such a young age, he has created such an amazing copy. Now you have successfully passed the level and become a magician. We are also looking forward to your performance in the future competitions. At this moment, the judge from the Bear Country was the first to step forward. He rubbed his hands, and then said to Soo-hung with a flattering smile. Seeing this scene, the other judges couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This guy looks big and strong on the surface, but he has so many tricks in his mind. The initiative was taken away in an instant. Seeing this, the other judges were not willing to lag behind. They stepped forward and began to ask about Soo-hung's well-being. Even the judge from the Sakura country, who usually danced the most happily, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. They were afraid that if they offended Soo-hung, they would suffer. You can't get away with it, so take advantage of the other party's good mood. Hurry up and flatter him. After all, everyone present here is a veteran, and they all have good eyesight to sit in this position. If it was just a small figure, then of course they would let them control him. But now it is different. Soo-hung is soaring to the sky, and no matter where he is, he will be the most distinguished guest. The copy production competition is an important competition for the whole world. Therefore, this scene in front of him has also been continuously watched by senior officials of other countries. At this moment in the United States, the President of the United States, sitting on the chair, looked at the picture played on the screen in front. He kept tapping the table with his fingers. The copy production competition is an extremely valuable event. Even a good copy may affect the entire country. Therefore, he needs to judge the value of the copy by watching the game. After all, if a copy appears that will change the international situation, he also needs to be prepared in advance. But so far, he has never seen such a valuable copy. The most powerful one may be the martial arts copy of the previous champion, Li Yi, but it is not too outrageous. It's just that there is a sharper cold weapon, which is not to be feared at all. However, when Soo-hung started to make a copy, the originally calm heart of the president of the Eagle Sauce country began to gradually stir up waves. With his unique vision, he knew that this would be an extremely valuable copy. Because of this, he agreed to Soo-hung's bet. And when Soo-hung successfully passed the copy, even when everyone showed the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, the president of the Eagle Sauce country could no longer remain calm, and he slammed the table and stood up, and then stood up with shock in his eyes. How is it possible? This Fire Dragon Slayer magic is really so powerful. Damn it! In this way, the copy that I worked so hard to get will be given away for nothing. The sound was so loud that it even attracted the attention of the security guards outside the door. Dong dong dong. Excuse me, what happened? A few knocks on the door finally brought the Eagle Sauce president back to his senses. Nothing. The Eagle Sauce president immediately sat back in his chair, but he couldn't hide his shock in his heart. Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Judging from the scene, the attack was at least several thousand degrees hot. If I use my full strength, can I really achieve the effect shown in the system demonstration? It's amazing. Perhaps from this moment on, the whole world will usher in changes. At this moment, thinking of his own players, and comparing them with Soo-hung, the president of the Eagle Sauce country couldn't help but cursed. I didn't expect such a copy to appear. Soo-hung. Damn it, he's from Dragon Country again. Right is a jerk. He only knows how to fiddle with his broken lion all day long. How can he be as powerful as our fire dragon? However, after scolding, the president of the Eagle Sauce country began to think about countermeasures. Now it seems that we can only please Soo-hung first, and try not to make enemies with the Dragon Country during this period. I only hope that after Soo-hung is satisfied with his licking, he can teach us some magic. On the other hand, in Sakura Country, the Prime Minister of Sakura Country is also paying attention to this event. When Soo-hung successfully passed the dungeon and brought out the Fire Dragon Slayer magic and showed it in front of everyone, even through the screen, he could feel the scorching heat. This Soo-hung is surprisingly so strong. The power he releases casually is comparable to the most advanced missiles in the country. Once it is fully released, the power may be equivalent to a volcanic eruption. And it can also recover by swallowing things of the same type. This is too abnormal. How can there be such an outrageous setting? And it has been successfully realized. This is too outrageous. At this moment, the Prime Minister of Sakura country was extremely shocked. However, while being shocked by Suheng's powerful strength, he was a little angry when he thought of what the judges of his own country had done. This damn idiot! He is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. He only knows how to offend people everywhere. Now even the Yaishan copy and Yaishan sword that he just got have to be handed over. Damn! He will suffer a lot when he comes back. The Prime Minister of Sakura country was getting angrier and angrier. In order to get the Yaishan copy, was it easy for them? Not only did they spend a lot of money and inquire about the news everywhere, but they also spent a lot of effort and put it into it, constantly mastering the other party's copy, for fear of making mistakes. Now it's good, not only did they lose the things, but they also offended Suheng. Now he can only think about the next countermeasures as soon as possible. And it's not just these two countries that have this idea. At this moment, the senior leaders of all countries are holding emergency meetings. The purpose is to please Suheng and never offend him. On the other side, the internal senior leaders of Dragon Country also held an emergency meeting regarding Suheng's situation. However, unlike other countries, everyone's serious atmosphere was different. At this moment, in the meeting room of Dragon Country, everyone had a smile on their face. And the 45-degree raised corners of the mouth could not be suppressed. At this moment, an old man sitting at the top spoke. I believe everyone knows the main purpose of this meeting. That's right, we are discussing Suheng. In this dungeon competition, he can be said to be the strongest dark horse that stands out. The magic brought out by his copy is extremely powerful. The next second, the old man pressed a button. Then the next moment, the screen in the middle began to play the picture. Then a figure appeared in the center. It was the scene where Suheng released the magic. The roar of the fire dragon. With a roar, a huge flame shot up into the sky, instantly dispersing all the white clouds in the sky. The video ended here. At this moment, the senior leaders who were watching the video could not suppress their inner shock. You read that right? I have lived for so many years, and yet flames are released from the human body. Is this a scene from the dungeon making contest? Someone could actually make such a powerful dungeon. Is this a player from Dragon Country? If so, Dragon Country seems to be about to undergo a change. Chapter 29. At this moment, as Suheng successfully conquered the dungeon, and everyone showed the powerful power of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, all countries hurriedly began to take countermeasures. At the scene of the dungeon production competition, Lena, the host, was constantly interviewing Suheng. In this competition, Suheng's performance was truly outstanding. Whether it was in terms of the creation of the dungeon or the completion of the dungeon, it was impeccable. So, contestant Suheng, do you have anything to say to the fans who like you at the scene? After the words fell, Suheng looked at the microphone handed to him and took it with a smile. I have decided to open the copyrights to everyone present, so that everyone can have the opportunity to experience my copy. At this moment, as Suheng's voice fell, the scene suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Damn, Boss Suheng is so domineering. So handsome, simply. From today on, I am the pendant on Boss's leg. I have completely fallen in love with Suheng. How can there be such a charming man? I can't take it anymore. I am going to pass out from the comfort. The dungeon is open. This is exactly what I dreamed of. It's worth the money I spent to come to the competition. Hurry up and watch more of Suheng's clearance replays. I will also follow this operation later. Magic is coming. I will be the man who will become the next great magician. Boss Suheng, is this the beginning of a new era of magic? And I actually witnessed the beginning of an era with my own eyes. Damn, this is so exciting. Enter Suheng's copy. They can see the splendor of magic with their own eyes. They can even release powerful magic with their own hands, enough to destroy the world. This is simply unimaginable. And now Su-hung has actually made it happen with them. At this moment, regardless of race or gender, everyone expressed their admiration for Su-hung. On the other side, hearing that Su-hung would actually agree to open the copy. At this moment, the judges on the side were also dumbfounded. Then everyone's face revealed a look of surprise. Did you hear it right? This man is really so courageous. You know, after passing the copy, the general copy players will hide the copy. How could they make such a move? Is it to win the hearts of the people and improve the image of the country? But this is totally not worth the loss. You know, Su-hung's copy still has extremely high development value. It's just a pity that those of them who have entered once can only watch from the outside. On the other side, Su-hung, who was standing on the stage. Looking at the excited people, he smiled. Now he is using the people on the scene to help him explore the way. The copy upgrade and authority upgrade prompted by the system. He hasn't figured it out yet, but if the audience on the scene is allowed to go in and explore the way, then by observing everyone, he should be able to understand the general situation. This is 100 benefits for him without any harm. As for the manifestation of powerful magic, he is not worried at all. Now that he has higher authority, although it is not clear to what extent he can do it. But simple restrictions can still be done. Just add a scoring system to the copy. According to the various performances of each player when passing the copy, the comprehensive score will be given and the corresponding rewards will be given. Then at that time, if someone fantasizes that they can get powerful magic just by passing the level, then in front of Su-hung's rating system, it will be a waste of time. It is not impossible to obtain powerful magic. If you get a high rating, you can get high-quality magic. But if Su-hung does not understand the personality traits of various characters in the copy, then at most you can only barely pass the level. Then I look forward to your performance. The next moment, Su-hung directly opened the copy authority. Then he let everyone present enter his copy. At this moment, the audience on the scene entered Su-hung's copy one by one. At the same time, the system prompt sound also came as expected. Ding! Congratulations on successfully entering the dungeon, Fairy Tale. Please select the entry method, enter by yourself/select a character. Please select a faction, Fairy Tale/Phantom Ruler. Please select a character, Natsu, Gray, Urza/Gajeel, Juvia, and Usagi. Looking at the familiar interface in front of them, everyone present smiled slightly. The next moment, everyone spoke in unison. I choose Fairy Tale. Natsu. Ding! Successful selection. Entering the dungeon. At this moment, everyone is full of confidence. After all, Su-hung has successfully cleared the dungeon once and set an example for them. Next, as long as they follow Su-hung's operation, they will definitely pass the level successfully. However, the next second, they found that things seemed to be different from what they imagined. For example, a certain Sakura country player. After choosing Natsu, he saw the oncoming Phantom's magic cannon and was full of confidence. After all, according to the original plot, this move will hit Urza. And after Urza sacrifices to the sky, he will awaken magic and start his invincible journey. However, just when he was imagining the future, he didn't expect the magic cannon to hit him straight. But in order to increase the sense of reality, Su-hung directly restored the sense of touch 1:1. In other words, this player really tasted the taste of being shattered by the magic cannon. And with his death, Urza turned into a female war god in order to take revenge and directly overturned the Phantom. This player was confused. Ah! I was the one who sacrificed to the heaven. Another contestant who entered the Eagle country later carefully observed the failures of several people and found that the opponent's position was wrong, which caused the magic cannon to hit them. Not detailed enough. At this moment, the player felt that he was definitely a rare genius. Then, according to Su Heng's position in the strategy, Urza was hit by the magic cannon and fell beside him. Seeing this, the player's face lit up, and then he hurried over, and after a heart-wrenching performance, he stood up confidently. After all, if you get here, he can have magic, but when he rushed out, but he sadly discovered that the magic was not awakened. And he rushed into the enemy camp, and was immediately hacked to death by others. The next second, another genius turned into a madman. Of course, this is not an isolated case. Immediately afterwards, several people were teleported back. And this scene is being watched by everyone in the live broadcast room. Damn it, what's going on? I clearly followed Su Heng's method, why can't I pass? Stupid. I suggest you watch Su Heng's replay several times. The operation is different. Su Heng put it in with his heart. Guess how the magic is triggered? Damn, if you say so, this copy is too perverted. It's not that the dungeon is abnormal, it's that Su Heng is too strong. I didn't expect that he could completely bring himself into the dungeon. The boss is really awesome. Judging from this, no one will be able to pass again. Chapter 30. At the scene of the dungeon making competition, white lights flashed one after another. The arena was filled with weeping contestants. They entered with full confidence. However, things did not go as planned. They all died because of some operating errors, and the dungeon strategy failed. At this moment, some spectators who had not yet entered the arena looked at the shocking scene in front of them. Their originally excited hearts suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on them. They even began to be afraid. What the hell? What's going on? I saw several people who were quite confident, but they were all eliminated. I'm afraid this copy is not as simple as I imagined. Even with Su Heng's reference, it is still extremely difficult. It must be that some condition needs to be met. Some condition we haven't discovered yet. Damn, so awesome. The boss is the boss. The copy is so detailed. Damn, what should I do? I am a little afraid to go on. After entering, everyone becomes like this. So scary. At this moment, the audience in the field looked at this scene and began to back off. They felt a little scared. At this moment, looking at this scene, Lena, the host, was in a daze. Then she picked up the microphone and said in a shocked tone, I didn't expect that all the contestants who were full of confidence were eliminated now. Su Heng's copy is so difficult. It seems that it is not easy to defeat him easily. Then let's see what kind of comments the judges on the scene will give in this situation. After the voice fell, the camera instantly focused on the judges who had been paying attention to the competition. At this moment, the judges saw this scene and couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. They were immersed in watching the game. Therefore, they didn't notice Lena's question. At this moment, the shocked expressions of these judges were seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. So they couldn't help but speak enthusiastically. Boss Su Heng's copy is awesome. Apart from him, no one has cleared it yet. There are more than 100,000 people at the scene. Don't be anxious. People come in batches by batches. Sooner or later someone will be able to pass. Or maybe no one will be able to pass. I laughed my ass off. Look at the expressions on the judges' faces. This scene was so shocking. The judges' inner thoughts, we thought we were embarrassed enough. But we didn't expect someone to be more embarrassed than us. Great. I laughed my ass off when I saw the comments above. Do the judges think so? Maybe they envy them. Do you envy others who got chopped? Just look at their expressions and you will know how painful it is. Fortunately, I didn't go. The teasing in the comments was also noticed by the program team. So they quickly arranged for the staff to secretly remind them. Then everyone slowly came to their senses. The judge from the Bear Country picked up the microphone and began to speak. I can only say that contestant Soo-hung is really amazing. This is the most amazing copy I have seen in all my years as a judge. None of them can compare to this. Even though there are reference videos of successful clearance, it still blocks everyone from entering the magic gate. It's so terrifying. Then the judges from the Eagle Sauce country said, Soo-hung is really amazing. He said that the copy he made is indeed very difficult and challenging. However, there are more than 100,000 spectators at the scene. I believe that there will be warriors born in our country of Eagle Sauce. Successfully clear this copy. Then several other judges also took the microphone and began to speak. However, they all agreed with Soo-hung's copy. On the other side. At this moment, Soo-hung was sitting in the player's rest area, and next to him, there was a cold and beautiful girl sitting. It was Li Yi, the champion of the previous copy-making competition. At this moment, the two were watching the live broadcast of the competition. Watching the players being eliminated one after another. Soo-hung on the side showed an expression of as expected. His copy is not so easy to pass. However, while watching everyone's operation, he gradually noticed the changes in the copy. The first is the change in the name Fairy Tale. Phantom Ruler directly became Fairy Tale. Although there are only a few words missing, this also means that the content of his copy has expanded to the entire world. In other words, the corresponding rewards have become more generous. Now if you pass it again, you can manifest any magic. At this moment, Li Yi couldn't help but be curious. Do you think anyone will pass your copy? After hearing this question, Soo-hung smiled. Yes. Just like they said, there are more than 100,000 people on the scene. There will always be one. Then the two stopped talking and began to devote themselves to the live broadcast of the arena. At this moment, people are still being eliminated in the arena. But correspondingly, once someone is eliminated, more people will rush in excitedly. Although I am afraid, if I don't fight once, how can I know if I can succeed? Anyway, I won't really die. But if I win, the rewards I get are unimaginable. Those who plant trees in the past will enjoy the shade. The people in front are constantly sacrificing, and the later people who enter can gain more experience. In this case. At this moment, a contestant also entered Soo-hung's copy. Under the attention of everyone. He took one step at a time carefully, by learning from Soo-hung's way of passing the level, and adding the situation when the people in front sacrificed. Finally, when most of the fairy tale people were killed or injured, relying on Makarov's anger to defeat Joseph, he successfully passed the level. The next moment the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant. Successfully cleared the dungeon, Fairy Tale. Main quest of the dungeon, defeat the Phantom Overlord, completed. Knock down at least one opponent of equal strength, completed. Hidden quest, unfinished. Based on the player's performance in the dungeon, Fairy Tale, give a comprehensive evaluation of C. Ding! The system detects that the player is completing the dungeon for the first time. Based on the player's evaluation, a random C magic will be drawn. Ding! Magic extraction is successful, congratulations on getting the little fireball. Fireball, you can use the magic power in your body to generate fireballs and control them. Level, C. Then a white light flashed. The man came to the arena. Seeing that someone had successfully cleared the dungeon, the scene immediately went wild. Chapter 31. At the competition, as the first person to pass the level appeared, the audience began to discuss. This guy is awesome. He managed to fight his way out, even though he sacrificed a lot. But he is still amazing. Awesome. Someone actually finished the game. Isn't it inevitable to pass the level? There are more than 100,000 people at the scene, and there is also Soo-hung's successful experience. I won't say any more. I'm the next one and I must get the magic too. Stop talking so much. I want to see the power of the fireball magic now. Let go, let me see it. Yes, 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 boss, please release the fireball magic. Yes, yes. Boss, open our eyes. Let's see how powerful the fireball magic is. At this moment, the audience began to make a noise. They asked the first-time players to show them the fireball magic. At this moment, Lena, the host, was also very curious, so she picked up the microphone and started the interview. Contestant, everyone seems to be looking forward to your magic. Can you show it to us? At this moment, the contestant looked at the expectant expressions of everyone present. Then he tilted his head and looked at the curious look of the beautiful host Lena beside him. At this moment, his self-confidence was overflowing to the extreme. So he said in a pretentious manner, "Okay, all of you step back a little, so as not to hurt you by mistake. Forget it, just use the test field. As a great country, Longwo should have won." When the staff on the scene heard this, they all nodded. Then they took the contestant to do the preparations. The test field is used to test the power of various things brought out from the dungeon. After all, the original intention of the dungeon production competition is to enhance the military strength of various countries. Therefore, the equipment of the test field is also extremely complete. Not long after, several steel plates were erected in the center of the scene and stacked together. The thickness of these stacked steel plates reached an astonishing 2,000 millimeters. You must know that these steel plates are used to test the power of some tank shells. However, everyone still moved it out. After all, the power of magic should not be underestimated. As the layout of the scene was completed, the staff hurriedly evacuated. After all, they still remembered the way Suhung released the Fire Dragon Slayer magic before. So in the expectant eyes of everyone, the contestant slowly closed his eyes. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Awaken! Fireball magic!" Then a blaze of flames began to ignite in the contestant's hand. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene couldn't help but become more nervous. Seems very amazing. How powerful will the fireball magic be? I can't wait. I bet when he releases it, the power will be extremely huge. Will the stadium be destroyed? After all, if Suhung hadn't fired it into the sky before, we would all be in danger. You said that, I feel a little panicked. At this moment, the audience on the stage were talking. The flames in the other contestant's hand gradually condensed into a fireball, and then he threw it forward fiercely. Under the eyes of everyone, the fireball rushed towards the steel plate in front like a cannonball. Then it suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. In an instant, thick smoke billowed. When everyone reacted, they saw that a huge hole had been melted in the center of the steel plate. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene was extremely enthusiastic. They couldn't help but cheer. Damn, it's awesome! Every magic that Master Suhung brought out in the dungeon was so powerful. You read that right. A 2,000 mm thick steel plate was melted through so easily. This power is almost as powerful as the most advanced main battle tanks in some countries. This power is invincible. The temperature of this fireball is at least several thousand degrees. Although it is not as strong as that of Suhung, it is still extremely powerful. My buddy is so cool. No, I'll be next. Here I come, here I come, here I come, here I come. Wait for me. Holy shit! I saw everything this guy did just now. Now it's my turn. Want to get ahead? I'll go now. As the voices of several people fell, there was a huge commotion at the scene. Then the audience ran down the stage one after another, and began to run without caring about their image. This scene was just like a mad dog out of a cage. The staff at the scene were shocked. When they reacted, they hurriedly began to maintain order at the scene. However, after the first person's precedent, the enthusiasm of the audience had risen to a terrifying level. It was impossible to stop them. One by one, they rushed into the system space of the copy and began to challenge Su Heng's copy. The judges from various countries who noticed this also showed satisfied smiles one by one. It's a little late, but the first attacker has already appeared. I didn't expect this magic to be so powerful. Very good, if we continue like this. There will be more and more people who can do magic. Su Heng's copy really gave me a great surprise. At this moment, the judges of the Bear Country exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha! That guy just now is from our Eagle Sauce country. I didn't expect that he would be the first one to clear the dungeon. I actually got such a powerful magic. Tell me, what should I do? Go back and reward him. This is our country's first super genius. At this moment, thinking of the powerful power of the magic just now, the smile on the face of the judge of Eagle Sauce country became even bigger. Seeing the arrogant look on the face of the judge of Eagle Sauce country, the other judges couldn't help but curse in their hearts. What are you pretending for? Isn't it just the first one to pass the level? The real victory is still unknown. At this moment, everyone's heart is full of confidence, because under Su Heng's copy, the country will usher in a great change. And in the players' lounge. At this moment, our cold and beautiful girl Li Yi. After seeing the first player to pass the level, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression. However, the player behind raised his hand and fired a shell comparable to a tank. Seeing this, Li Yi's beautiful eyes widened a few points. This power is too strong. Is it true that any magic can beat the cutting-edge weapons of various countries? This copy is too perverted. Thinking of this, she covered her mouth in surprise. Then she looked at Su Heng beside her with an unbelievable look. The man next to her, who looked harmless, actually changed the situation between countries with just a raise of his hand. It's ridiculously strong. Chapter 32. At this moment, in the fairy tale dungeon, the audiences at the scene continued to rush in one after another. The white light on the field flashed one after another. It was obvious that the number of eliminated people was increasing. But after the first person successfully passed the level, the enthusiasm of the crowd was now extremely high, and the pain could not stop them from moving forward. At this moment, the scene was also broadcasted in real time through the camera. Looking at this crazy scene in front of them, the barrage exploded in an instant. These people are too crazy. They are like mad dogs pouncing on their prey. I am a little scared even through the screen. Isn't this nonsense? If I give you a chance to become a magician, aren't you crazier than them? Do you know the charm of magic? Is this the charm of the dungeon created by Master Su Heng? It actually caused such a sensation. So cool. I have to say, this scene is really super shocking. I have never seen people so crazy. Is this the charm of magic? Is this the attraction of Su Heng's copy? I am only curious about when the next dungeon clearer will appear. And what kind of magic will he use? At this moment, the barrage was in a heated discussion. And the people on the field were also very curious. However, in the next moment, with another flash of white light. At this moment, a beautiful white-haired girl appeared on the field. This girl was wearing a slim-fitting dress, and her curvy figure was perfectly set off. Seeing this scene, the old perverts were a little excited. Another person was eliminated. It's a girl. This girl is really pretty. She is very resilient and didn't cry or make a fuss after being eliminated. She is so brave. At this moment, when everyone was discussing, a lot of water vapor suddenly emanated from the girl's body, and then condensed into streams of water that wrapped around her. Water blade slash! With a light shout, a huge water blade flew straight towards the steel plate left by the test. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The water flow split the steel plate in front of it in half. It was obvious that the power of this magic was even stronger. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone at the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. Oh my god, another level clearer is born. Is this water magic? Holy shit, this is awesome. This power is too strong. Much more powerful than the little fireball just now. This girl is also a fierce person. The second person to clear the dungeon. Is Suheng's dungeon really so amazing? As long as you clear the dungeon, you can get powerful magic. Damn it, why haven't the people in front of me come out yet? The number of people being eliminated is getting smaller and smaller, so I have to wait in line again. I guess they all figured out the pattern. More and more people are passing the level. No, I can't fall behind. However, the girls passing the level was like a signal. The next moment, white lights flashed. One by one, contestants with strange visions appeared. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with excitement. Just because they had one common feature, the people who passed the level. Steel storm. Fire blast. Rhythm of thunder. At this moment, shouts were heard one after another. Powerful magics were constantly colliding on the field. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out. And the number of people who passed the level was still increasing. Seeing this scene, the judges on the field could no longer sit still. The number of players who pass the level is increasing. If this continues, it won't be long before tens of thousands of wizards appear on the scene. This is amazing. This is incredible. At this moment, the judges from the United States could not help but exclaimed in admiration. The whole world will change. I didn't expect this to happen at the venue of the second dungeon competition. I think this scene may be recorded in history. The judge of the Bear Country muttered to himself. Water magic, lightning magic, steel magic, control magic. One magic after another was brought out, and all of them possessed extremely powerful power. And this scene in front of them also made the top leaders of various countries tremble. At this moment, in the office of the president of Eagle Sauce Country, looking at the powerful magic in front of him, the smile on the president's face became brighter and brighter. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that the magic in Suheng's copy would be so powerful. And the first person to pass the level is a talent from our Eagle Sauce Country. As more and more wizards are added, the strength of our Eagle Sauce Country will also usher in an unprecedented improvement. The next moment, the men beside him also began to report the situation. According to statistics, there are more than 500 wizards in our country, and each of them is extremely powerful. The number may increase again in the future. Hearing this, the President of the United States smiled even more. Spread the news. Let other countries know the strength of our Eagle Sauce Country. Ha ha ha. At this rate, our Eagle Country will become the most powerful wizard empire. On the other side, Prime Minister John Bull was also paying close attention to the development of the competition. The first person to pass the level appeared in Eagle Country, which made him more and more anxious. However, when he saw the white-haired girl using magic, and it was even more powerful than the players in Eagle Country, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Because this white-haired girl is the youngest princess in their country, and she has been a combination of wisdom and beauty since she was a child. However, the next moment, the men outside brought intelligence. The Eagle Country has just released news that it has 500 wizards, but we only have more than 300 at present, which is a huge difference. Upon hearing this news, Prime Minister John Bull was not panicked, but smiled faintly. It's okay. Send a message to the little princess and ask her to work with other players to create a detailed guide as soon as possible. Share these tips with others. This should help you clear the game faster. Humph. This is a real turnaround, yes. We, John Bull, will never miss it. When the last sentence was finished, Prime Minister John Bull was full of pride. He must win this battle. And it is not just these countries that have these ideas at the moment. This will be a major opportunity to change the situation. No one will let it go. At this moment in the players' lounge, Li Yi, who saw this scene, became more and more worried. After all, his grandfather is a senior leader of Longguo. In such an environment, she will naturally worry about the safety of Longguo. What should we do? Su-hung? We will fall behind if we continue like this. Why don't you take action? What are you thinking about? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, but in this voice there was a hint of urgency and questioning. Glancing at Li Yi beside him, Su-hung just replied lightly. Do you really want to know the answer? You will know it soon. Don't worry. At this moment, Li Yi looked at this scene and seemed a little confused. She didn't understand what this meant. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 33. At this moment, in the players' lounge, there was a quick knock on the door. Su-hung sat calmly on the sofa, showing an expected expression. Come in. As the voice fell, the door was opened, and then a group of people slowly walked in. And each of them had a bright look on their faces, and looked extraordinary. Uncle Wang? Uncle Zhao? Why are you all here? Looking at the group of people who suddenly appeared in front of them, Li Yi showed a surprised look. As the previous champion, coupled with her own strong background, she has basically met some of the dignitaries of Longguo a few times. And the people in front of her are the top executives of Longguo. Of course there are also some wealthy people. It can be said that this group of people are the top dignitaries of Longguo at present. Each of them is extremely powerful. And now these people suddenly appeared here. Why exactly? Oh, it's Li Yi. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be here too. I talked to your grandfather 2 days ago, but I didn't expect to meet him today. What a coincidence. At this moment, the man named Uncle Wang laughed loudly, and the light in his eyes kept flashing. I didn't expect the old man to act so much earlier than them. He is really foresight. Old Wang, don't be in a hurry to reminisce about the past. Let's talk about business first. At this moment, the middle-aged man on the side said as if reminding him. At this moment, the man also thought of their purpose. So he quickly straightened his expression and then said to Su-hung. Ha ha ha. Brother Su-hung is really a handsome guy. Not only that, he also made a powerful copy of Fairy Tale. With you, Dragon Country will have a chance to rise. At this moment, Su-hung was slumped on the sofa. Facing this person's flattery, he had no interest at all. He just said lightly. Stop flattering me, tell me the real purpose of your visit. So many people gathered here, they are not here to flatter me, right? Su-hung's words at this moment were very impolite. However, even so, the crowd was not angry at all. Instead, they showed the look they should have. After all, geniuses are always proud. Seeing this, the man named Lao Wang spoke again. Well, little brother, you are a generous person at first glance. In that case, I will get straight to the point. I hope you can help my daughter conquer the fairy tale dungeon. Of course, after the success, the reward will not be reduced by a cent. I wonder what brother Su-hung thinks? No matter what it is, I can promise you. After the words fell, the other big guys couldn't help but extend their olive branches. My daughter is a beauty. She is no less beautiful than Li Yi. As long as you, Su-hung, agree to take her in, I can settle this marriage right now. From now on, we will address each other as father and son. At this moment, a tall and burly man stood up and spoke first. The others were not willing to lag behind. At this moment, the man named Uncle Zhao also spoke slowly. This is nothing. As long as you are willing to take my daughter through the dungeon, we can not only get engaged, but also when I am old. All the industries behind me are handed over to you. You should know that our Zhao company has a total asset of 1 trillion yuan. Seeing that everyone started to sell their daughters, those who only had sons were anxious at this moment. Su-hung. Although I don't have a daughter, I have a niece who is extremely beautiful. As long as you bring my son in, I can give you my family business now, and I guarantee that it will not be inferior to Zhao's company. And if you think my son can do it, then it is not impossible." As the big man said this amazing statement, everyone looked at him in surprise, and then he made more crazy conditions. Seeing this, other big men also began to increase the price crazily. Everyone present was a deep-minded person. When they saw the magic being brought out, they knew that from then on, only those who possessed magic could become the best. Now those who took the lead in breaking through the dungeon in other countries have formed a strategy team, and they are brushing the dungeon one after another with strategies. But since it is to conquer the dungeon, who is more suitable for this position than the maker of the dungeon and the person who brought out the magic for the first time through the dungeon? Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, and to prevent their children from falling behind, the big men at this moment are completely crazy. Then everyone looked at Su-hung with burning eyes, as if expecting his answer. But Su-hung smiled disdainfully when he saw this, and then slowly said, "What a joke! You should know how valuable my copy is. What is something that I, Su-hung, cannot obtain? Why do you want to bring along the flowers that you have pampered in the greenhouse? I am not your babysitter." Everyone was stunned when they heard Su-hung's words. They had offered such a generous reward. The man in front of them was not moved. But they had no other choice now. Su-hung just didn't want to, so what could they do? After looking at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds. All the big guys bent down 90 degrees and lowered their posture to a very low level. "As long as you agree, Su-hung, you can ask for anything. If you think someone is disobeying your orders, you can do whatever you want. We will never say a word." Li Yi, who was standing aside at the moment, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands in surprise when she saw this scene. She felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. What was going on? You have to know that all these people present are powerful people. And now, one by one, they have lowered their posture so much, just to ask Su-hung to help them with the strategy copy of their children. If this scene is seen by others now, it will definitely cause an uproar in the whole world. Could it be that his grandfather also kept him with Su-hung for this reason? Thinking of this, looking at the scene in front of him, and then looking at Su-hung beside him, Li Yi seemed to have made some kind of determination. At this moment, the scene was silent. Everyone was quietly waiting for Su-hung's answer. At this moment, Su-hung, who was slumped on the sofa, slowly got up, looking at the scene in front of him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew that these people would definitely come. If he didn't suppress this group of people and give them a warning, then this group of people would definitely take advantage of it. After all, if happiness comes too suddenly, no one will cherish it. "All right, I agree to your request. I believe you wouldn't dare to lie. Bring the person here. Let me make it clear in advance, I hate those who are arrogant and look down on others. If any of you have such a personality, then you don't need to bring them with you." At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Su-hung finally give in. Then they hurried outside to make preparations. Not long after, a group of young boys and girls stood in front of Su-hung. And they were all handsome. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were all powerful people outside. However, in front of Su-hung, everyone bowed their heads and bowed deeply. "Lord Su-hung, please give me your orders." Chapter 34. At this moment, the children of the top nobles in Dragon Country all lowered their attitudes in front of Su-hung. Su-hung, who was sitting on the sofa at this moment, looked extremely satisfied at the respectful attitudes of the people. If any of the people present were arrogant as soon as they arrived, he would drive them away without saying a word. After all, he was not here to be a nanny. "Not bad. I am very satisfied with your performance. Everyone, get up." As Su-hung's voice fell, everyone at the scene stood up and stood aside respectfully. But they were all looking at Su-hung with curious eyes. After all, they had just received news from their masters. From today on, their lives and future actions are in the hands of the man in front of them. Even their property has been obtained by this man. This news is so ridiculous, but no one thinks it is a joke. Because they have never seen their masters show such a serious expression. If they disagree, they may be replaced by others immediately. Therefore, everyone is very curious about their future boss. Looking at the people in front of him, Soo-hung naturally knew clearly what these people were thinking. So the next moment, the huge magic power in his body suddenly poured out. Boom! A huge amount of magic power instantly filled the entire space. Everyone's shoulders became heavier and heavier. What Soo-hung did at this moment undoubtedly brought a great shock to the worldview of these boys and girls. After all, they usually have their own preferences and don't pay much attention to the copy competition. Therefore, they felt this huge magic power at this moment. Everyone was extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the man in front of them would have such a strong strength. This is something they have never seen before. This is also something they can't understand. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes became more respectful. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Soo-hung also took the magic power back into his body, and then slowly said, "From today on, you are all my subordinates. I hate people who don't obey my orders. My orders are imperial decrees. If anyone dares to violate it, they will bear the consequences themselves. Of course, don't worry, I will give you corresponding benefits. That is the ability I just used." At this point, Soo-hung paused. Subconsciously, he looked at the people in front of him. At this moment, when they heard what Soo-hung was going to give them, everyone's faces suddenly flashed with excitement. Seeing this, Soo-hung smiled and continued. "Other countries are forming a raiding group to raid my copy. I want to get magic from it. You are all the top talents in Dragon Country, so I will lead you to form a national team to represent the entire Dragon Country. And the name of this team? I will name it after my first dungeon. From today on, this team will be called Fairy Tale." As soon as the words fell, everyone on the scene showed surprise. They didn't expect that the dungeon that all countries had worked so hard to conquer was created by the man in front of them. No wonder they were standing here. No wonder their own adults said that. At this moment, everything had an answer. "Yes. Lord Soo-hung." Everyone said in unison. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Yi gritted his teeth. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he said to Soo-hung, Soo-hung. I want to join Fairy Tale, too. Is that okay?" Li Yi's slightly pleading voice sounded at this moment. But Soo-hung just glanced at her and then retracted his gaze. "No. I don't need people who don't obey my orders in my team. Do you think you can do it?" Soo-hung's words at this moment were like a bolt from the blue. Yes. She, Li Yi, was the champion of the last dungeon competition. Is it really possible for her to completely submit to the man in front of her now? Can she really let go of her pride? Thinking of this, Li Yi quickly shook her head. "No, this is the only chance. I must not let my grandfather down." At this moment, Li Yi seemed to have made up her mind completely. Then she bent down and lowered her posture very low. Then she said, "Soo-hung, let me join the Fairy Tale. From today on, I will obey all your orders without any complaints." Looking at the situation ahead, Soo-hung smiled. "Very good. From today on, you are a member of Fairy Tale. Let's go. Let's give those people a shock. Let the other raiders see what a real raid dungeon is." After the words fell, Soo-hung walked out of the lounge without looking back. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed him. At this moment, at the scene of the dungeon competition, Soo-hung led a group of people into the dungeon space of the system. Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked. "Damn, what's going on? Why are there so many people following Boss Su-hung? What are they doing? What? I really don't know, but have you noticed that these people are so good looking? Oh my god, why are there so many handsome men and beautiful women? Damn! These people seem familiar. The only daughter of Zhao's company? And the youngest daughter of Wang's company? These are all the children of the top dignitaries. Could this be the raiding group formed by Su-hung? Is he going to lead a team to raid his own dungeon? Damn, I'm so envious. What are you envious of? Look at how respectful those people are. The people who were usually so powerful have now become obedient. What do you think is the price? Why not be envious? I am willing to be his dog if I follow Su-hung. At this moment, everyone on the field was having a heated discussion. But Su-hung was not interested in those things. After everyone entered the system space, Su-hung directly used the authority he had obtained. He blocked the sound here, and then began to explain every step after entering the copy. What to do in each step. What to pay attention to. He believed that with the ability of these people, they would not be disappointed after talking to this extent. Okay, that's all I need to say. Everyone, go in and clear the dungeon. If anyone fails, come back and accept my punishment. After the words fell, everyone nodded vigorously, and then began to enter the space in an orderly manner. Surprisingly, Su-hung also entered his own copy again and began to challenge. Chapter 35. At this moment, as Su-hung was attacking his own dungeon again, seeing this scene, the barrage began to discuss. Hey? Did Boss Su-hung go in himself? Is this meant to set an example for others? Could it be that he went in again to clear the level? Can he get rewards for clearing the level twice? At this moment, there was a crazy discussion in the barrage. After all, I have never heard of a dungeon that can bring out rewards for clearing the level twice. So why did Su-hung enter again? Everyone expressed confusion. On the other side, Su-hung, who entered the dungeon at this moment, seeing his thoughts gradually confirmed, he almost laughed out loud. As other people continued to enter the dungeon, he naturally kept watching and had some guesses in his mind. Now it seems that he was right. The dungeon of Fairy Tale has been upgraded, and now the dungeon is the whole world. This also means that there are more events that can be triggered, and there are more magic that he can also obtain. At this moment, Su-hung's eyes are full of light. Others may only get magic rewards once in this dungeon. But he has the upgrade authority of the dungeon and can clear the dungeon without restrictions. You must know that there are countless powerful magics in Fairy Tale. Perhaps he will become a real magic king soon. However, not long after Su-hung led people into the dungeon, I saw a flash of white light on the field. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene became agitated. How come someone came out so quickly? Did they fail in the challenge? Even if it was Su-hung who challenged, he would not succeed so quickly. This must be a failure. How can you pass the level so quickly? How long has it been? You have already passed the level. Oh, I am so disappointed. Su-hung brought these people in personally. How embarrassing. Yes, I really failed Su-hung's expectations. It would be better if you let me in. I can definitely hold on for a while. Faced with the sudden appearance of the white light on the field, everyone kept guessing. But they basically had the same idea. That is, who Su-hung brought in, was eliminated. How embarrassing. However, the next moment, as the white light gradually dissipated, the person who appeared in the center of the field was none other than Su-hung himself, who had just entered not long ago. At this moment, he was checking the magic he had just obtained after passing the level. Magic name, Additional Magic. Stage 1, High-Level Attachment, ability to attach corresponding magic and attributes to any object. This magic cannot be used directly for attack and can only be used to attach to any object or human. Stage 2, Extreme Attachment, after practice, one reaches the highest realm of additional magic, and can even attach magic to meteorites from outer space, thus causing destruction. Special stage, separation and addition, able to separate any attributes of any item and add corresponding additions. Level, SSS+. Looking at this luxurious magic introduction in front of him, Soo-hung almost laughed out loud with joy. Attachment magic can be said to be the most versatile and top-level magic of fairy tale. You should know that the origin of dragon-slaying magic is to attach the power of dragons to humans through attachment magic, which is the formation of dragon-slaying magic. And it also has the property of separation. As long as his magic power is strong enough, he can even separate other people's magic and attach it to others. In the later stage of cultivation, even personality can be attached. What is real power? Looking around, Soo-hung smiled slightly, because he saw the props that can be used to test new magic. In front of him was a super thick steel plate weighing more than 10 tons that had just been destroyed countless times by other players but could still stand. The magic power in his body surged, and Soo-hung stretched out his hand and waved. As the magic power gradually covered the steel plate, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. I saw that the steel plate began to deform and reorganize continuously. Not long after. Boom boom boom. After a while of shaking, the steel plates in front of me suddenly turned into steel giants tens of meters high. Roar! Then, as if to celebrate his birth, the steel giant punched the ground of the venue. Snap! Snap! At this moment, the main venue, which had been constantly polished and was extremely hard, began to crack under this huge force. And it spread wildly. Not long after, the entire venue was covered with spider web-like cracks. Seeing this horrifying scene in front of them, the audience at the scene went crazy. What kind of monster is this? This power is too powerful. Is this the new magic that Master Soo-hung brought out? It's ridiculously powerful. He created such a powerful monster with just a wave of his hand. This strength is too strong. I worship Master Soo-hung. Holy shit, it was actually Master Soo-hung who cleared the level. This is too damn fast. This is outrageous. Are you playing a speedrun? You've already cleared the game before others have figured out the situation? Can you please give us some confidence? Don't discourage us like this. This giant is so handsome. He broke such a solid main venue with one punch. So awesome. At this moment, everyone in the venue was amazed at Soo-hung's actions. However, just when everyone was shocked by the powerful magic that Soo-hung had just obtained, Soo-hung turned around and returned to the copy space. And when he entered, he brought in some members of the fairy tale strategy group. The next moment, a white light flashed. Soo-hung appeared on the field again, and at this moment, he was wrapped in dark magic. The whole body exuded an evil and ominous aura. Before everyone had time to sigh, Soo-hung went in again. Then he was like a purchase. Continuously enter, then quickly pass the level, and obtain various powerful magic. The most frustrating thing is that every time he enters, he must bring some members of the fairy tale strategy group. At this moment, the audience in the venue has gradually become numb. Boss Soo-hung is really awesome. I have never seen such an awesome method. I have never seen such an awesome person. From today on, Master Soo-hung will always be my most revered idol. Others have worked hard to clear the customs. He came here to purchase goods. Is this the world of the big guys? It's too scary. I can't understand it. At this moment, the people on the field kept complaining. On the other side, the senior officials of the country who had been paying attention to this game were all anxious. How could you, Soo-hung, play like this? It's okay to buy the goods yourself. You also bring people into the dungeon like crazy. How can they compete in a friendly way if this goes on? Thinking of this, everyone got anxious and started to plan. Chapter 36. At this moment, along with Soo-hung's purchase behavior, all countries have felt a huge pressure. You said you would purchase goods, Su-hung. After all, no matter how powerful you are the only one who is powerful. But you not only purchase goods, but also keep bringing people in. Doesn't this affect the friendly competition between countries? At this moment, in the office of the President of Eagle Sauce Country, the President of Eagle Sauce Country is anxiously asking his subordinates. What's going on? Why is the strategy so crude? And the clearance speed is getting slower and slower. The subordinates beside him also had a hard time saying. The contestants who passed the test on site all had their own opinions, and we couldn't judge who was right or wrong, so we could only pick out the points they all had in common and make our own decisions. After hearing this reason, the President of the United States almost laughed out of anger. Don't worry about who is right or wrong, pick 10 people to form a group to jointly develop a strategy, and then distribute it. By the way, how many people in our country have passed the level now? What magic did they use? Seeing this, the subordinates on the side also hurriedly answered. All right, sir. According to current statistics, there are more than 600 people in our country who have magic. The magic they have is small fireball, small ice, small lightning. At this moment, the President of the United States was very upset. Why does the name have a small word in it? It's not cool at all. Isn't there a better name? Something like Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Seeing this, the subordinates beside him also complained. I don't know why, but most of them have this kind of name. But even though the name sounds bad, its power cannot be underestimated. Hearing this, the President nodded with satisfaction. Do as I tell you. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before our Eagle Sauce Nation becomes the most powerful magic empire in the world. After receiving the order, the subordinates gradually retreated. On the other side, Prime Minister John Bull looked at the report in his hand with a gloomy expression. Under the leadership of Su-hung, Long Kingdom will obviously catch up. However, we in John Bull only have more than 500 magicians, which is more than 100 people behind the Eagle Sauce Country. How can we make up for it? At this moment, the secretary at the side adjusted his glasses and then answered. There is no way around it. When the first contestant came out, the President of the United States immediately formulated a detailed strategy and started taking action. Moreover, the little princess was so beautiful that when she taught people, basically no one listened attentively. Later, they had to change the plan to get better. After hearing this, Prime Minister John Bull was speechless. Find a way to speed up the progress. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we will become the most powerful magic empire in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the secretary beside him nodded quickly, and then seemed to remember something and continued to report. By the way, in fact, the number of people who have passed through the Dragon Country is even lower than ours. Even if Su-hung continues to bring people in, there are only a few dozen more. Even if all those people pass the customs, the gap between them and us is still huge. So Prime Minister, don't worry. After hearing this news, Prime Minister John Bull gradually smiled. Very good. So, we have one less competitor. Do as I tell you. Now we just need to surpass the Eagle Sauce Country. At the same time, other countries also started to act. After all, if one more person has magic, then their national strength will be strengthened. At this moment, at the scene of the copy-making competition, Su-hung was still constantly entering and exiting the copy, and every time he entered, he would bring some members of the strategy team with him. The strategy teams of other countries also received the news at this moment, and they were not willing to be outdone. One by one, they took the strategy and began to rush into the system space. At this moment, as time passed, the first member of the fairy tale strategy team who possessed magic also appeared on the field. As the white light dissipated, a woman with a cold face and beautiful appearance stood on the field. He ran was Li Yi, the champion of the previous competition. Of course, she is now a member of the fairy tale strategy team, and she has also given everything to Soo-hung. At this moment, Li Yi, who was standing on the field, also reviewed her magic information. Ice magic, different from shape magic, this is the purest kind of magic with great potential. If you practice it to the extreme, you can even freeze everything. Level, SSS. After obtaining the magic of ice, Li Yi's entire temperament seemed to have undergone a drastic change. At this moment, she stood there without moving, but the cold air emanating from her body made everyone present shiver inadvertently. Condensation. Li Yi said softly at this moment. Then, with her as the center, an astonishing cold air began to spread continuously, and everything it touched was instantly frozen into ice. The voices kept ringing. The audience around was filled with horror, fearing that they would also be frozen into ice. Fortunately, Li Yi seemed to be just doing this for an experiment. When this cold air touched a person, it automatically disappeared. But it only took a short while. The huge venue instantly turned into a giant ice sculpture. At this moment, the judges on the field saw this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, the judges from the Eagle Sauce country couldn't help but be surprised. The first member of the Fairy Tale Raiders team has been revealed? I didn't expect it to be the champion of the last tournament. Just one move froze the entire venue. This strength is really strong, so scary. The old man of Longwo touched his beard and then looked at Li Yi deeply. He didn't expect his granddaughter to put aside her pride and make such a decision. It was not in vain for his painstaking efforts. Thinking of this, the old man said, "The champion of the last tournament? This title no longer suits her. Now she should be more accurately called a member of the Fairy Tale Raiders group. This team of attackers should not be underestimated." As the old man finished speaking, as if to prove what he said, white light kept flashing on the field. One after another, powerful auras began to be released wantonly on the field. They were the members of the Fairy Tale team. Chapter 37. At this moment, with the members of the Fairy Tale strategy group appearing on the field one after another, invisible magic power dissipated from their bodies. Unknowingly, it enveloped the entire venue. This is because they have just conquered the copy and cannot control the huge power they have just obtained. At this moment, the faces of the members of the Fairy Tale strategy group are filled with excitement. Generally speaking, the excitement and joy when you just get magic will make people want to test the power of magic. But these people didn't. Although they were excited and happy, they knew very well how all this was obtained. Without Soo-hung's order, they would not do anything without authorization. This of course includes testing the magic they just got in full view of the public. At this moment, the audience on the stage looked at the members in the center of the arena. Their expressions looked extremely excited, but they did not make any moves. They couldn't help but start talking about it. What's going on? Why are they all standing there motionless? Did they fail to clear the level? Don't be silly, you didn't pass the level? Don't you feel the magic on the field? It's all coming from those people. With so many wizards, isn't it normal to have magic power on the field? Could it be that the magic is too weak and shameful? You're right. Why didn't I think of that? If the team led by Soo-hung himself seems too weak in magic, then I'd be too embarrassed to show it. Yes, after all, the magic produced by this copy has never been too weak so far. Maybe it is really weak to a certain extent. That's why it is like this. Looking at the people in front of them, the audience on the field began to speculate. At this moment, the members of the strategy team heard what these people were talking about in the center of the arena and smiled disdainfully. The next moment, a white light appeared in the center of the field. And with it came an extremely huge magic power. This magic power is several times the total magic power of everyone present, and it is still rising. In just a moment of appearance, it overwhelmed everyone. Fortunately, this magic power came and went quickly. In just a moment, it was taken back into the body. And the one who exuded magic power was Su-hung, who successfully attacked the copy again. With the appearance of Su-hung, the excited members of the strategy team on the field suppressed their excitement. Then one by one walked to Su-hung's side and stopped. Then they all showed respectful expressions and said in unison, "Lord Su-hung, please give the order." Looking at the people in front of him, Su-hung nodded with satisfaction. However, at this moment, Li Yi slowly walked in front of Su-hung, then knelt on one knee and spoke in a cold tone. "Lord Su-hung, I'm sorry. I acted without your instructions and released magic. Please punish me." Looking at Li Yi kneeling in front of him and asking for punishment, Su-hung slowly said, "That's right. You can't do anything without my order. Obviously you didn't hear me. You must accept the punishment. But the fact that you came to apologize immediately shows that you also realized your mistake. From this point of view, you performed very well. Forget it this time. But I hope you can remember every word I said. Otherwise, I won't be so easy to talk to next time." As the last sentence fell, everyone felt as if their hearts were being grabbed, as if they would suffocate to death in the next second. At this moment, Li Yi was sweating all over, but he still endured the discomfort and said, "Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord Su-hung, for your forgiveness." Seeing this, Su-hung chuckled and nodded. Then, using his authority, he checked the magic that everyone had obtained. SSS level Iron Dragon Slayer magic. SSS level Sky Dragon Slayer magic. SSN Sky God Slayer magic. SSS level Receiving magic. Seeing this, Su-hung nodded in satisfaction. Very good, all of them were S level or above, which did not disappoint him. He naturally heard the discussions of the audience. Seeing this, he smiled coldly. "Remember, you are my subordinates. Every move you make represents my reputation. At the same time, you also represent the entire Dragon Country and the pride of the entire Dragon Country. Now my first order to you is to show these people how powerful you are." At this moment, as Su-hung finished speaking, the members of the strategy team were all excited. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It makes sense not to use magic. It's time to give these blind people a little shock. After receiving the order, everyone stopped suppressing the magic power in their bodies. Instead, they began to release it to their heart's content. The powerful magic instantly filled the entire venue. The Iron Dragon's roar. God's North Wind. The Flame God's roar. The Ice Devil's excitement. Receive the magic soul of Satan. Powerful magic was released one after another. The powerful magic was constantly colliding with each other. Before long, the originally solid competition venue had become dilapidated under the magic of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone on the field widened their eyes in shock. "I feel like their magic is a little different from ours. Am I wrong?" "You are not wrong. You don't need to feel it. This magic is just different from ours." "Is this magic? Why are these people's magic so strong? This magic is too much, damn. If only Su-hung was awesome, it would be fine. Why are all these people so awesome? What's going on? Shouldn't we have an explanation? Why is there such a big difference between the same magic? Yes, why is there such a big difference between magic? It's too outrageous." After the initial shock, everyone on the scene became dissatisfied. "They are all magic, why is your magic so good? It's too outrageous." Seeing everyone's questioning, a girl with fair skin, wearing a pink dress, and a good appearance and figure came out. After getting Su-hung's approval, she directly answered everyone's doubts. "It's very simple. Because our magic is the top magic. When you clear the dungeon, there should be a level evaluation. Haven't you noticed? And don't forget who gave you the power to be superior. If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will cut you into pieces. As soon as the voice fell, the woman exuded a powerful magic. All the doubts were suppressed immediately. It was too damn scary. If you talk nonsense again, you might really be killed. Chapter 38. At this moment, looking at the people on the field who were all upset, the girl nodded with satisfaction, then hopped over to Su Heng's side. She tilted her head and said shyly, "How is it? Master Su Heng, I did a good job, didn't I?" Looking at the young girl in front of him, Su Heng curiously checked her information through the system permissions. Name, Zhao Lingor. Magic, Sky Dragon Slayer Magic. Level, SSS. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic? No wonder it has such a huge magical power. Very well done. I will remember you. Your name is Zhao Lingor, right? I have always had rewards and punishments, and now I will give you the reward you deserve. Seeing this, Su Heng reached out and touched the other person's head, and then a huge amount of magic power was transmitted to the other person's body. Zhao Lingor, who was still shy at the moment, suddenly froze. But then a feeling of joy began to spread in her heart, because this not only represented Lord Su Heng's recognition of her. It also showed that Lord Su Heng had firmly remembered her, Zhao Lingor, in his mind. Thank you, Master Su Heng. After receiving this huge magical power, Zhao Lingor smiled sweetly at Su Heng, and then returned to the team. Then Su Heng turned his head and glanced at the people at the scene, then chuckled and said, "That's it, folks. I added a rating system when the dungeon was first opened. Based on your performance in the dungeon, you will be given corresponding evaluations, and then the corresponding rewards will be randomly drawn based on the evaluations. It's you who didn't seize the opportunity. If you can get a high evaluation, you can naturally get powerful magic like them." After hearing Su Heng's answer, some people who passed the level at the scene remembered to check the system evaluation when they passed the level. Wow, it's true. I thought I only needed to clear the dungeon. I didn't expect there would be a system evaluation. I just checked and my magic is only B level. So disappointed, I thought it should be at least A level. My good brother, B level is not satisfied? Then how can I, a C level, save my face? I was so happy when I finished the game, who would have noticed this? But never mind, this magic is pretty cool. I am satisfied. Holy shit, I just checked. The magic level of the Fairy Tale Guide group is all S level or above. Damn, is this the appearance of the Dragon Country Raiders team? Damn, it's too awesome. I admire you. I admire you so much. After hearing Su Heng's revelation, everyone was extremely surprised. The judges from various countries who noticed this were also shocked. Amazing. They added such detailed settings in such a short time. They even divided the magic into different levels. No wonder the magic of the Fairy Tale Raiders is so strong. They already have the power to destroy the world. At this moment, the judges of the Bear Country couldn't help but sighed. Not only that, they have only just acquired these powers. If they develop these magics to the extreme, how powerful will they be? When the judges of the Eagle Sauce Country thought of the destruction of the world, they couldn't help but shudder. On the other hand, as the matter fermented, the top leaders of various countries also noticed this matter. At this moment, the president of the Eagle Sauce Country, listening to the news from his subordinates, sneered. I didn't expect Su Heng to have such a trick up his sleeve. But it doesn't matter. Just improve the dungeon rating and that'll be all. From now on, everyone, watch Su Heng and the others carefully as they clear the dungeon, and find their common points. There must be some connection between them. Once successful, immediately make a guide and distribute it, so that high evaluation will be easy. At this moment, the subordinates beside him heard the president's order. They also showed great joy. Your Excellency is really smart. I will do it right away. The current situation. The President of the United States also nodded, and then laughed. It's still a long way to play this trick on him. It's just a rating system, can it be difficult for him? On the other side, the Sakura country. The Prime Minister of the Sakura country was full of anger at the moment. After all, they were not like the Eagle Sauce country, which had many wizards who had successfully conquered dungeons. Therefore, it was unrealistic to ask everyone to stop conquering dungeons and study the actions of Su-hung and others. There were not many people in the first place, and they would stop conquering dungeons later. Then, let alone getting a leading position in this dungeon competition, it would be good enough to not be bullied by others. After thinking slowly for a while, the Prime Minister of the Sakura country said, "Since people in most other countries have stopped raiding the dungeon now is our chance. Immediately send all the Sakura people present to the dungeon. And tell them to always pay attention. The system rating of the copy. Use the human wave tactics to stack it for me. I don't believe it. Not even an S-level magic can appear. This is their only way. Since other countries are trying their best to make strategies, then they will act directly, take advantage of this time, and use the whole country's strength to attack the copy. I don't believe that there will be no super magic." At this moment, the countries that received the news also immediately began to take action. After all, no country is willing to fall behind. At this moment, at the dungeon-making competition, with the final rating system revealed, the audience was not frustrated. Instead, they burst into even stronger enthusiasm. They started to attack the dungeon like crazy. After all, their previous cognition was wrong, and Su-hung misled them. That's why everyone couldn't get powerful magic. But now it's different, they have realized the importance of the rating system. So as long as they pay a little attention, they don't believe that they can't get advanced magic. Not long after, the Eagle Sauce country also formulated a strategy, and then joined in with full confidence. However, when everyone started to attack the dungeon with confidence, they found that things were not as simple as they thought. No matter how hard they tried, how careful they were, they couldn't get a high evaluation from the system. Even if a teammate died in the team, the score would immediately drop. Everyone was almost dumbfounded. However, on Su-hung's side, as the original strategy group that had entered continued to successfully attack the dungeon, Su-hung's side began to have more and more people exuding powerful magic all over their bodies. And they all looked calm, as if this matter was as simple as eating and drinking water to them. At this moment, the attackers from various countries who saw this scene collapsed one after another. Chapter 39. At this moment, as everyone continued to enter the dungeon, they found helplessly that no one could bring out magic higher than S level. It was simply outrageous. At this moment, the audience at the scene complained. "Oh my god, this is too good. I thought it was hard enough to clear the dungeon. I didn't expect that this was just the beginning. There is actually a big one hidden in the back. I can't take it anymore. I'm crazy studying the videos of the Fairy Tale Raiders team members entering. When I entered with full confidence, everything changed. It's so difficult, harder than climbing to heaven. I didn't expect this to be the real test. The key is that I have already passed the level. Su-hung is really awesome. According to this rating, I don't understand how perfect it has to be. I have tried my best to avoid it. But people in the guild still died. In the end, I only got an A rating. If you don't compare with Su-hung and the others, A. Not bad. Even among us, it's awesome. Be content, don't be so arrogant." At this moment, the audience was impressed by the rating system that Su-hung appeared in. They also began to compare with each other. In the end, they found that as long as they didn't compare with Su-hung and his group of perverts, they might be pretty good. On the other side, Su-hung unexpectedly conjured up a leather sofa from nowhere. Then he sat on it. Behind him, Zhao Linger, who had just obtained the dragon-slaying magic, was massaging him hard. Lord Su-hung? How is it? Is it okay? At this moment, Zhao Linger leaned over and asked curiously. Su-hung could clearly feel the softness on his back and the faint fragrance of the girl coming from his nose. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and glanced at the members of the fairy tale strategy group in front of him. Feeling the powerful magic fluctuations they exuded, Su-hung seemed very satisfied. Then he replied, "Not bad. Of course you are all very good." Zhao Linger worked harder after hearing the compliment. And the members of the strategy group in front of him also showed excitement. After all, Su-hung is their master. Su-hung's recognition is their greatest pride. Then the members of the strategy group spoke in unison. "Yes. Thank you, Master Su-hung, for your praise." The neat shouts and the powerful magic that filled the entire arena immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew that from today on, Dragon Country would usher in a huge change. And the fairy tale strategy group would surely become the treasure of the entire Dragon Country. And Su-hung, who changed all this, is a world-class treasure. Seeing this scene, the judges on the side were also shocked. At this moment, the judge John Bull widened his eyes and couldn't help but said in a lost voice. "Fairy tale. A raider group named after their first dungeon. And each of them has super powerful magic. It's really terrible. Is this Su-hung's plan?" The judges from the Eagle Sauce country also looked solemn. "I just didn't expect that Su-hung's rating system would reach this level. On top of clearing the dungeon, you also have to consider the system's rating. It's extremely difficult. Only Su-hung can come up with such a genius idea. Now he has created such a powerful attacking team, it's incredible." At this moment, other judges also expressed their opinions. But without exception, they all expressed shock at Su-hung's genius idea. On the other hand, the senior leaders of various countries also responded to Su-hung's high difficulty rating system. At this moment, Prime Minister John Bull was slumped in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. Facing the intelligence delivered at this moment, he thought for a while and spoke with a little emotion. "I still can't pass it. I mobilized the whole country to watch the video of Su-hung passing it day and night. Then we spent a huge amount of money and gathered top talents from all levels to put the strategy on the top. I invested so much. So much. In the end, no one can get a high rating. Even S is good." At this moment, Prime Minister John Bull sat in his chair and sighed constantly. While he was impressed by Su-hung's genius, he also felt extremely helpless in his heart. Seeing this, the secretary beside him hurriedly spoke to comfort him. "Sir, there is no need to be like this. Think about it from another perspective. Only Su-hung and his men possess all kinds of powerful magic. As long as we don't compare with them, we are still quite strong." After these words came out, Prime Minister John Bull glanced at the other party speechlessly. Then he rubbed his face fiercely, thinking why he would recruit such a secretary. But it also gave him some inspiration. Yes. The only ones who have all kinds of powerful magic are Su-hung and his strategy team. So now he must not offend the other party. And he can only make friends with Su-hung, so in this case, maybe he should also find a way to send some people to the strategy team. It is definitely not okay to have too low status, and it is not okay to be too ugly. After all, he has checked the identity information of those people in the strategy team clearly, and they are all children of various high-level dignitaries in Longguo. High status? Or you can send the little princess to you. Hiss, no, forget it. It's too hard. After shaking his head, Prime Minister John Bull was at a loss. He had already acquiesced to the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, the President of the United States became furious the moment he heard the news. What? How is this possible? We are the best raiders. How can we not even get an S-level spell? A bunch of trash. You are all useless. What use are you? At this moment, all the subordinates around him were silent. After a long time, the president of the Eagle Sauce country lowered his head unwillingly. After this, the status of Dragon Country will surely be greatly improved. It's so abominable. Why would a talent like Suhung appear in Dragon Country? How great it would be if he appeared in our Eagle Country. With a sigh, the president of Eagle Country slowly looked out the window. Suhung, fairy tale, Dragon Country, after today. They will surely become synonymous with powerful. Of course, they are not the only ones who have this idea. The rise of Dragon Country is inevitable. At this moment, all the top leaders of the country have acquiesced to this fact. Chapter 40. At this moment, the venue of the dungeon-making competition was filled with thunderous applause. Just because just now, after a joint discussion among the top leaders, they decided to announce Suhung as the champion in advance. After all, judging from the situation at the scene, there was no need to compete any further. And now, the host Lena stood on the stage with a microphone in her hand, ready to announce the final champion. Now, let us announce the winner of the second dungeon-making competition. He is Suhung. After the words fell, Lena grabbed Suhung's arm and raised it high in front of everyone excitedly. At this moment, everyone in the audience was also excited. Then they began to applaud. Suhung is so handsome. I worship him. I want to give birth to your children. I want to give birth to 8 children in one pregnancy. The moment Fairy Tale really appeared, I knew. Suhung is the real champion. The boss is really awesome. He created a copy like Fairy Tale. He will definitely win the championship. The Fairy Tale strategy team is also very powerful. I am already looking forward to their performance later. At this moment, everyone on the field cheered. It was obvious that everyone had guessed Suhung's victory. The judges on the side also stood on the stage. Then they all began to praise Suhung. Suhung, your future is limitless. You will definitely become an extremely powerful master of copy making. The judge John Bull on the side exclaimed in admiration. You are so young. You have achieved so much. The younger generation will push the older generation forward. The future is your era. Come on. I hope that Suhung, you can bring us more wonderful copies in the future copy production competitions. The old man of Longwo stroked his beard, and then said to Suhung with satisfaction. The other judges immediately stepped forward and gave high praise. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suhung just smiled lightly. He didn't expect that he would win the championship in advance. But judging from the power he has now, he may have to get used to this kind of thing in the future. He took the pure gold trophy and a bank card with a large amount of money handed over by Lena. Looking at these things in his hand, Suhung couldn't help but be a little speechless. After all, these things are already dispensable to him. By the way, the next competition will be held in 3 months. Don't forget it. Lena seemed to remember something and reminded. Really? Thank you for your reminder. Seeing this, Suhung also smiled and then spoke. At this moment, Lena looked at Suhung and couldn't help but lose her mind. After a long time, she left the stage with a red face after being reminded by others. At this point, the second copy production competition also came to an end. One day after the competition, Suhung was lying on the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Then he subconsciously turned on his phone. After the competition, there was no doubt that his performances made headlines on major short video platforms. Number the birth of the champion dungeon fairy tale, Phantom Ruler creator Suhung Number shocked. After the defeat, Suhung participated in the dungeon making competition again, and actually did such a thing. Number shocking. After clearing the dungeon, he turned into a fire-breathing dragon and destroyed the world. Number shocked. Who are the members of the Fairy Tale Raiders team? At this moment, looking at these outrageous titles, Suhung turned off his phone with a dark face. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that after crossing over, his life trajectory would change so much. During this time, he constantly practiced various magics brought from fairy tale. Dragon Slayer magic, fairy's glory, and various black magics of Zeref. Not only that, he also did not forget to train the members of the Fairy Tale Raiders team in Hell every day. After all, they represent the face of Dragon Country, so they can't be too weak. During this time, other countries also expressed their desire to send some people to join the Fairy Tale Raiders team. And they all gave generous rewards, but Su-hung rejected them one by one. The reason is very simple. Fairy Tale is the Raiders team of Dragon Country. It represents the entire Dragon Country. What's the matter with people from other countries? The next dungeon competition will start soon. What kind of dungeon will be made then? Thinking about the plots that flashed through his mind at this moment, Su-hung laughed out loud inadvertently. On the other side, the top leaders of various countries were gathering together for a meeting. As the convener of this meeting, the leader of Longwo held his chin with both hands and then said, "Everyone, the next dungeon competition is about to start." In response to various unexpected situations that occurred in the last competition, we're going to make some changes. First, we will set a theme. Then let the players make a copy according to this theme. This is to better test the players' abilities. Secondly, we will also make changes to the raid strategy. Next, we will allow raid teams from all countries to enter and conduct raid strategies. Of course, the judges and the audience also have the right to make strategies. The contestants themselves can also make strategies. Based on the above points, I would like to hear your opinions. After the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. Wait! If we set a theme, won't that limit the player's performance? After all, each contestant has different ideas and strengths. Isn't this unfair? The judge from Sakura Country questioned. No, I think only a more severe challenge environment can produce a better copy. If this alone affects a player's performance, then I think the player's own level must be unsatisfactory. Besides, we have already decided. This meeting is just a notification. Seeing this, the senior officials of Longwo just smiled, and then spoke domineeringly. Seeing such a firm attitude, others also gave up their thoughts. After all, they can't afford to offend Longwo now. Chapter 41. Time flies. With the preparation and mobilization of all parties, the third copy production competition is about to start. Dragon Country main competition venue. After the last incident, the audience who came to the scene at this moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that there are huge crowds. Even though the number of seats has increased to nearly 200,000, it is still in short supply. The on-site qualifications that have just been issued were sold out in a short time. This situation was unexpected by everyone. And the audience who did not get the on-site qualifications can only watch the game through live broadcast. Fortunately, the on-site competition facilities have ushered in a wave of updates, all of which have applied the current top photography technology. Let the audience who did not come to the scene also experience enough visual experience. And with the opening of the live broadcast room, a large wave of people quickly poured in within a short period of time. It's so hard to get the qualification to attend the event. I'm really sick of it. I really want to go to the event. To see Su-hung in person. I didn't even go to work today. Just to witness this historic moment. The third dungeon making competition. I heard that the competition has been updated. There may be a lot of content added later. I wonder if Su-hung can still perform exceptionally well. Su-hung can also be called a big boss? It's just that the villain has gained power. I don't know why you admire him. Damn, you little black guys. How dare you insult my brother Su-hung? You are everywhere. You are just a bunch of shameless keyboard warriors. Damn it. At this moment, the barrage suddenly began to quarrel. With the end of the second competition, Soo-hung was completely famous all over the world, and he also won a large number of fans. But at the same time, he also attracted some jealous keyboard warriors. Among them, there were especially many little black guys from foreign countries. After all, Soo-hung's status in Longwo is a national figure. And the little black guys often start family tree defense battles with Soo-hung's fans online. Of course, Soo-hung didn't know anything about these quarrels at the moment. At this moment, he was making preparations in the backstage. Not long after, with Lena's introduction, Soo-hung, who was standing in the backstage, stood on the stage of the copy production competition again with other contestants. At this moment, Soo-hung stood on the stage and turned his head curiously. It was obvious that most of the contestants were basically old acquaintances. For example, right from the Eagle country, who was wearing a flashy outfit, and Li Yi, who was standing next to him and was very respectful to him. But of course, there was also an injection of fresh blood. Soo-hung also had some impressions of several of them, such as the girl with long white hair in front of him. If I remember correctly, this should be John Bull's little princess. In the last copy clearance, she seemed to be the second one to obtain magic. I didn't expect that she would come to participate in the competition this time. It's really interesting. There is also the Eagle country, the first audience who successfully passed the Soo-hung copy last time, now also came to participate in this copy production competition. Even among the contestants at this moment, many people exuded the fluctuation of magic power, which Soo-hung clearly captured. There is no doubt. In the eyes of the top leaders of various countries, those who first obtained magic have extremely high potential. In this month, the status of these people has ushered in earth-shaking changes. At the same time, they have also received extremely rigorous training. Therefore, they are all sent to participate in the copy production competition. At this moment, as everyone appeared on the stage, Lena picked up the microphone again and began to introduce. Okay. Now let's take your seats, contestants. Next, let us welcome the judges to the stage. As Lena's voice fell, the hundreds of thousands of audiences on the scene also shouted. After all, the judges on the scene are representatives carefully selected from the top 10 countries. However, like the contestants, several of them have been replaced. This also represents a reshuffle of the power structure of the country. Then, amid the warm applause and cheers of the crowd, the 10 judges took their seats one by one. Seeing this, Lena also picked up the microphone and began to introduce again. Okay, now the contestants and judges are here. Then the copy production phase that everyone is most looking forward to will begin. But what is different from before is that this time we have added a theme series. And this time, the dungeon production requires everything to be produced around our theme. After the voice fell, the staff pushed a lottery machine. It was obvious that the theme this time would be randomly drawn through this. And Lena also grabbed the long handle of the lottery machine and started to rotate it. Seeing this scene, the barrage began to swipe in turn. I didn't expect there would be a theme this time. If you draw a theme you are not good at, it will affect your performance. Our main focus is to adapt to changing circumstances. Luck and strength are both indispensable. It's almost time, let me witness this historic moment. What is the theme? Damn, I'm so anxious. Please give our brother Soo-hung a magic theme. Wouldn't it be better to strengthen everyone? I feel that Soo-hung hasn't exerted his full strength in the last copy. At this moment, everyone in the barrage began to speculate. And the contestants also cast curious eyes. After all, everyone is involved in different things, and the copies they are good at making are also different. This decision will greatly affect the quality of their copies. Pa! As the sound fell, under the gaze of everyone in the world, a golden ball gradually rolled out. Lena also reached out to pick up the ball, then gently twisted it open and took out the note inside. Then she showed it in front of everyone. The theme this time is war. Seeing this theme, some contestants have already started to sigh. For example, Wright from Eagle Sauce Country is better at making various animals than war. Originally, he wanted to learn from Suheng's creativity this time and add dragon wings to his flame lion, but now it's completely out of ideas. Even Suheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he got this theme. After all, war is not just 2 or 3 people fighting each other. There must be something that can shock everyone. Chapter 42. War. It represents violence, attack, and killing. When this theme came out, there was an uproar at the scene. The first impression that came to people's minds was the various fights in modern wars. Obviously, the impression Suheng left on them was obviously inconsistent with this. At this moment, looking at Suheng frowning and thinking, everyone thought that Suheng was stumped. The theme this time is actually war? Suheng seems to be totally not good at this. No need to expect it anymore. Let's look at the others. Why are you panicking? Isn't fairy tale just a battle between guilds? Maybe Suheng is planning something. Don't worry. You also said it was a battle. The theme this time is war. What is war? Small fights are not worthy of being on the stage. And if it deviates from the core, it probably doesn't count. Damn, that's the end. It's broken. Then I'd better go and see the other contestants. Maybe the champion this time will be one of them. Oh, this stumped Suheng. It is indeed necessary to add a theme. Look, doesn't this let the fish that slipped through the net surface? At this moment, the audience on the field was having a heated discussion. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Suheng. On the other side, the judges at the judges' seats at this moment, when they saw this topic, they also thought of many possibilities. Ha 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 ha, a war? It seems that contestant Suheng is running out of steam. But this is also normal. The dungeon making competition is a fiercely competitive one, and no one can always laugh to the end. Oh, speaking of war. In this regard, we have to look at the contestants from our Eagle country. What a shame. At this moment, the judges from the Eagle country slapped the table, then laughed wildly and said, "This topic is indeed very disadvantageous to contestant Suheng. After all, war is ultimately a large-scale armed battle for various purposes. Suheng is born at a disadvantage. Who will be the champion of the dungeon competition this time?" The judge John Bull on the side also shook his head. It seems that Suheng will disappoint people this time. Hearing this, the other judges also spoke up to express their opinions, but basically they were very different from the two. After all, the dungeon made by Suheng in the last competition was too good. It is precisely because of his excellence that he left a very stereotyped impression on everyone. That is, Suheng, who seems to only be able to do magic. Modern things like war seem to have nothing to do with Suheng. It is precisely because of this that the judges have begun to shift their focus to other players. But on the other side, hearing everyone say this and belittling Suheng, the old man of Longwo couldn't sit still. He stroked his beard and said with a warm and angry look, "Humph! Don't be impatient. The contestants haven't started yet, and the winner is not yet known. What's more, Suheng is a genius who created a super powerful copy like fairy tale. You just wait." Due to the current status of Dragon Country, the other judges did not say too much. However, the disdainful expressions on their faces have already shown their positions and attitudes. Are you kidding? It's just a more powerful copy. Everyone has a time when they are powerless. When the situation turns around, they must ridicule them severely. At this moment, on the contestant stage, at the moment of receiving the question, all the contestants began to think. Because this competition tests improvisation. Therefore, the contestants can only constantly think about the general direction of the war layout and a series of other things in their minds. At this moment, Suheng was touching his chin. War? If it is a war, how can we shock everyone? At this moment, Soo-heng's mind is constantly searching for the anime he has watched in his previous life. Thanks to the magic obtained in Fairy Tail, he can now check his memories anytime and anywhere. And they are all extremely detailed. If Fairy Tail was remembered so clearly because of his love, then now he has the blessing of magic and can make copies better. Since we are going to fight a war, then we must be the best. Make him feel excited. Right, let's do that one. At this moment, Soo-heng smiled slightly, and he already had the answer in his mind. Then, in the surprised eyes of other players, Soo-heng actually raised his leg and walked into the space of the copy production system. As expected of Lord Soo-heng, he figured out how to start making the copies so quickly. I was a little worried. Now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Well, I have to work hard too. After all, as a member of the Fairy Tail strategy group, I can't lose face. Looking at Soo-heng's determined back, Li Yi also secretly made up his mind. You figured it out so quickly? Is that true? But since it's Soo-heng, he should be confident, right? The little princess of John Bull blinked and thought curiously when she saw this scene. On the other hand, Soo-heng in the system space had already thought about the general direction. Then he said softly. The system starts the copy creation module. The next second, a cold mechanical female voice sounded. Please wait. Connecting to player. Player information confirmed successfully. Ding. Connection successful. Copy creation module has been started. Buzz. Suddenly, a large chaotic space appeared in front of us. It was the initial map for the players to play freely. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Soo-heng's mouth curled up a smile. Then he began to build a copy. Soon, relying on the magic in Fairy Tail, almost without thinking, Soo-heng quickly created the environment needed for the battle. The center of the field was instantly flooded by a huge amount of sea water. At this moment, the chaotic space turned into an endless sea, and then a huge crescent-shaped island stood upright in the field. Then one building after another began to appear on the island. Soo-heng was not idle on the top of several mountaintops, and put several high towers. Finally, there was a huge building in the center of the island. Soo-heng printed two eye-catching words on it. Navy. Then Soo-heng named this copy One Piece, the Top War. Seeing this huge scene in front of him, everyone at the scene was shocked and stunned. Chapter 43. At this moment, at the dungeon competition, along with the Navy headquarters made by Soo-heng, the audience at the scene began to be shocked when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? It looks so spectacular. A steel fortress on the sea? It looks pretty good. It's just so-so. It's just a unique shape, but I don't think there's anything to look forward to. I am an expert in this area. I can tell you clearly that the terrain designed by Soo-heng is extremely unique. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Look at the huge fortress behind it. It is not simple. After listening to the expert, I went back to take another look, and it turned out to be not that simple. Could it be that Master Soo-heng is also extremely good at modern warfare? Damn, I really underestimated him. Master is awesome. At this moment, the audience was constantly discussing. The judges on the side were also paying attention to Soo-heng's actions. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that it was not simple. I didn't expect Soo-heng to have military talent. This is really unexpected. Just from this terrain, I seem to be able to feel the cruelty of this war. At this moment, the judge of the Bear Country touched his chin and said with emotion. Not only that. These things can be said to have been made by him in a very short time. That is to say, these things have been engraved in his mind, and he can create them easily without much thought. How terrible! The judges from the United States looked solemn, as if they realized the seriousness of the matter. Ha ha ha! I said that Soo-heng would not let me down. Great! Great! The old man stroked his beard and said proudly. On the other side, after the initial shock, the other players seemed to have finished thinking. Then they all started to act. Then they entered the system space one by one and began to make the copies in their minds. And the people in the live broadcast room, driven by curiosity, also went to the live broadcast rooms of other players to take a look. Then when they came back, they seemed to notice something wrong with Suheng's copy. I just went to take a look at other players' live studios. They are basically in the production stage, and I can't see anything. I can only say that the above person is too amateurish. I have already seen that Suheng will definitely lose. What the hell is this? Tell me now. I can't wait any longer. How could Suheng be sure to lose? It's very simple. Look at the name he chose. Look at the names of others: War Frenzy, Violent Tank. Look at Suheng, Pirate King. He wants to make a pirate copy. Damn, now that you put it that way. It's true. What Suheng is doing is a battle between pirates and the navy. It's boring. Even if the terrain is good, it's just swordplay. It's boring. Although this can barely be considered a war, such a copy is of no value at all. Suheng is powerless after all. At this moment, the barrage began to sigh. After all, Suheng's performance disappointed them too much. Others are steel cannons. But you go to be a pirate? At this moment, Suheng was completely unaware of the disappointment of the water friends in the live broadcast room. At this moment, he was fully immersed in the production of the copy. Next is the armed forces of the Navy headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, he had an idea. He began to perfect his copy again. The originally huge Navy headquarters suddenly began to have cannons on the city wall. The dark barrels exuded a breathtaking color and a rough look. At this moment, almost all the empty spaces on the entire island were installed with cannons. Looking at the densely packed barrels extending from the island. At this moment, the host Lena said in shock, "What a shocking scene! On contestant Suheng's island, so many cannons were produced in just a short moment. I wonder what the judges think of this scene." After the voice fell, the judges also expressed their opinions. Very good. So many heavy weapons were produced in a short period of time. The subsequent battle intensity of this instance will be extremely high. To be honest, Suheng did a great job in this regard. The judges from the United States nodded, expressing their affirmation of Suheng. It is indeed a good idea to do so. However, the two sides in a war must be equally strong. The Navy has such combat power. Then what kind of strength do the pirates have? I'm already curious. At this moment, the judges of John Bull widened their eyes and looked at it curiously. Seeing this, the other judges also expressed their opinions. But basically they all expressed their approval of Suheng's copy. The next moment, everyone focused their attention on Suheng's live broadcast room again. They were already curious about Suheng's next move. At this moment, Suheng touched his chin. Then he showed a look of enlightenment. Then, under his construction, a ship carrying heavy firepower fell into the sea and floated on the sea. Seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room began to launch barrages. It feels a bit ordinary. This can be considered a ship, right? The firepower of the Navy is a bit scary. If the pirates don't have a force equal to theirs, then this battle can be said to be a crushing victory. Everyone has seen big scenes before. Therefore, they are a little uninterested in this scene. However, the next moment, under Suheng's control, more and more ships appeared on the sea. In just a short moment, they surrounded the entire Navy headquarters. At this moment, the Navy headquarters has truly reached the level of a steel fortress. Seeing this scene, everyone in the barrage went crazy. I go, what do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 50. I'll take 50 ships. Holy shit, This firepower is too terrifying, isn't it? This place is completely surrounded. The firepower is so strong. How the hell do you play this? It's so difficult all of a sudden. 50 ships. Some countries don't even have this level yet. This is so scary. I thought Suhung was doomed to fail this time. I didn't expect that even a pirate could have such an armed force. This is something I really didn't expect. Nothing more to say. You are awesome. Chapter 44. At this moment, with the appearance of 50 warships, the audience at the scene expressed their feelings. They did not expect Suhung to have such strength. Not only the audience, but also the judges began to evaluate. 50 warships? Although it is not that shocking. But after all, this is an area where Suhung is not good at. I think this is pretty good. Whether it's the terrain of the Navy headquarters or the strategic layout, it can be considered excellent. Looking at the scene in front of them, the judges of the Bear Country gave a fair evaluation. After all, the dungeon competition has been held several times, and everyone has seen a lot of military dungeons. Therefore, Suhung's dungeon can only get such an evaluation. No. Just 50 warships, nothing at all, right? Why do we have to do this? As a judge, I have to give the most honest evaluation. To be honest, I think Suhung's copy is very average. At this moment, the judge from Sakura country curled his lips and said disdainfully. Haha. Player Suhung is not good at this field. We still have to give him some face. After all, he is the champion of the previous session. But in this regard, our Eagle Country contestants are more capable. If you don't believe me, you can go and have a look. At this moment, the Eagle Country judges changed their minds and successfully drew everyone's attention to their own contestants. At this moment, the barrage also became curious. Are the players from the United States really that good? I think Suhung did a really good job. Don't talk about that, just take a look and you'll know. Come on, Suhung is also perfecting those warships now. Let's go take a look. That's true. How can we know who is the best without looking at a few contestants? After all, this is a new theme. Let's go. The target is the live broadcast room of the United States. +1. After hearing the evaluation of their own players by the judges of the United States, the audience in Suhung's live broadcast room was immediately attracted. However, a shocking scene happened. On the map of the United States players, cold tanks were seen passing by. In front of this torrent of steel, it seemed that all obstacles would be swept away. And where they passed, even the most rugged roads would be instantly crushed and flattened under this force. A rough estimate is that there are at least tens of thousands of these tanks. At this moment, the barrage exploded in an instant. Oh my god, this is too outrageous. The players from the United States are really talented. I thought it was a joke. It's over. The strength of the contestants this time is too terrifying. Suhung is really going to lose this time. How can we play this game? This torrent of tanks is too terrifying. In the face of this force, I feel like I am starting to get scared. It's over. My brother Suhung won't win the championship this time. There's no way to play. Seeing this scene, most of the Dragon Country people felt depressed. After all, in front of this force, they didn't think Suhung had no chance of winning. As if to confirm what they thought in their hearts. At this moment, a hill blocked the tanks. Faced with such an obstacle, the black barrels of the tanks suddenly raised at the same time. At the same time, they fired at a hill in front. Boom boom boom. After the loud noise, a small hill was flattened in an instant. Seeing this scene, even Lena, who was used to big scenes as a host, was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the first dark horse would appear in this instance. The steel torrents were chilling. In this case, can Suhung still win the championship of this competition like last time? After the voice fell, the camera automatically turned to the judges' seats. At this moment, the judges all looked solemn. So strong. I didn't expect that there are actually such talented contestants. It's amazing. But the original intention of our design theme is for this. It also tests the contestants' ability to adapt to changes. At the same time, it also depends on luck. At this moment, the old man of Longwo also showed a surprised look, but then he returned to normal. Because he believed that Soo-hung could definitely bring him a stronger shock than this. Luck? Ha ha ha. No way. It was destiny. It is destined that our Eagle Sauce country will rise from this point. Otherwise, how could we have chosen this theme? Soo-hung is going to be eliminated. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the judges from the Eagle Sauce country were all smiling brightly and couldn't control themselves. The other judges also shook their heads at this moment. They agreed with the viewpoints of the judges from the Eagle Sauce country. Although it was hard to hear, it might be true. On the other hand, in the live broadcast rooms of many contestants, after browsing, they returned to Soo-hung again. Looking at the 50 warships in front of them, everyone just felt bored. I just watched Soo-hung's copy, I think it's pretty good. I even think he might be the first. But there are still too many geniuses. I can only say that I'm unlucky. Oh, I am so disappointed. I didn't expect that there would be a theme this time, which completely restricted Soo-hung's performance. Soo-hung's copy is too ordinary. I have no desire to enter it at all. It is completely incomparable to the one in the United States. To be honest, I'm really disappointed. It seems that this is the end for Soo-hung. I think the champion of this session should be the one from the United States. I think John Bull's Little Princess is pretty good. Her fighting frenzy makes my blood boil. At this moment, everyone in the barrage began to discuss their favorite players. It was obvious Yu Soo-hung and the others had already lost confidence. However, the next moment, Soo-hung took action. He also read some of the information on the barrage. Looking at the discussion of the crowd, he did not say much, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. War copy, who said he would use hot weapons? Who said that he was competing for this? This thing is just an embellishment. Next is the time to shock everyone. Thinking of this, Soo-hung's mind moved. Then a world background was submitted by him. The system immediately approved it and sent a prompt. Ding! World background submitted successfully. Devil fruit, after eating, it can give the eater various superpowers. The stronger the user's own strength and the higher the proficiency, the stronger the ability of the fruit. At this moment, as the world background was successfully submitted, mysterious fruits with spiral patterns suddenly appeared one after another in the field. Even if you watch it outside the screen, it seems to suck people's souls in. Seeing this scene, even if the devil fruit did not show any abnormality or ability, but everyone who saw this scene, at this moment, began to feel extremely shocked. Dong dong dong, I kowtow to all the readers. Please give me gifts, please comment, please urge me to update. Chapter 45. At this moment, along with the devil fruit, Soo-hung added it into the copy. The situation was a little out of control for a moment. Damn, familiar recipe, familiar taste. Master Soo-hung is starting to work hard. I'm really impressed. Soo-hung is the eternal god. Can war dungeons be played like this? Love it. It's fucking outrageous. Devil fruit? Gives the eater power? Can you become stronger by eating something? The favorite of those who lie down. I don't want to work hard anymore. Oh my god, this is awesome. This pattern is really creepy. Oh my god. The boss is always the boss. The one we look up to. The dungeon has been played out. After magic, is there another ability user? How powerful will this be? Oh my god, I'm starting to look forward to it. At this moment, the barrage began to refresh non-stop, War Dungeon Plus ability users? Everyone expressed their expectations. The host Lena, after seeing the first setting added by Soo-hung, couldn't help but cover her rosy mouth in surprise. This shocked her far more than the former contestant from the United States was even more powerful. The next moment she picked up the microphone and began to introduce. We thought that the theme of war would be difficult for contestant Soo-hung, and everyone was looking forward to seeing him racking his brains and thinking hard. But unexpectedly, in this situation, facing this topic that he was not good at all, contestant Soo-hung was able to turn the tide. He directly changed the direction. What kind of genius can come up with such a world setting? At this moment, Lena did not hide her admiration for Soo-hung. And what she said was not wrong. Under such circumstances, Soo-hung could actually do this. It was simply amazing. On the other side, the camera screen turned to the judges' seats. At this moment, the judges were shocked and speechless when they saw Soo-hung make the devil fruit. Devil fruits and people with special abilities? To be honest, I was already interested the moment I saw these settings. Soo-hung. He is indeed a genius. These fantastic ideas. To be honest, I can't help but start looking forward to it. At this moment, John Bull's judges cleared their throats and expressed their appreciation for Soo-hung. Soo-hung's strength is indeed very strong. But I believe this is not his limit. I look forward to it. He will bring us more wonderful things. The judge from Dragon Country said with a smile. At this moment, the other judges also recovered from their shock and expressed their approval of Soo-hung. Among them, the judge from Eagle Country looked as if he had eaten a fly, with an ugly face. But in this case, he still spoke up. Soo-hung is really strong. This is a genius idea. To be honest, I was a little caught off guard. But are devil fruits just a variation of magic? Even though they have a different name, are they essentially the same thing? I doubt it. Because if that's the case, then in the end, they are just the same thing with a different name. No surprise there. At this moment, the judge from the Eagle Sauce Country seemed to have thought of something that could be refuted in Soo-hung's copy. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Even at the end, he gradually became very happy. Obviously, if Soo-hung took out the same thing as last time in the war copy, it would mean that Soo-hung was no longer capable of successors and had run out of ideas. Then, he could use this opportunity to praise his own players. Sure enough. As the judge from the Eagle Sauce Country finished speaking, the excited people at the scene also became hesitant. That's right. If the two things just changed their names, it means that Soo-hung is just eating up his old capital. Even if it works in this competition, what about the next time? What about the next time? If you use the same thing every time, you will be eliminated sooner or later. In every era, countless geniuses are born. And if you want to stand out from here, you must be more talented than a genius. And if Soo-hung just keeps using the same thing to make copies, then sooner or later he will become a thing of the past. And at this moment, hearing the Eagle Sauce Country judge's disparagement of Soo-hung in the players' lounge. How dare this old man belittle Lord Soo-hung like this? I am so angry. What right does he have? At this moment, a crisp voice sounded, and a pretty girl was seen saying it angrily. The girl was Zhao Linger. As Soo-hung's direct strategy team, during the period when Soo-hung was making the copy, they would stay in Soo-hung's lounge and watch the live broadcast. And at this moment, seeing that someone dared to belittle their own master like this, the other members of the strategy team were also filled with indignation. Humph! A villain who has succeeded. When the copy of Lord Soo-hung is officially produced, it will definitely shock you. Zhao Linger said unconvinced at this moment, and then continued to calm down and watched Soo-hung's live broadcast. At this moment, after Soo-hung added the devil fruit, looking at the shocked expressions of everyone, Soo-hung just smiled. Is that it? I haven't finished adding it yet. The next moment, he began to add the settings of the devil fruit again. Devil fruit, divided into superhuman type, animal type, and natural type. Each fruit is unique. The abilities of the fruit may be similar, but each fruit is unique. Unless the original user of the fruit dies, the fruit will not appear again. For the same fruit, only the first person to eat it will gain its ability, and the next person to eat it will just be an ordinary fruit. Note: devil fruits taste extremely bad. Superman series: after eating this type of fruit, people can have special abilities. For example, they can deform their bodies, or produce certain substances from their bodies, etc. Natural system: it is called the strongest of the three fruits. The special feature of the natural system is that it can transform itself into an element. Thus, the opponent cannot attack. Animal type: it can transform the body of the eater into an animal, and even some special types of fruits can transform people into animals from ancient times or mythical animals. Seeing this at this moment, everyone at the scene was shocked. There is no doubt that Suheng's devil fruit and magic are completely different things. And the next moment, everyone became more crazy than ever. Chapter 46. At this moment, along with the setting of Suheng's devil fruit, it was officially exposed in front of everyone. It was a slap in the face of some people. The audience at the scene immediately set off an uproar. Oh my God! Master Suheng, this is too outrageous. After magic, he came up with such an outrageous setting. It's so strong. It's completely different from magic. How bad are devil fruits? I don't know, but they even specifically noted that it tasted terrible. So it must really taste terrible, right? I'm listening to your words. You speak so well. You have really figured out nonsense literature. On the other side, the judges looked at the devil fruits that were constantly changing on the screen. Everyone's face subconsciously showed an extremely surprised look. It's really amazing. Para-human, animal, natural, each devil fruit has its own unique ability. And each fruit is unique. This undoubtedly means that this copy will be more valuable. It's really terrible. He thought of so many detailed and complex settings in such a short time. How many surprises can Suheng bring us? At this moment, John Bull's judge said with a shocked face. Seeing these settings of Suheng, he was simply astonished. He simply couldn't understand why Suheng could come up with so many settings in such a short time. Is he really a genius among thousands? Oh! It is normal for a talented player like Suheng to be questioned. But if you ask me, everyone should have less doubts and more trust in contestant Suheng. Otherwise, you will lose all your professionalism as a judge. At this moment, the judge from Dragon Country shook his head and said with a leisurely smile. How could the experienced judges not know that he was secretly mocking someone? So they all looked serious on the surface, but they were actually laughing in their hearts. The judge from Eagle Country rarely expressed any opinions. He just sat there with a gloomy face, dejected like a defeated rooster. The appearance of this judge at this moment was also broadcasted through the on-site camera. At this moment, Suheng's lounge was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Ha ha ha! I am dying of laughter. I told you, how can he question Lord Suheng? He immediately got slapped in the face. I am almost dying of laughter. This judge's face is almost wrinkled. Call him arrogant. Now he is wilted, right? At this moment, Zhao Linger was sitting on the sofa and laughing. When she was excited, she even clapped her hands on the table. The power that was not well controlled and overflowed even made the table gradually crack. When other people around saw it, they also showed a look of indifference. After all, this group of people, after all, are all children who have been pampered since childhood. They all keep that pride in their hearts. Therefore, they usually release their nature without hesitation. Except in front of Suheng, of course. After all, you don't have to care about other people's eyes. What's the big deal about losing face in front of your own boss? That's right. That's right. Our boss has created such an amazing setting, we must let others see it too. Let's go to other people's live broadcast rooms to promote it. Such a great thing. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, Zhao Linner's eyes turned, and then she smiled and said to everyone. Seeing this, the other members of the strategy team also smiled slightly, then took out their mobile phones and sneaked into the live broadcast rooms of other players. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of the Eagle Sauce player. Rumble. With a loud noise, fighter planes were seen flying through the air one after another. And below the fighter planes, a steel torrent of tanks was seen passing by on the ground. And in the water, streamlined submarines were seen, like a school of fish. Then they suddenly rushed to the surface of the sea at the same time, causing a huge storm. With the improvement of the players from the United States, it is obvious that this copy has great potential. At this moment, he has completed most of the content and is constantly responding to the flattery of everyone in the live broadcast. At this moment, the player is almost floating. He has even proclaimed himself the champion of this competition. However, at this moment, a discordant voice sounded in the barrage. Ah, no way, what is this? Modern warfare? No way, what era is this? There are still people playing Iron Torrent. What are you talking about above? If not Iron Torrent, what else can we play in war? Do you understand? Where did this little black man come from? I am so disappointed in you guys, damn it. I won't say anything more. You guys probably don't know how valuable Soo-hung is. I laughed. It turns out that you are a fan of Soo-hung. Come over here to criticize. I have just seen it. There are only 50 warships. The strongest players now are from the United States. How long have you not watched it? What is the steel cannon? Do you know the value of the devil fruit? Let me tell you that it is not that the steel cannon is not affordable, but that the devil fruit is more cost-effective. If you don't believe me, go check it out. Your jaw will drop. Just go, who's afraid of who? Facing the quarrel in the live broadcast room at this moment, the player from the Eagle Sauce country was full of disdain. He already knew the situation of each player clearly through the barrage. What a joke! Didn't Soo-hung just build 50 battleships? Can he compare with him? What kind of devil fruit? How awesome can it be? However, driven by curiosity, the player from the Eagle Sauce country also came to Soo-hung's live broadcast room. Thanks to the updates during this period, the players can also watch each other's live broadcasts. However, when he saw the information submitted by Soo-hung, boom! His mind suddenly went blank. What the hell is this? Devil fruit? Superhuman, animal, natural. And each kind of fruit has its own powerful ability. When he saw the introduction of the ability of the natural fruit, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Natural fruit, can it transform itself into an element, so that the opponent can't attack? Imagine if people successfully conquered the natural fruit, then when the natural fruit appeared on the battlefield, his steel torrent will have no effect at all. He was restrained tightly. Soo-hung is so terrible. At this moment, the lips of this Eagle Sauce country player suddenly turned pale. Then he collapsed to the ground with powerlessness. How is this possible? There is such a heaven-defying ability. Chapter 47. At this moment, after witnessing the setting of the devil fruit with her own eyes, the player from the United States has completely lost confidence. But this is just the beginning. The same scene is also playing out in the live broadcast rooms of other players. For example, John Bull's little princess at this moment. After finishing most of the content of the copy, she glimpsed the quarrel in the barrage in her spare time. Has Soo-hung really made something amazing now? Didn't they say that only 50 ships were built in his copy? After hearing everyone's discussion, the little princess of John Bull blinked her big eyes and asked curiously to everyone in the barrage. Facing the princess's question, the barrage also responded frantically. "It's true, princess. Suhung has made something really powerful now. A devil fruit. I don't know how powerful it is." When the contestant from the United States entered the game, he was shocked at first sight. He still hasn't recovered from it. 3 types of devil fruits. Each devil fruit is unique. And once eaten, it can provide powerful strength. Super tempting. Is it really as amazing as you say? Isn't it too exaggerated? Are you afraid that you are here to mess up Suheng's live broadcast room? Haha. There is no point in saying more. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. If you don't believe it, go and see it for yourself. Be prepared, don't be shocked. How could I be scared? Laughing to death. Let's go. As they chatted, the comments suddenly started to argue again. And at this moment, everyone's words undoubtedly magnified the little princess's curiosity infinitely. At this moment, her heart was itchy like a cat scratching. So driven by curiosity, she brought the audience in her own live broadcast room. Entered Suheng's live broadcast room. Haha, I want to see how powerful Suheng's devil fruit is. If I find out that you guys are bragging today, we, John Bull, will never let you off easily. We will start to criticize you then. I just returned 50 fleets. How can a devil fruit appear in such a short time? How is that possible? Bragging without thinking. Get ready to be punished. As soon as they came in, the little princess's fans had already expressed their dissatisfaction crazily. However, after they read Suheng's detailed introduction of the devil fruit, everyone was stunned. At this moment, the little Princess John Bull's curious eyes suddenly widened when she saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Then she couldn't help but take a breath. Then she said, 3 types of devil fruits. What a genius idea. Suhung has never changed. He has always been so strong. Seeing this scene, the little princess also expressed her understanding of the general reason for the collapse of the Eagle Sauce Country players. After all, in front of Suheng's devil fruit, their weapons can't play any role at all. Compared with Suheng's copy, their copy will only appear eclipsed and become a foil. After thinking for a while, John Bull's princess began to look forward to it again. Outsiders don't know that in fact, she has always admired Suhung in her heart. After all, thanks to the magic in Suheng's copy, now she has become a veritable magician. It can be regarded as the fulfillment of her childhood aspirations and dreams. And now for Suheng's new copy. And the devil fruit in it. The little princess's grandmother couldn't help but become more and more curious. She couldn't help but want to go in and experience it. After all, making a copy is not as interesting as strategizing a copy. By the way, how bad can the devil fruit taste? I'm really curious. Seeing this scene at this moment, the originally arrogant princess fans, after a period of silence, suddenly broke out. I didn't recognize you. You are awesome. I bow down to you. From today on, I will be your most loyal fan. Isn't the setting of this devil fruit too outrageous? Especially the nature type. It actually allows the body to become an element. How can others play this? It's too buggy. The boss is really outrageous. You can even think of this kind of setting. Today is really a knife pulling the butt. It opened my eyes. Oh no, the little princess' eyes seem a little strange. Could it be that she has fallen in love with Suhung? This can't be the case. Don't be fooled by this bad man. Hey? Calm down, princess. Although Suhung is excellent, but you can't compete with him. There's no need to lower your status. At this moment, the princess's fans in the live broadcast room seemed to notice something different, and they immediately posted comments. The princess blushed when she saw this scene, and then she quickly explained. No, I'm just shocked by Su Heng's strength. Don't get me wrong. However, despite saying so, at this moment, the little princess's cheeks were rosy and her expression was constantly evasive. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. But this was just the beginning. Then the live broadcast rooms of other major players also ushered in the same scene. Facing Su Heng and the words such as devil fruit. Driven by curiosity. One after another, the players entered Su Heng's live broadcast room. Then when they saw with their own eyes, after Su Heng's devil fruit setting, one by one, they couldn't help but break their hearts. How the hell can we play this? How the hell can we win? The devil fruit is also fucking elemental? Your setting will make us look stupid. Finally, everyone came to Li Yi's live broadcast room. But for our own family, there is no need to play that set. At this moment, the barrage was no longer brushed with words like provoking war and attacking. It just provided Li Yi with key information. Li Yi, the copy of Lord Su Heng, created a devil fruit. It has extremely powerful power. There are 3 types of devil fruits: animal type, natural type, and superhuman type, and each one has extremely powerful power. You have to work harder. Otherwise, we will be the first to get in. You may not be the first. What is the person above saying? Encrypted language? I don't understand any of it. At this moment, the messages on the barrage were refreshed one after another. Li Yi was also successful and noticed this. When she heard that Su Heng had designed another powerful copy. At this moment, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. Because Su Heng is her boss. The more powerful the boss is, the happier she is. It seems that we have to speed up. This time, the copy of Lord Su Heng. I will also be the first one to attack. I must not embarrass Lord Su Heng. Be prepared, Li Yi. At this moment, Li Yi secretly cheered for herself in her heart. Chapter 48. At this moment, looking at the players whose Dao hearts were broken one after another on the field, the judges on the scene looked at their own players and couldn't help but twitch their eyes slightly. Everyone here who can do this is a sly ghost. It can be seen that someone is leading the rhythm. Although they do not deny Su Heng's setting, it is indeed very awesome. But you can't do this. This is leaving them no way to survive. Now the players are almost depressed. But this is the home court of Dragon Country. They can't bring these things out to the surface. And how can they say it out loud? Could it be that the things made by their own players are too rubbish, and seeing others do so awesome, their Dao hearts are broken? Isn't this making yourself uncomfortable? And the most seriously injured people haven't taken action yet. Thinking of this, the eyes of the judges inadvertently focused on the judges of Eagle Sauce Country. After all, the injuries of the players in their country can be said to be the most serious. Originally thought that their copy was the strongest. Almost crowned himself the champion. As a result, encountered such a thing. Now I have become a complete fool. At this moment, the judge from the United States was naturally not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He was extremely furious in his heart. Good. 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 Is that how we play it? Humph. Let's see how capable Su Heng is. Can he stand this? Thinking of this, the judge from the Eagle Sauce Country took time to leave for a while, and then returned to his seat refreshed. Facing the suspicious eyes of many other judges, he just snorted coldly, and then didn't say much. On the other side. At this moment in Su Heng's live broadcast room, with one contestant after another suffering a major blow. At this moment, basically all the barrage viewers gathered here. And the number of people in Su Heng's live broadcast room has reached an extremely terrifying level. Just when everyone was sighing at the powerful setting of Su Heng's devil fruit, discordant sounds began to appear in the barrage instantly. Although the setting of devil fruits seems very powerful, in fact, most of them are similar to magic, right? Isn't this just following the previous setting? There shouldn't be anything surprising about this, right? It's just a variation of magic. Even if it succeeds, it will probably only be fairy tale too. What are you talking about? These are two completely different things. You are forcing it. Haha. Am I forcing it? I'm telling the truth. If you have the guts, then let Soo-hung come up with a different setting for us now. Something we've never seen before. That's right. Soo-hung, if you have the ability, make a setting we haven't seen before. Don't make these similar ones. We will be convinced if you make it. Apologize on the spot. At this moment, the bullet comments kept on brushing. And Soo-hung also successfully noticed this. He was dismissive of this, a bunch of jumping clowns. With his current strength and status, he couldn't raise any interest in these people. However, Soo-hung had already understood clearly what those people under his command did through magic. In this case, he couldn't let his men down. At this moment, looking at the bullet comments people who were arguing with those people, Soo-hung smiled slightly. In this case, let's give those people a little shock. Since the devil fruit, you think it's similar. Then if I take out the domineering setting, how should you deal with it? Thinking of this, Soo-hung also calmed down and quickly recalled the various settings about domineering. Looking at Soo-hung's smile. At this moment, on the other side, in a dim house, the crackling sound of keyboards is endless. They are the most professional keyboard warriors. They have stirred up bloody storms on the internet. They are the top ones even among keyboard warriors. Now a big shot has paid them handsomely and they are here to attack Soo-hung. However, when they saw the mysterious smile on Soo-hung's face, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Brother, this guy seems to be confident. Is everything all right? At this moment, a greasy fat man wearing glasses scratched his belly and asked in confusion. Haha. What are you afraid of? We two brothers have been in the martial arts world for so many years, unless he can really come up with a completely different setting. Otherwise, we can always find some rebuttal. At this moment, a man in front of him, whose ribs were so thin that they stood out, just smiled and said confidently. Seeing this, the fat man also nodded. Yes, the two brothers have been galloping in the world for so many years and have never been afraid of anyone. At this moment, Soo-hung, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, another setting was added by him. Domineering. Domineering is a powerful ability that everyone in this world is born with, but many people are not aware of it. Even if we really realize and want to exert this power, it is extremely difficult. The self-awakening of domineering requires extremely high qualifications. Of course, with the stimulation of coincidence and long-term training, it is also possible to awaken domineering. At this moment, with the addition of the first setting, the barrage of people has set off an uproar. Hiss! Domineering? Looks like he's really awesome. Haha, it's just a rough setting. Why haven't you released the specific setting yet? Have you not thought about it yet? Little black man upstairs. Let's see how long you can last. Wait until the setting of contestant Soo-hung comes out. I want to record your apology. Haha. Waiting for a slap in the face. At this moment, the barrage of arguments continued. And the next moment, without much thought, more detailed settings were added by Soo-hung. Domineering, divided into 3 types. The first kind of observation haki, can sense the power of the other party's strong aura, and as the power increases, can instantly get the number of enemies, movements, and a series of other information. When one reaches a high level of cultivation, one can sense the other person's thoughts and mood swings, and even change the other person's thoughts. Some people can even foresee the future. The second type of armed color domineering, the most basic stage, can be entangled. The domineering will be wrapped around the body, or attached to the surface of the weapon to increase the hardness. With the in-depth practice of domineering energy, one can gain the ability to control the flow of domineering energy, allowing it to be released or accumulated in a certain part of the body surface, and then released outwards to form a powerful impact force. And some people who have reached a high level of cultivation can even control the flow of domineering energy at will and destroy objects from the inside. The third kind of domineering aura, an extremely rare ability. People with this ability are often 1 in a million, and only those who are born with the temperament of a king can awaken it. And this ability cannot be enhanced by training. This kind of ability depends on the king's own beliefs. It is extremely powerful. At this moment, the 3 domineering settings were placed in front of everyone. Obviously, this is something completely different from magic. To achieve this level in a short time. At this moment, everyone fell into silence. And what followed was the excited shouts of the crowd. Chapter 49. In just a blink of an eye, Su-hung pulled out a unique setting. Domineering. At this moment, the barrage of comments started to roll like crazy. What did I say? Doubt Big Boss Su-hung? Who gave you the courage? Don't you know the value of our Big Boss Su-hung? Damn! The boss is really awesome. In such a short time, he came up with a completely different setting and slapped those little black guys in the face. I'm so awesome. How can this be so awesome? This new setting was just released, and it's already been perfected not long after. This is outrageous. I am convinced. I am completely convinced. From today on, I will turn from hater to fan. We, the Hengha brothers. We are the most loyal fans of Su-hung. I will apologize on the live broadcast later. Fuck the Hengha brothers. The 2 who have started many online quarrels? Awesome. Boss Su-hung, your personality is so charming. At this moment, the comments were rolling, expressing their admiration for Su-hung. Seeing this, Su-hung just smiled slightly. He didn't say much. At this moment, in the dim rental house. Brother. Su-hung is really strong. At this moment, the greasy fat man pushed his glasses and stared at the screen with a fanatical look on his face. Hey! That's Su-hung. From today on, I will never allow anyone to smear him again. Brother. Let's do our best, brothers. After the 2 brothers looked at each other, they nodded fiercely. From today on, they will be one of Su-hung's many fans. On the other side, at the scene of the copy production competition, seeing that Su-hung had added a new setting in such a short time. At this moment, the host Lena, holding the microphone, was shocked. Facing the doubts from the internet, I didn't expect that contestant Su-hung would actually win in such a short time. He easily proved his strength. A new design that is completely different from the devil fruit. That is hacky. So for the domineering setting, I hope the judges can give some pertinent opinions. After the voice fell, the camera turned and pointed at the judges on the field. At this moment, the judges' faces were no less shocked than the audience. After a while, everyone slowly came back to their senses. There is no doubt that there are many ways to use haki. It can be used in all aspects of war. This is extremely valuable. Whether it is the observation haki used to detect the enemy's breath, or the armament haki used to strengthen oneself, they are both extremely powerful. As for the Conqueror's haki, it only appears once in a million people. It's too rare, I can't give a good evaluation. But its power should be far beyond the first 2. At this moment, the judge of the Bear Country slapped the table and said enthusiastically, "Such an amazing setting." He couldn't help it. He wished he could enter Su-hung's copy right now and experience it. It didn't matter even if he couldn't pass it. Not bad, contestant Su-hung, I am very satisfied with this guy's settings. Especially the settings of the Conqueror's haki. To be honest, this is what a true overlord should be like. 1 out of a million people. And the stronger he is, the more domineering he is. Very good. Great. At this moment, the old man of Longhua was also full of excitement. He didn't expect Su Heng to have made such a unique innovation. Unexpected. It is indeed unexpected. Is Su Heng really so amazing? At this moment, the judge from the Eagle Sauce country said this with some disappointment, and then collapsed on the chair with powerlessness. Seeing this scene, the judge from the Sakura country who had just taken office felt a little fortunate. Just now, he also wanted to agree, but fortunately, he didn't do it. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed now. Seeing Su Heng exerting force again, the other judges also echoed and expressed their agreement. At this moment, on the other side, in Su Heng's live broadcast room, with one new setting after another being added, everyone cheered. To be honest, you are really strong. I admire you so much. So many settings have been added. The world background and story seem to have not appeared yet. Is the boss not good at this? Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Boss Su Heng? Why don't you have a world background? This is also very important. The world background may need to be carefully considered. So I haven't thought of it yet? Let's be considerate of the boss. Asiba. Stop calling him a big boss all the time. He is just a contestant now. A contestant should act like a contestant. I just want to ask, why is there no world background yet? The haters from the Korean country are here too? Get off my feet. At this moment, there was another new black spot. It was found by the haters and they wouldn't let it go. And Su Heng also successfully noticed this. And then he suddenly realized it. It seems to be true. How can you make a copy without making the world background first? Thinking of this, Su Heng just smiled slightly. Sorry. The background has been thought of. After the voice fell, Su Heng immediately began to perfect the background of the first world. World background, One Piece, Gold Roger is a man who has everything in the world. Huge wealth, household name, and top power. However, when he was caught and about to be executed, he said his last words, "Do you want my treasure? Go to the sea to find it. Everything you want is there." From this moment on, the world was shaken. And what followed was the Great Pirate Era. Ding! World background submitted successfully. As the system prompt sounded, it seemed that Su Heng had upgraded his permissions. A virtual screen suddenly appeared in the space in the field, and what was projected on it was the words that Roger, the Pirate King, said at the execution ground, and the vibrations around him were played out. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Su Heng felt a little surprised for a moment. He didn't expect that the upgraded permissions would reach this point. The audience was even more crazy at this moment. Oh my god, what did I see? I have never seen such a shocking world background. My blood is boiling. I'm on fire. No, no one can stop me. I'm setting sail now. I can't stand it anymore. Don't say anything. I'm going to be a pirate. I'm going to spend a huge amount of money to go to sea right now. This world background is beyond my expectation. I can only say, Master Su Heng, don't be too omnipotent. The world background is so outrageous. I have to fall in love with you. The barrage at this moment fell into a frenzy. Chapter 50. At this moment, in Su Heng's live broadcast room at the dungeon competition, as the first world background was added, the emotions of the people at the scene were aroused. However, this was just the beginning. In the next second, Su Heng started to act again. Naval Headquarters. With the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy, with absolute justice as their slogan, began to maintain law and order in the oceans of the world, including combating pirates. Looking at another background before their eyes, everyone became agitated. Oh my god, the Navy's world background finally appeared so soon. 6. Isn't this certain? Pirates are everywhere. If no one comes out to maintain order, I can't imagine what this world will become. My God, this navy is really powerful. They can sail across the world's oceans to maintain order. This force is ridiculous. It's a bit scary to think about it. But Boss Soo-hung is really powerful. He has a new background so soon. It's obvious that for the new everyone was very interested in the background. They all started to discuss. However, the next moment, after a while, Soo-hung actually released another background. The Four Emperors. With the passing of Pirate King Roger, the Great Pirate Era came, and the four most powerful pirate groups were born. The Four Emperors are the collective name for the captains of these four pirate groups. At this moment, the barrage started to roll wildly. Is Boss Soo-hung so powerful? He pulled out another one so quickly. That's great. I thought that Master Soo-hung couldn't make a background. I didn't expect that he just forgot to make a background. How could he be so powerful all of a sudden? Holy shit, the Four Emperors. This is really cool. It's getting more and more interesting. The turbulent forces gave birth to the four most powerful pirates. Damn, it makes sense. I can't help myself. Boss Soo-hung even made the world background so awesome. I am really impressed. Officially called the Four Emperors. You have to know that the power of the Navy encompasses the entire world. You can imagine how powerful these people are. Obviously, everyone expressed their approval of the strength and status of the Four Emperors. At this point, Soo-hung just smiled. Seeing that everyone agreed with these backgrounds, he quickly added the last force in his mind. Shishibukai. Although Pirate King Roger was sanctioned, the pirates became more powerful. Coupled with the birth of the Four Emperors, the influence of the pirates became greater and greater. So in order to check and balance the Four Emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea were born, and all 7 members were extremely famous or powerful enough to intimidate others. Moreover, each member has extremely powerful destructive power and the ability to fight a country alone. At this moment, with the addition of the last force, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. It's numb. It's numb. The other contestants racked their brains when making the background. Only Soo-hung, the boss, threw out 3 in such a short time. Just like cabbage. A boss is a boss. His realm is so high that we all look up to him. The 7 warlords of the sea? An official recruitment force? Damn, this is too wild. Using the enemy's power to fight the enemy. The Navy really used a good plan. There are 7 Shishibukai, and 4 Yonkoku. Does that mean it takes 7 people with the power to destroy the world to contain these 4 people? Too scary. The 4 emperors shouldn't be so low class. I think you may have misunderstood. It only took a short while for Soo-hung to create 3 backgrounds. The audience at the scene continued to have heated discussions about this. At this moment, the host Lena also picked up the microphone and began to introduce. From the Marine headquarters to the 4 emperors and then to the 7 warlords of the sea, one after another, the background settings are closely linked. It was really exciting. Soo-hung's strength should not be underestimated. Then let the judges give their valuable suggestions. As the voice fell, everyone's eyes immediately came to the judges' seats. They were eager to see the judges' professional opinions. Cough cough, since everyone wants me to say something, I will say something. First of all, judging from the current background, the checks and balances formed between the 3 forces are extremely clever. Second, did you notice? In just a very short period of time, Soo-hung successfully created 3 backgrounds in a row. His strength is obvious to all of us. The judge John Bull cleared his throat and explained to everyone. The structure between these 3 forces is indeed extremely ingenious. From this point of view, I have nothing to say. But have you noticed? Suheng's copy has not been approved yet. Is there any conflict between these three backgrounds? At this moment, Mountain Kuo looked at the system prompt sound on the screen, which had not yet been heard, and shook his head and questioned. As soon as the voice fell, the people at the scene seemed to suddenly realize it. The barrage in Suhan's live broadcast room also began to discuss. Oh my god, what a wake-up call. I was busy shouting about how awesome it was, but why hasn't there been any notification sound in the background of this dungeon that I've passed it yet? Is there really a conflict between the three backgrounds that we haven't discovered? Oh my god, then this is the end. Is there really a conflict? I can't seem to find any. The three settings are linked together. I didn't expect there would be a conflict. It is normal to have conflicting points. Have you forgotten how Master Suheng made these backgrounds? It is normal to make 3 in a short time, so it is normal to have omissions. It is obvious that the doubts raised by the judges of the Bear Country made everyone realize this. Then they began to discuss it frantically. Until Suheng saw these comments with a strange look on his face. At this moment, his face was full of helplessness. Aren't you guys guessing blindly? I haven't submitted this background yet. How did you guess that there is a conflict? A group of talents. Thinking of this, Suheng didn't say much. He just silently submitted the 3 backgrounds one by one. Then the system prompt sound came over. Ding! Congratulations to player Suheng for successfully adding the world background. Navy Headquarters. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. 4 Emperors. 3 prompt sounds rang out in succession. And then came the shouts of surprise from everyone present.